Section 21 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 21, Part 2. Section 21, Chapter 5, Treason and Death. 8 years or thereabouts had come and gone when messengers arrived from Burgundy inviting Siegfried and Kriemhild to a great feast. They accepted the invitation, and Sigmund determined to accompany them to Worms. Brunhild had said one day to her husband, "King Gunther, why does your brother-in-law Siegfried never come to our court like the other vassals? I should like to see both him and your sister Kriemhild. Pray send and command their presence at your court." "I told you before," answered Gunther, somewhat nettled, "that my brother-in-law is as mighty a king as I. He rules over the Nibelungs and the Netherlands." "How strange," she replied. "You can't deny that he called himself your man when he was in Isenland." "Oh, he only said that to help me in my wooing," said Gunther, feeling uncomfortable. "You only say that," was her answer, "to make your sister seem to have a higher rank. But however that may be, I should very much like to see them both at our court." "Very well," he answered kindly. "I will send messengers to invite them to the midsummer feast, and they will not refuse to come." He went away and did as he had said. Brunhild remained alone, plunged in thought. "There he goes," she muttered, "the man that conquered the once heroic maiden, who thought herself strong enough to brave the battle like the Valkyrs of old. And he, what is he but a weak reed, moved hither and thither by every breath of the wind that blows? How much greater Siegfried is! He is a hero with the world at his feet, but then a vassal. To be sure, none such could dare to raise his eyes to the Queen of Isenland. Had he done so, she must have scorned him, and would scorn him to this very hour." Siegfried and his party came to Worms at the appointed time. There was no end to the feasting, tilting, and minstrelsy. Old Sigmund renewed his youth again, and was delighted to talk of old days with the Lady Jute, whom he had known as a child. The young queens were always together at church or at the feast, or else in the gallery overlooking the tilt yard. The only amusement to which Kriemhild did not accompany her sister-in-law was the chase. One day, when they were sitting together in the gallery watching the feats of agility and skill shown by the warriors, she said in the joy of her heart, "Is not my Siegfried glorious among warriors? Like a moon among the pale stars of night, he is a royal hero." "He is well deserving of your praise," replied Brunhild, "but still he must yield the first place to my husband." "Of a truth," answered Kriemhild, "my brother is a bold warrior, but he does not equal my husband in feats of arms." "Why?" said Brunhild. "Did not win he the prize at Eisenstein, while Siegfried remained with the ship?" "Do you mean to accuse the Nibelung hero, the dragon queller, of cowardice?" cried the young wife indignantly. "He cannot stand so high as the King of Burgundy," answered Brunhild, "for he is not his own man, but owes fealty to my husband." "You lie, proud woman!" exclaimed Kriemhild, her face flushing with anger. "You lie most insolently. My brother would never have let me marry a man who was not free. Siegfried owes no man allegiance, neither for Nibelungland nor yet for Netherland. The first kingdom he conquered with his own right hand, the other is his inheritance, and I, his queen, may hold my head as high as you. Try it, chatterer. I shall always walk into church before you." With these words, Brunhild left the gallery. Kriemhild felt both hurt and angry. It was the first grief that had ever befallen her, and she could not get over it. She went to her rooms, put on her costliest garments and the jewels that had come out of the Nibelung treasure. Then, followed by her ladies and serving men, she walked to the minster. Brunhild was already there with her train. She would have passed the proud woman silently, but the latter exclaimed, "Your husband is my husband's man, so wait here and let your queen go first." "Better for you had you held your peace," said Kriemhild. "A paramour go before a king's wife, indeed." "Are you mad?" asked Brunhild. "What do you mean?" "I will tell you what I mean," replied Kriemhild, "when I come out of the church." And passing before her enemy, she went into the house of God. The proud queen stood still, weeping at the entrance door. Shame and anger struggled in her breast, and she could scarcely wait till the end of the service. At length the door opened, and Kriemhild appeared. "Now," exclaimed Brunhild, "stop and explain what you meant by your insulting words, you wife of a bondsman." "Wife of a bondsman," repeated Kriemhild, as though she had not heard the other words. "Do you recognize the gold ring on my hand, shaped like a serpent?" "It is mine," said Brunhild. "Now I know who stole it from me." "Well," continued Kriemhild, "maybe you also remember the silken girdle I wear around my waist, with its gold buckles and precious stones. My husband gained both the ring and the girdle that night when he, not Gunther, conquered you." Kriemhild went her way with the air of a hero on the day of his greatest victory. The proud queen remained standing where her sister-in-law had left her, her head bowed with shame. She sent for her husband, and when he came, told him how she had been insulted. And Gunther promised to ask Siegfried if he had any knowledge of what had taken place. He received his brother-in-law in the royal hall, and in the presence of many of his bravest warriors. He told him what had chanced, and immediately the Nibelung hero declared in all good truth that he had never spoken of dishonor and of the queen in the same breath, adding that too much weight should not be laid on the words that women spoke in anger. Then he offered to clear himself by a solemn oath, but Gunther interrupted him, saying he knew him of old, and that his word was as good as his bond. "Hearken then, ye men of Burgundy," said the hero. "You see that I am pronounced innocent of causing the humiliations your queen has endured, and indeed I have always regarded her as a modest woman and a good wife. And now, dear comrade Gunther, chide your wife as I shall chide mine, for what they have this day done, that we may never again be brought to dispeace by their idle chatter." He then turned and left the hall, but many a Burgundian felt that their queen had suffered a cruel wrong. Next day Brunhild began to make preparations for her departure to Isenland. The king and his brothers entreated her to stay, but she sat silent and immovable as a stone figure. "We cannot let you go," cried the king. "We will at any cost expiate my sister's thoughtless speech. What price do you demand?" She rose, looked round the circle of warriors, and said in a hoarse and hollow voice, "Blood." The Burgundians started and stared at each other, none daring to speak. She continued in the same tone, "Not all the waters of the Rhine could wash the stain from my honor. The heart's blood of yonder man alone can do it." The uneasiness of the warriors increased, but Hagen said, Are the bold Burgundians grown weak with age? Have they become children again? I will explain the matter. Our queen demands the heart's blood of Siegfried. Ha! The words seem to terrify you. The Burgundians exchange whispers about Siegfried's strength, how it were certain death to fight with him, and moreover that he was innocent of all blame in the matter. The grim Hagen turned to Brunhild and said, "Lady, it was against my advice that Gunther went to woo you in Isenland. But now that you are our queen, your honor shall be safe in our hands. I will satisfy your desire." "But," exclaimed young Geisler, "it is not the way in Burgundy to return evil for good. Siegfried has always been true to us, and I, at least, will not be false to him." Hagen tried to persuade Volker the minstrel to help him in the work of assassination, for Siegfried was not a man they could attack openly, but Volker refused. Ortwin offered himself in his stead, saying that the mere fact of Siegfried having given the ring and girdle to his wife was an insult to the Queen of Burgundy, and must therefore be revenged. Gunther here broke in passionately. "Such a murder would cast dishonor on all Burgundy, and it is my duty as the king to prevent it." "Lord of the Rhine," cried Brunhild, rising from her seat, "I give you 3 days to think of it. After that I either go to Isenland or have my revenge." With these words she left the room. "No weapon can hurt him," said the Margrave Ger, "for he has bathed in dragon's blood, and is only vulnerable in one place, on which a lime leaf fell when he was doing it." "If he guesses what we are after," added Sinholt, "he and his 1,000 Nibelungs will conquer the kingdom." "I will do it by cunning," said grim Hagen. The king could not make up his mind one way or the other. He would and would not. And when the warriors separated, nothing was settled. 3 days later, when Gunther saw that the queen's mind was fully made up, he consented with a sigh to let his uncle Hagen try his plan. About this time heralds came from Ludegast and Ludeger to declare war against Burgundy. Siegfried at once promised to help his brothers-in-law to defend the country. The ladies were all busy preparing the jerkins their husbands were to wear. One day when Kriemhild was thus employed, Hagen entered her room. He bade her be of good cheer, because the hero, having bathed in dragon's blood, was invulnerable. "Good friend," she answered sadly, "my Siegfried is so bold that he often pushes into the midst of the enemy, and in such a case he might be easily wounded in his only vulnerable point." Hagen begged her to embroider a little cross upon his jerkin to mark the place, so that he might always cover it with his shield. She promised to do so, and immediately worked a little cross with silver thread upon the garment. Her anxiety was needless, for the next day fresh messengers came to say that the kings had changed their minds regarding war, and were now determined to be true to their old alliance. Soon after this, Gunther made preparations for a great hunt to be given in honor of the continued peace. On the morning on which it was to be held, Kriemhild entreated her husband to remain at home. She had had such terrible dreams the night before that she feared for his life. He laughed at her and then kissed her, saying that a bad dream would be a foolish reason for keeping away from the hunt. "Besides that, be comforted, dear wife. What harm can happen to me? I shall be among the most faithful friends and comrades all day long. I shall take Balmung and a sharp spear with me, and I should like to see him who would dare withstand me." He kissed her again and hastened away. She ran to the window and watched him until he disappeared from sight. The morning passed very pleasantly, and then the warriors sat down to their midday meal, which was spread out on the grass. There was food in plenty, but the wine ran short. Hagen explained that he had sent the wine on to another place, thinking it was there they should have dined, but he told his friends of a cool spring under a lime tree not far off, and offered to run a race there with Siegfried. The latter laughingly accepted the challenge, adding that he would carry his sword and hunting tackle while Hagen went empty-handed, that the race might be more equal. The two warriors ran across the meadow ground toward the linden, and as they ran, the field flowers tried to stop bold Siegfried. The branches of the trees beckoned him to go back, and the birds in the linden sang sadly as though they would say, "Turn back, noble hero, the traitor is behind you." But Siegfried did not understand the language of flowers, trees, and birds. He trusted his friend as himself. "Here we are at last," he cried to the panting Hagen. "Here is the cool spring. See how the water sparkles. Let us rest under the cool shade of the linden until the king comes up, for he must have the first draught." He laid aside his sword and other weapons and threw himself on the flowery grass. "How dull you look," he continued to Hagen, "and yet it is such a bright and beautiful day, and we have had such good sport this morning. Ah, here come the others. Come, Gunther, we are waiting for you. You must have the first draught." Gunther stooped and drank of the fresh, clear water of the spring. Then Siegfried followed him, saying with a laugh, "I intend to have a real good drink, but do not fear, noble friends, I shall leave you plenty. This spring is like mankind. One part goes down into the earth, and another comes up into the light of day, but it never ends." "Very true," said Hagen. "What matters one life more or less?" The Nibelung hero bent over the well and drank thirstily, and as he did so, Hagen caught up his spear and plunged it into his back, in the exact spot where Kriemhild had embroidered the silver cross on his jerkin. He did it with such force that the point of the weapon went through his back and came out at his chest. The wounded man sprang to his feet, and not finding his sword where he had put it, for it had been removed by one of the conspirators, seized his shield and struck the murderer to the ground. More he could not do. He sank back helplessly among the flowers, which were dyed red with his blood. The silver stream was also reddened, and all the sky was crimson with the light of the setting sun. It seemed as if nature were blushing for the evil deed that had just been done. Once more the hero feebly raised his beautiful head and said, looking round upon the Burgundians, "Ye murderous hounds, what harm did I ever do to you? Had I known of your treachery, ye had all lain dead at my feet. A devil from hell must have tempted you to do this foul deed. None of you ventured to meet me in open battle, and so you fixed upon Hagen to do the cowardly deed. Your names will be known until the latest times as those of cowardly traitors. And now, King Gunther, dishonored as you are through this ill deed, and weak of will, listen to the words of a dying man. Protect my wife. She is your own sister. Protect my poor wife from Hagen." These were the last words of the royal hero. The warriors stood silently around him, their hearts filled with sorrow and repentance. Gunther at length said, "We will tell the people, who all loved the dead man, that he was murdered by robbers. Kriemhild will never then hold us to blame." "Nay," said Hagen, "that may not be. I will not deny what my own cunning and my own hand have done. Our queen now has the expiation that she demanded and your honor required. Burgundy is safe from all enemies, for no man was ever Siegfried's equal, or ever will be. What do I care for the complaints of a people, or for the tears of a woman? Let us make a bier of branches, that the dead warrior may be borne to worms thereon. Ha! Here is Balmung. His good sword today, it shall do its old master a last service, and its new master a first. When the bier was made, the hunting party sent out for worms in very different fashion from that in which they had started in the morning. They did not arrive until late at night. It almost seemed as though the dead hero inspired both warriors and serving men with terror. None of them would carry him up the staircase. Hagen called them cowardly loons, and raising the body on his shoulders, carried it up and laid it outside Kriemhild's door. Next morning early the queen got up and made to go to the sanctuary. She called a chamberlain, and he, seeing a dead man whom he did not recognize in the half-light, lying in the passage, told his mistress. She shrieked aloud, "It is Siegfried! Hagen has murdered him at Brunhild's command." The servants brought lights, and they saw that she had spoken the truth. She threw herself on her husband's body, and with her tears washed his face clear of the blood stains that marred it. There he lay before her, pale, cold, and motionless. Never, never again should she hear his voice. Never again. The word rhymed in her ears and seemed to madden her. She would willingly have died with him and have gone down to the grave, or, as her forefathers believe, have rejoined him in Freya's halls. Old Sigmund, on hearing the news, uttered no word, but his heart seemed broken. He kissed his son's wounds, as though he hoped thereby to recall him to life. Suddenly he started to his feet, and the old spirit awoke in his heart. "Murder! Vengeance!" he cried. "Up, Nibelungs! Up and avenge your hero!" He hastened into the court, and the Nibelungs, hearing his words, crowded round him in full armor. The old man received a sword and a coat of mail from them, but his trembling hands were too weak to hold them, and the next moment he had sank unconscious on the ground. The Burgundians were awaiting the assault with arms in their hands, and grim Hagen was bringing up new forces to help those already there. The Nibelungs retired, gnashing their teeth. On the third day after this, the bier was taken to the sanctuary to be blessed by the priest. The populace crowded into the church that they might give a last look at the dead hero who had done so much for Burgundy. Kriemhild stood by the uncovered coffin, which was adorned with gold and precious stones. Her eyes were tearless, but all could read her sorrow in her face and bearing. A veiled woman passed close by amongst the crowd. Kriemhild alone recognized her. "Go, murderess," she cried. "Do not approach him, lest the very dead should bear witness against you." The unknown vanished in the crowd. The Burgundian warriors now came up to view the corpse, as custom demanded. When Hagen came up, the wounds of the dead man opened, and his blood flowed forth in a warm stream, as at the hour of the murder. "Do not stand there, assassin," said Kriemhild. "Do you not see how the dead bears witness against you?" The bold warrior remained where he was. "I do not deny what my hand has done. I only acted as I was bound to act by my fealty to my liege lord and his queen. If Kriemhild had had a sword in her hand, and had been possessed of a man's strength, Hagen had scarcely quitted the sanctuary alive. Many gifts were made to the poor in honor of the dead hero, who was buried on the 4th day. The grave chamber was richly decorated, and over it rose a high mound. Kriemhild followed the coffin to its quiet resting place. There the lid was opened once more at her command. She kissed and wept over the pale face of her husband. Her women at length had to bear her away, for she would have remained there forever. Hagen was standing without, grim and unmoved as ever, and said with his usual fatalism, "What has happened must needs have happened. The will of the Norns must be done." The queen did not hear him. She did not even see how Gunther, Gernot, and many of the other warriors tried to hide their grief and repentance. Her thoughts were all with the dead. Sigmund and the Nibelungs prepared to return home. They wanted to take Kriemhild with them, to guard her from the false Burgundians, but she would not leave her husband's grave, and only begged the old king and the Margrave Eckewart to take care of her little son and bring him up to be like his father, for she said he was an orphan, fatherless and perhaps motherless. She had only one wish, which she whispered in the old man's ear, the wish for vengeance. Sigmund took leave of none but the Lady Jute, who mourned for Siegfried as if he had been a son of her own, and of Gisler, the youngest of the brothers. Then he set out for the Netherlands. Time passed on, and it almost seemed as though Kriemhild had grown content and had become reconciled to her brother. Grim Hagen alone seemed to fill her with horror, and Brunhild she also avoided. She one day told her brother that she wished the Nibelung treasure to be brought up to Worms, as it was her private property. Gunther rejoiced at this proof of her renewed confidence in him, and at once consented to send for it. Albrecht delivered the treasure to the messengers without hesitation, and at length it arrived at Worms. The queen made generous gifts to the people, and whenever she found a brave warrior who possessed but few worldly goods, she would provide him all that was necessary for his calling, and with daily pay besides, so that she gradually became complete mistress of a small army, which grew larger and more powerful. Hagen warned the kings of this. He told them that the Lady Kriemhild meditated vengeance. He did not care for his own life, he said, but for the fair land of Burgundy must not fall into her hands. The only way that he could see of preventing this consummation would be for the kings to take the Nibelung treasure under their own care. The brothers would not consent. Gernot said that enough harm had been done to their sister already without heaping small indignities on her. Once, when his liege lords were absent, Hagen, who had always considered that prevention was better than cure, called his men together and fell upon the warders who had charge of the Nibelung treasure. He carried off all that remained of it and sank it in the deep waters of the Rhine. It was of little use that the kings heard of this ill deed on their return. It was of little use that Kriemhild made indignant complaint. The deed was done and could not be undone. "If you were not our uncle," said Gunther and Gernot, "this should have cost you your life." A short time afterwards, Hagen showed his nephews the place in the Rhine where he had hidden the treasure, and made them swear that none of them would betray its hiding place as long as one of them was alive. Crimshild was sad and sorrowful as before. She always sat with her mother and embroidered tapestry in which she depicted the scene of Baldur's death and showed how he was cruelly slain by his brother Hoder, and how Nanna died of a broken heart and shared her husband's bier. But in Baldur, everyone recognized the features of her hero, and in Nanna her own. While Hoder had the features, garments, and murderous weapons of the grim Hagen, she often held the needle suspended in her fingers and sat watching the picture thoughtfully. When the Lady Ute asked her on such occasions, "What are you thinking, my child?" she would answer, "I was thinking of Hagen." End of section 21. Recording by tommack.
Section 22 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ZoinkMeister Patrick, youtube.com/ZoinkMeister. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 22, Part 2nd, The Nibelung and Kindred Legends. Section 2, The Nibelung's Woe. Chapter 1, King Etzel's Wooing. Some welcome guests arrived at Worms. Margrave Rudiger of Beckelaren, surnamed the Good, came with some of his warriors to the Burgundian court. Gunther, Gernot, and Hagen were old acquaintances of his, and he had often held young Giselher on his knees as a child. Now that he came to the house of mourning, his gentle, noble spirit had such an effect on Kriemhild that she would sometimes accompany her mother to the hall and listen to the Margrave with a gentle smile such as had not been seen on her face since her hero's death. But if Brunhild or Hagen entered, she would go away at once. Days and weeks passed on, and at last Gunther said to his guest that he fancied the Margrave had not come merely for the pleasure of renewing an old acquaintance, but had something on his mind. Then Rudiger answered, "Well, King Gunther, I will tell you what brings me here. You know that good Queen Helge, the faithful helpmeet to my liege lord King Etzel, died some years ago, and that her son were slain in battle by the Wittich. The king of the Huns has long sat lonely in the wide halls of Etzelburg, but he has now made up his mind to marry again. He consulted me on the subject, and I advised him to try and win the hand of the noble lady Kriemhild, your sister and the widow of the heroic Siegfried. If you will give your consent to the match, I am empowered to say that she shall be queen of the Huns." "She is no longer under my charge," was his answer. "She is queen of the Nibelungs and of the Netherlands, and I fear that she will not be willing to marry again." "I will tell her the good news," said Giselher, "and Mother Ute will advise her to do as we wish." The young warrior immediately rose and went to the woman's apartment. He found his sister busied as usual with her embroidery. He told her that it was time she should give up grieving so much for her dead husband, and reminded her that she was still young and might yet be happy. Then he told her what Rudiger had related of Etzel's court, its greatness and its glory, and finally told her of Etzel's wooing. But Kriemhild answered with solemn firmness that she would not leave the grave mound in which all she loved was buried. Then Mother Ute spoke. "If you will be Etzel's queen, my child, you will be the most powerful of women." "Most powerful of women," repeated the daughter thoughtfully. "Look, Giselher," she went on, pointing to her embroidery. "You know whom that hero is intended to represent?" He shook his head, and she added, "It is Wali the Avenger, of whom our father said he revenged Baldur, and sent dark Holder to his own place." "These are old wives' stories that are forgotten now," answered Giselher. "Let us speak of him in whose name good Rudiger has come to woo you." "Yes, but what if it were to be fulfilled?" she asked. "Perhaps. Ask the Margrave to come to me, that I may hear his wooing myself." Giselher left the room, and the Lady Ute went out also, leaving Kriemhild alone, as she requested. "Siegfried," said the young queen, "it is for your sake that I leave your resting place. from whence you have so often come to me in waking and in sleep, and pointed to your wounds, those gaping, bleeding wounds, that will never close until it is granted me to send grim Holder down to dark Hela. Rudiger appeared, and in courteous fashion wooed the queen in his master's name, but not till he had promised, in the name of the god Ermin, that she should have men to fight her battles when she needed them, did she consent to go to the land of the wild Huns, and to become Etzel's wife. The Burgundians all rejoiced when Rudiger told them the good news, the 3 royal brothers especially, for now, they thought, their sister would again be happy. But Hagen came to them and said, "What are you thinking of that you thus call the lightning down on our heads? Do not give your sister to the king of the Huns. Between the widow of Siegfried and us, such friendship alone can exist as that between fire and water. Either must the one be quenched, or the other fly off in steam. It is a childish action to supply one's enemy with a sword to cut off one's head." But the brothers refused to listen to his warnings. Preparations now went on apace for the journey to Etzelberg. Ambassadors were sent to the Nibelungs and to the Netherlands to tell them of the queen's contemplated marriage. They returned with a numerous company of warriors and servants. At length all was ready. The king went with their sister as far as the Danube, where they took leave of her, and Margrave Rudiger took their place as leader of the traveling party. At the borders of the land, King Etzel, with a large following, awaited the queen's arrival. His face lighted up with pleasure when he saw the pale, beautiful countenance of the Lady Kriemhild. He told her that she should have full power over his treasures and his lands, that, in short, she should be his queen. She answered that she would be a faithful and obedient wife, but that her love was buried with Siegfried. The king paid no attention to the last words. He made sure of winning her love through kindness and affection. And so they went on together to Etzelberg. The marriage festivities lasted a fortnight and were celebrated in the usual way. Kriemhild took little part in the rejoicings. She did all that she had to do, thinking of Siegfried the while. Now, among the warriors present, there was one who was famed for his unusual strength, bold Dietrich of Bern. His thoughts were far away in the beautiful land of Ameling, which his uncle Emric had taken from him by guile and force. He longed to return to his own people and win the victory for them, but Etzel would not give him the necessary help. Sometimes, as he sat grave and sad in the great hall, while other men were laughing and talking, the queen would go to him and tell him of Hagen's foul deed. He understood that she wished to woo him to vengeance, but he was silent, for he neither could nor would raise his sword against the Burgundian warriors who had been his faithful comrades in the olden time. Months and years passed on. A little boy was born to the royal pair. He was the image of his mother, and received the name of Ortlieb. The king and country rejoiced equally in the birth of an heir to the throne. For his son's sake, Etzel loved his wife more than he had ever done before, and would have given her anything she chose to ask. But she cared for nothing. She remained grave, quiet, thoughtful about her duties, but sparing of her words. Even her little boy, carefully as she tended him, did not bring her happiness. She was never seen to smile even on him. The wound that her first husband's death had dealt her would not heal. The spirit of vengeance, rising out of the abyss, never ceased to whisper in her ears, "Blood for blood, murder for murder." And her ears were open to its cry. End of section 22. Recording by ZoinkMeister Patrick. YouTube.com/ZoinkMeister.
Section 23 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 23, Part 2nd, Section 2, Chapter 2, The Burgundians Visit Hunland. The Journey. One day when the king was playing with little Ortlieb and speaking to his mother, he said how much he wished that the child should one day be a hero like Siegfried. She nearly shrieked when she heard the name, but forcing herself to be quiet, begged her husband to invite her brothers and their friends to come on a visit to the land of the Huns. It was the first request that she had ever made, and so King Etzel was overjoyed to hear it. He dispatched the minstrels, Swemmeling and Warbling, with 24 noble warriors, to invite the Burgundian kings to the midsummer festival. And Kriemhild sent a special message to her mother, begging her to come too. In spite of Hagen's remonstrances, the 3 kings accepted Etzel's invitation. Hagen prepared for the journey as though they were setting out on a campaign and not to a feast. The Lady Uta would have liked to go, but her age and infirmities hindered her taking so long a journey. Brunhild also remained at home, for she had no desire to see her enemy's good fortune. Besides, she had long given up caring for festivals. She only cared to spend her time near Siegfried's grave mound. "The Nibelungs are going to visit the Huns," said the common people, as they watched King Etzel's visitors crossing the Rhine. For ever since the treasure had come into the country, the kings and their followers had been called Nibelungs, after the unknown land. The travelers rode for 12 days through the Black Forest and many waste places, till they reached the Danube. At the borders of Bavaria, neither inn nor ferryman was to be found. While the rest made preparations to encamp for the night, Hagen went deeper into the inhospitable land and came to a spring that ran into a small lake. There he saw some women bathing in the clear water, and at once knew that they were swan maidens. Seeing him, they swam away, but he got possession of their feather garments, which obliged them to speak to him. "Give us back our garments," said one of them, "and I will tell you of the future." He promised to do as she desired, if she would tell him how their journey should end. She then prophesied pleasant things to him, and the hero gave back all the swan garments. No sooner had he done this than another of the maidens informed him that her sister had spoken words of guile, for that, far from the happy ending she had foretold, the priests alone of all that numerous company should ever see the Rhine again. As for the warriors, they should all die by the sword, if they did not at once return home. Hagen answered that he was ready to defend himself and his kings, and then asked how to cross the river. The swan maidens directed him where he should find a ferryman, and then flew away. Hagen followed the advice given him, and brought his company down to the ferry. The boatman turned out to be an old enemy, so after a hand-to-hand encounter he was slain, and Hagen took his place. When they were halfway across the river, Hagen flung the priest who accompanied them overboard, that at least one portion of the Swan Maiden's prophecy might come to naught. But he had miscalculated in this instance. The priest's floating garments upheld him on the turbulent waters, and the current drove him back to the shore. "The holy man has the devil's own luck," said the grim warrior. "I care not, however. What must be will be, as the Norns used to say." The travelers pursued their journey rather more rapidly than before. At length, after meeting with several adventures, they arrived at Margrave Rudiger's castle, where they met with a hearty reception from their old friend and his wife. During their visit to Bechlaren, Gisela fell in love with fair Dietelinde, the only daughter of the house, and wooed her through his brother. So, according to old custom, the youth and the maiden were called to appear before the whole company in the great hall of the castle, and say whether they were willing to be man and wife. Gisela did not hesitate for a moment. His yes was loud and clear, but fair Dietelinde blushed and looked down, and her whispered yes was only obtained in response to a second demand. Then Gisela clasped her in his arms and gave her the kiss of betrothal. The bond was therefore sealed for life. The Burgundians, or Nibelungs as they were generally called, remained at Bechlaren for many days, and when they went away, their host pressed all manner of costly gifts upon them. Hagen refused to receive anything in the way of ornament, and only begged for a strong shield that hung on the wall amongst other pieces of armor. It is Nudung's shield, and he, our only son, was slain by faithless Vidich, said the Margravine. Take it, noble hero, and may it guard you well. The travellers continued their journey and arrived at the land of the Huns, on the borders of which they were met by Dietrich and many other warriors. Accompanied by these and by Rudiger, they at length arrived at Etzelberg. The queen came down to meet them in the castle court. She greeted the kings and kissed young Gisela, but scarcely seemed to see the warriors who accompanied them. Hagen was angry and said, "When one comes as an invited guest, one is accustomed to hear one's host at least say, 'Welcome.' This praiseworthy custom does not seem to obtain in the land of the Huns." "Lord Hagen of Tranya," said Kriemhild, "have you done anything to gain such greeting? Have you, perchance, brought me some of the stolen Nibelung treasure?" "It lies deep sunk in the Rhine," replied the warrior, "and there it will remain till the end of time. But had I known that you desired a gift, I am rich enough to have brought you one." "I can do without it," said the queen. "I too am rich. I only thought you might perhaps have desired to restore to me my own again." "I find my shield, helmet, sharp sword, and coat of mail a heavy enough weight to carry," replied the hero, "but I promise to try and bring you the devil. He has much rich treasure." "I do not need your gifts," cried the queen, "nor do I desire them. You have served me ill enough in time past with your murderous and thievish hand. I have not yet requited you for what you have already done for me." She turned away in anger, and calling her men-at-arms around her, promised to reward whoever avenged Siegfried's death. The queen then asked her brothers to divest themselves of their armor, as it was not customary to appear in the panoply of war before King Etzel. Hagen at once advised them not to do so, warning them of the consequences in plain terms. Kriemhild exclaimed that she would give much to know whose advice he was following in this matter. Then the Amelung hero came forward, and boldly avowed that it was he who had given this counsel, for he knew well the devilish plots that were being contrived in the palace. The queen only answered him with an angry look, and at once retired to her apartments. While the kings talked together in the friendliest fashion, the Hunnish warriors looked askance at the Burgundians. Hagen, desirous of showing that he felt no fear, asked one of his comrades to go with him to the inner court to await the coming of the queen. His familiar friend, Volker the minstrel, declared himself ready. They seated themselves on a bench near the queen's hall. As they sat there, Hagen, with his good sword, Balmung, laid across his knees, Kriemhild came down the steps and asked him why he had hated her so, and why he had slain the noble Siegfried. Well, he said, I never denied that I did it. The Queen of Burgundy was insulted for his sake, and the royal house dishonored. The shame had to be washed out with blood, and as the hero was too strong to attack in the open field, he had to be slain by cunning. Anyone may blame me, anyone may strive to avenge the deed. I am not afraid. I have no cap of darkness, and am easily to be found. Then Kriemhild turned to her serving men, and desired them to slay the slanderer of their queen, and the treacherous murderer of Siegfried. But the two brave men were so terrible to look upon that none of the Huns dared touch them, although the queen offered them much gold. They then went their way, and the queen returned to her apartments, blushing with shame. A message now came from King Etzel, begging the Burgundians to visit him in his palace. They accepted the invitation, and he greeted them like old friends. After having welcomed the heroes, he said that he should very much like to know who the two warriors were that looked so brave, and stood so close together. They are Volker the minstrel, and my uncle Hagen of Tranya, replied King Gunther. What, Hagen? Cried Etzel. So we have met again at last, old friend, and I can tell you to your face that you have not belied the promise of your youth. But you are much changed in your looks from what you were in the old days, when I was proud of your brave deeds in my service, and set you free to return to Burgundy. You have lost an eye since then, your hair is mixed with gray, and your face has grown so rugged that you might alarm the boldest warrior when you swing your broadsword. Who can tell, replied the hero, how soon I may have to do it again? Never in the land of the Huns, answered the king. You, like all Burgundians, are a favored guest. The evening passed quietly, and it was nearly midnight before the Burgundians were led to the great hall, where couches were spread for them with down cushions covered with gold embroidery. They agreed with Hagen that it would be well to keep watch during the night for fear of surprise, and that each man should place his weapons where he could get them at a moment's notice. Hagen and Volker kept guard. They had been seated for some time in silence, when all at once the minstrel saw helmets and shields glancing in the starlight. He pointed them out to his companion, who knew that they were the queen's men, and needed no telling to inform him on what errand they were come. The minstrel wanted to spring out upon them, but Hagen prevented him, because some of the enemy might then have slipped into the hall, and perhaps murdered their sleeping friends. So peace was preserved for the time. And at dawn the Burgundians marched to the sanctuary to keep the solemn midsummer festival. King Etzel appeared with his train and asked in astonishment why they wore their armor. But they answered that such was their custom, not thinking it well to tell him what had happened during the night. After the service was over, a great repast was served, which was in turn succeeded by games, dances, music, and other entertainments. In all feats of arms and trials of skill in the lists, the Nibelungs showed themselves better men than the Huns. At length the games appeared to be over, and the warriors desired to rest after their exertions. As they were leaving the scene of the contest, a prince of the Huns presented himself in shining armor, and offered to try his skill against the strangers, who, he alleged, had hitherto only measured their strength with the common people, and not with the princes. Bold Volker caught his spear more firmly in his hand, and turned to accept the challenge. His thrust was so shrewd that he wounded the Hun severely, and a cry of "Murder! Down with the murderer!" arose on every side. A free fight would have begun in another minute, had not King Etzel thrown himself between the belligerents, and threatened death to any of his people who hurt one of his guests. Peace was then outwardly restored, but the sullen glances each side cast on the other showed the angry turmoil in every heart. That evening Etzel sent for his little son into the hall, that he might present him to his guests. The warriors all admired the handsome, frank-mannered child, and told the father that they did so. But Hagen said he did not think the boy would live to grow up. He looked so delicate. This speech of Hagen's increased the bad feeling of the Huns towards the Burgundians tenfold, but no one betrayed his thoughts. A little later, a great noise was heard in the court without, shouts, the clang of armor, howls, and cries. The first blood, Blodeulen and Dankwart. Before the warriors went to the feast that evening, Queen Kriemhild had spoken privately to the hero of Bern. She promised him Etzel's help in regaining his kingdom if he would do her one service, if he would avenge Siegfried's death. But he told her that he could not, for the Burgundian warriors were old friends and comrades of his. Besides, he reminded her that they had come to Etzelberg in all good faith and loyalty. A few minutes after Dietrich had left her sad and hopeless, Blodeulen, Etzel's brother, came in, and told the queen of what had happened that afternoon in the tilting ground. Seeing how hot his anger was, Kriemhild thought she might perhaps succeed in gaining him over to her cause. She therefore told him of the unavenged death of Siegfried, and promised him a rich treasure of silver and gold if he would do her will. But he refused from fear of Etzel's anger. Upon which the wise woman offered him a margravate in addition, with lands and towers, and the hand of a beautiful maiden of her court, whom he had long wooed, and wooed in vain. These promises gained him to her will. He told her that he would cause a quarrel to spring up between the men on either side, and if Hagen came to try and settle matters, he would have him overpowered and carried to the queen in bonds. Kriemhild then retired to her chamber, which was pervaded by a soft light, the curtains of Indian silk keeping off the rays of the sun. As she sat there thinking, the words that her mother had once spoken rushed into her memory. Women often strike deeper wounds and shed more blood with their tongues than men with their swords. She would have started up and recalled Blodeulen, but at the same moment she saw, as distinctly as if it had really been there, Siegfried's bier with the dead warrior stretched upon it. She saw him raise himself and stretch out his arms to her, but when she started forward to meet him, there was nothing but empty air. She determined now to go on to the bitter end. Whether her vengeance brought about the death of her little son and of King Etzel, whether it brought about the destruction of the kingdom, she did not care. She could die, and die willingly, if only she had the murderer's life. Meantime, Blodlin was making his preparations. His men were rejoiced to hear the news he brought them, and followed him joyously to the hall, where Dankwart the marshal, Hagen's brother, had charge over the serving men. The hero rose from his seat to greet the prince, who exclaimed, "Prepare to die. The queen demands a bloody atonement for the death of the great Siegfried." "But why should I have to expiate a murder of which I knew nothing?" "That cannot be helped," said the Hun. "My men's swords cannot return unstained to their sheaths." "Then I am sorry that I gave you words of peace. I shall now give you your answer with cold steel." With that he drew his sword and swung it so lustily at the warrior's neck that his head fell to the ground at one blow. Wild shrieks and shouts of vengeance arose, and all prepared to take part in the fight that had become inevitable. Dankwart made his way fighting to the hall, his armor bespattered with blood, but the defenseless serving men were slain to a man. "Up, brother Hagen," he cried. "Save me from the faithless Huns. Lord Blodlin attacked both me and the servants in order to avenge Siegfried's death. I slew him, but the servants are all dead, and I alone am escaped out of the traitorous toils that the Huns have laid for us." The slaughter. The fight recommenced in the banqueting hall, in spite of all King Gunther's efforts to smooth matters over, and during the struggle the little Prince Ortlieb, the sole hope of Etzel's house, was killed. At length Hagen, Dankwart, and Volker succeeded in locking and bolting the doors of the hall. Etzel and the queen sat full of anxious care during the melee. Dietrich and Rudiger, neither of whom took part in the fight, were also grave and sad. At length the hero of Bern exclaimed, "Listen to me, Nibelungs, hearken to my words, ye friends of Burgundy. Grant me a truce, that I and my men and Margrave Rudiger may go away unharmed." King Gunther recognized Dietrich's voice and said, "If any of my warriors has done harm to you or yours, noble hero of Bern, I shall take your cause into my own hands." "No one has done me harm," replied the warrior. "All that I request is that you should let us go freely." "What is the good of so much requesting?" cried hot-headed Wolfhart. "We have sharp keys to unlock the doors with, even if 1,000 such as these Nibelungs tried to keep them shut." "Hush, hush, foolish comrade," said Dietrich. "There was but little sense in that speech of yours." King Gunther then commanded his people to open the door, and much to the wrath of the Burgundians, Dietrich passed through their ranks with Kriemhild leaning on one arm and King Etzel on the other, and followed by his 600 warriors. After them came Rudiger with 400 men. Gisela said to the Margrave, "Greet your daughter from me, and say to her that I shall think of her even in death. Many of the Huns tried to escape with King Etzel, but Volker cut them down as they strove to pass the door. No sooner were Dietrich and Rudiger safely gone than the horrible carnage recommenced. The Burgundian swords had no rest until all the Huns were lying dead or dying on the floor. After that, the Nibelungs rested a while from their labors, but Hagen speedily called them to be up and doing, and fling the corpses out, lest they should be in the way in any renewed attack. He was at once obeyed. The dead and wounded Huns were one and all flung into the court below. Volker and Hagen now guarded the entrance, lest the enemy should unexpectedly break in. While Etzel wrung his hands and moaned over the slaughter of so many good men and true, Kriemhild offered a shield full of gold and jewels to whoever slew her deadly foe, Hagen of Trony. Of all who heard her, one alone came forward and said that he would try and do her will, and he was Count Iring of Daneland, Haward's man. He went forward boldly and performed prodigies of valor, but at length was beaten back and fell dead under Kriemhild's window. Haward and Irnfried of Düringen, Thuringia, determined to avenge bold Iring, so they called out their men and went to the attack. The fight began at the door, where Irnfried fell under the minstrel's sword, and immediately afterwards Haward was slain by the hero of Trony. But still the men of Daneland and Düringen fought on unheeding, and Hagen exclaimed, "Give place, let them go through the door, out of which they shall never come back alive. Volker shall play them a slumber song to which our swords can beat the accompaniment." So the Nibelungs opened their ranks, and the men of Daneland and Düringen entered the blood-stained hall. Once more the battle began. Many a brave Burgundian fell to rise no more, but not one of their enemies escaped alive. The parley and the fire. Silence fell on the palace. The Nibelung warriors laid down their shields and heavy armor, that they might the better rest from their labors, while Hagen and Volker kept watch by the door. During this time of quiet, the Burgundians tried to make peace. They reminded King Etzel that they had come to his land at his own invitation, and relying on his good faith, only to meet with treachery from him and his. But Etzel demanded that the Burgundians should acknowledge him their feudal superior. Then Gisela turned to his sister and asked what harm he had ever done her, that she should behave in such a way. And even the women, who were weeping for their husbands and sons, bore him witness that all his life had been spent in doing good to others. Kriemhild was touched by his appeal, and told him that he, Gunther, and Gernot should go free with all their warriors and men-at-arms, if only they would give up the murderer Hagen, that she might punish him as he deserved. But with one voice the Nibelungs refused terms which were dishonorable in their eyes. Enraged at the boldness of her foes, the queen called upon the Huns to make one more assault and drive them out of the house. Again the bitter strife began. Kriemhild knew no more compassion. she commanded her servants to set fire to the upper part of the house, which was built of wood, and soon the flames were seen spreading over the whole roof, which at length fell with a crash. A wild wail of human creatures in their last agony accompanied the fall. After that the queen retired to her own apartments, and standing at the window overlooking the house where her brothers and their friends must have been burnt, thought sadly and half remorsefully over the past. Only half remorsefully, for she felt her heart as full of hatred to Hagen as it ever had been. Meanwhile the Nibelungs had not perished in the flames as Kriemhild fondly imagined. The great vaulted hall in which they had entrenched themselves was too strongly built to have suffered much from the fire in the wooden upper story, though the Burgundians were for a long time as if shut up in an oven, the heat was so terrific. They yet escaped with their lives, and Hagen made them slake their intolerable thirst by drinking the blood of their fallen enemies. When the Huns at length came to look for their charred bodies, they were not a little surprised to find themselves confronted by 600 brave and utterly undaunted warriors. Slaughter again, the Lord of Bechlaren. The queen heard with astonishment that the Nibelungs were still alive and armed for a new fight. While she pondered what it were best to do, one of the Hunnish notables told her that she should apply for help either to the Margrave of Bechlaren, who had received so many benefits from the king, or to Dietrich of Bern, who had enjoyed Etzel's hospitality so long as a fugitive. Kriemhild thought the advice good, and at once sent off a message to Rudiger. The noble Margrave immediately obeyed the queen's summons. Etzel explained to him the true position of affairs, and reminding him of all the honors that had been heaped upon him, told him the time was come to prove his gratitude. He must punish the Nibelungs for the great scathe they had wrought to the royal house and to the land of the Huns. "My liege," said the good old hero sadly, "all that you have said is true, and I am ready to do you any service, however dangerous, but do not ask that I should break the faith I swore to them when they stayed with me at Bechlaren, before I led them to Etzelberg at your command. They trusted me utterly, and young Giseler chose my daughter to be his wife, and to share the Burgundian throne. Methinks it were an ill deed to raise my hand against them that trusted me." When the king reminded him of his oath of allegiance, he continued, "Take back my castles and towns, the wealth that you have given me, and the possessions I have won for myself. I will go penniless into the wide world with my wife and child, and what is my best wealth, honor and truth." "Nay, noble Margrave, but you cannot do so," replied the queen, "if you fail in obedience. Think of the time when you came to Burgundy to woo me for Etzel. I feared to go alone amongst the barbarous Huns, where I had not a friend or helper, and you swore to me with a solemn oath that you would help me against every adversary except your liege lord. Your sworn faith to me is older than that which you promised to the Nibelungs. If you break your oath to me, you are dishonored." Rudiger stood in silent thought before the queen. At length he said, "Take my head. I shall not even tremble when the executioner's sword touches me. but do not force me to do what my conscience disallows." The conversation lasted a good while longer. At length Rudiger with a heavy heart consented to obey the king and queen. The Nibelungs stood by the window looking out for help. On seeing the noble Margrave approach with his men, Gisela exclaimed joyfully that all was not lost, that they should see Bechlaren and the Rhine again. When Rudiger came close to the door, he explained his errand. Gunther reminded him of the friendship they had sworn, and Rudiger answered sadly that the oath he had sworn to Etzel's wife forced him now to fight her battle. And so they took fair leave of each other, as noble friends forced to fight against their will. Once more the blood of the Nibelungs and their opponents stained the great hall. The heat of battle raged anew in every heart, and many men were slain. Amongst the number were Rudiger and Gernot. At length the men of Bechlaren were conquered, and slain to the very last man. 200 Nibelungs also fell before this victory was gained. The heroes were silent in the wide hall. They heard the sound of voices in the court without. The queen's voice was raised in indignation as she accused the Margrave Rudiger of playing the false traitor and making peace with the Nibelungs. Volker's anger was roused at this unjust suspicion. Leaning out of the window, he told her not to vex herself on that score, nor accuse a good man falsely, for the hero of Bechlaren had died serving her. He then commanded the Margrave's body to be shown at the window, so that the king and queen and all the Huns should see it. Etzel uttered a loud cry of horror, and cursed the hand that had done the deed. He called for his sword, that he might himself lead the band of avengers. But he forbore to unsheath it when he saw that terrible pair, Hagen and Volker, still guarding the threshold. Kriemhild stood looking on with folded arms. She was beautiful as ever, but it was now the beauty of a fallen angel. She shed a few tears for the loss of her old friend Rudiger, perhaps also because she feared that he was her last ally. She may likewise have pondered whether by any means she might yet attain her end. But be that as it may, the next events were unexpected by her as by everyone else. Dietrich and his Amelungs. One of Dietrich's men heard what had happened. He hastened to his master and told him the strange tale. Dietrich refused to believe it, and sent Helfrich to the palace to find out the truth. On hearing the news of Rudiger's death confirmed, the hero of Bern sent his old master Hildebrand to ask the Nibelungs why they had done this evil deed. The master would have gone unarmed upon this errand, but Wolfhart cried out upon the folly of appearing as a lamb in the presence of wolves. The master thought the advice good, and put his armor on. When he was on the way, he saw that all Dietrich's men were following him well armed, under Wolfhart's guidance. He desired his quick-tempered nephew to go back, but the latter refused point blank, saying that he could not let his uncle go alone, and the other warriors, one and all, declined to leave him. When the small band of 500 brave men came in front of the house the Nibelungs were defending, Master Hildebrand lowered his shield and asked if it were true that good Margrave Rudiger was dead. Hagen answered that they wished it were untrue, but it could not be helped, for he had been slain in unavoidable fight. The Amelungs mourned aloud for their friend. Wolfhart would have avenged him on the spot, but the master held him back, threatening him with Dietrich's anger if he thrust himself into the quarrel. Then, turning to the Nibelungs, he demanded in the name of the hero of Bern that the Margrave's body should be handed over to them, that they might give him honorable burial. King Gunther replied that it was a good and worthy desire on their part, and one that ought to be gratified. Wolfhart called to them to make haste and bring out the body, upon which Volker said that they were too tired to do more work, so the Amelungs might come in and fetch it. One word led to another, till Wolfhart lost his temper altogether and rushed forward, followed by the Amelungs, shouting as with one voice their ancient war cry. Master Hildebrand, drawn on in the general rush, was found in a foremost place when the battle began. The tired Nibelungs and the brave Amelungs, men who had formerly fought side by side in the great battle of Ravenna and on many other fields, were now engaged in hand-to-hand conflict for life and death. Here was strong Sigistop, Duke of Bern, there brave Helfrich, there the bold heroes Wulfwin, Wulfbrand, Helmnot, Richard, and others, all burning to avenge the death of Rudiger. The confusion was so great that often those who wished to meet could not find each other. Thus Volker and Wolfhart were kept apart. The minstrel fell upon Sigistop, who had slain many of the Burgundians, and gave him his death blow, only to meet Hildebrand a little later, and himself to fall under his hand. Dankwart was slain by Helfrich. Wolfhart did many a deed of valor, until Gisela attacked him. After a tremendous struggle, the young king thrust him through the breast, but even then, though in mortal agony, he grasped his sword in both hands and slew his adversary. Old Hildebrand saw his nephew fall and hastened to him. He lifted him in his arms and tried to bear him from that hall of doom, but he was too heavy. The wounded hero opened his eyes once more and said in a faint voice, "Uncle, tell our friends not to weep for me, for I have met my death at the hands of a brave king, as he has at mine. My wild blood has grown calm and still, and I am ready to sleep peacefully like a tired child." These were the last words of the wildest, hottest warrior in Dietrich's train. Like Wolfhart, all the other comrades of the hero of Bern, save Hildebrand alone, lay stretched on the bloody floor, and with them all the Burgundians, except Hagen and King Gunther. "Come now, Master Hildebrand," cried a rough voice, "you owe me satisfaction for the death of my comrade Volker." It was Hagen that spoke. The Mefzelsmer defend his bravely, but the hero of Tranya was strong and determined, and Balmung was sharp. One terrible blow cut through Hildebrand's coat of mail, and the blood flowed freely from his side. The end of the Nibelungs. When the old man felt the wound and looked in the grim, rugged countenance of his antagonist, For the first time in all his long life, fear took possession of him, and covering his back with his shield, he fled like a coward. With shattered armor, and red with his own blood and that of others, the old man came before his master. Dietrich asked whether he had fought with the Nibelungs, and why he was so wet with blood. Then Hildebrand told how the Burgundians had slain the good Rudiger, and had declined to give up his body for burial. The hero of Bern was so saddened by these tidings that he asked no further questions. He begged the old man to command his comrades to arm themselves at once. "Whom shall I command?" asked the master. "The swordsmen of Bern are all here. You, my lord, and I are all that remain of them, and of the Nibelungs, Hagen and King Gunther are the only ones alive." At first Dietrich did not understand, and when he did, he mourned aloud for his friends and comrades. "How could my brave men have fallen under the swords of these tired warriors? Who will now help me to regain the land of the Amelungs?" So he cried in his sore distress. But soon, mastering his emotion, the hero prepared to avenge his fallen friends, and accompanied by the master, went full armed to the house where Hagen and Gunther awaited their fate with undaunted courage. Hagen and Hildebrand exchanged so many scornful words when they met, that Dietrich chid them for a couple of old women, and demanded that the combat should at once begin. Hagen sprang forward without delay. Balmung was as sharp as ever it had been, and the hero of Bern had much trouble to defend himself. But the hand that wielded the sword was weary, and less nimble than of yore. Dietrich, seeing this, made a sudden spring upon Hagen, threw him down, and bound him fast. Then he bore his prisoner into the presence of Kriemhild, and recommended him to her mercy, saying that he was the boldest and bravest warrior in the whole world. He only noticed the thanks and praise she gave him for his doughty deed, and did not mark the gleam in her eyes, nor rightly interpret the flush that rose to her cheeks. He hastened away to the last battle with King Gunther. Kriemhild had gained her end, that end to which she had waded through rivers of noble blood. Hagen read his fate in her eyes, but he never flinched. He would not give her that dear satisfaction. She wondered whether she could make him confess where he had hidden the Nibelung treasure. She spoke to him kindly, and promised to let him go safely home if he would only tell her the hiding place. The hero seemed touched by her gentleness, and said that he would willingly tell her, but that he had sworn to keep the secret as long as one of the 3 kings of Burgundy was alive. She promised him again that she would keep her word if he did her will, and then had him taken away to sure watch and ward. "Lies, lies, all lies," he said to himself, as his jailers led him away. The hero of Bern soon afterwards appeared with King Gunther as a prisoner. The latter was at once taken to a separate dungeon. Kriemhild considered what was now to be done. Siegfried's murderers were now in her hands, both the man who had done the deed and the king who had condoned it. She felt a few qualms of conscience when she thought that Gunther was, after all, her brother. But she soon stifled them, and calmly pursued the path she had marked out for herself. King Gunther's head was cut off by her orders and laid at Hagen's feet to convince him that now the last king of Burgundy was dead. The hero thrust away the head contemptuously. "It was not thou," he said, "to whom I swore allegiance, and whose crown I strove to keep free from stain. The royal house of Burgundy, to which I belonged, is wasted, and its glory overthrown. Of what worth to me is the span of life that remains?" That night Kriemhild had a happy dream. She thought that Siegfried stood before her as she had seen him first, that he stretched out his arms to her in love and gratitude, and then vanished slowly in the grey dawn. Next morning Kriemhild seated herself beside King Etzel in all her robes of state. The hero of Trania was brought before her, a prisoner and in bonds. She questioned him again as to the hiding place of the treasure. Raising his head, he answered with all his former boldness, "You are mistaken, woman, if you think that you have my mind in your power, that you have tamed me entirely. The kings are all dead now, Gunther, Gernot, Gisela. Now none but God and I know where the treasure was sunk in the deep waters of the Rhine, and from me you shall never learn where you may seek with any hope of finding." Kriemhild silently came down from the throne, and picked up the good sword Balmung that lay beside Hagen's armor. "You took good care of the gold you stole from me," she said, "but another thing that you stole I have in my hands at this moment. My noble husband Siegfried wore this sword when last I saw him, before he fell under your murderous hand. I will now try whether it be strong enough to avenge its master." She had drawn the sword from its sheath, and now swung it with both hands, and with such force that the head was cut from the body and fell at the feet of old Hildebrand. A cry of horror echoed through the hall, then all was still. Kriemhild thrust the bloody weapon back into its sheath and said, "This blood may never be washed from the blade. Balmung must be taken to Worms as it is, and laid in Siegfried's grave. Perhaps he may then learn that his wife loved him faithfully, and punished his murderer. Two things alone made up my life, love and revenge. My work is done." "Strange," said Hildebrand, staring at the hero's dissevered head, "that the bravest warrior in all the world should have been slain by a woman. But although he wronged me much of late, I will yet avenge him." So saying, the old master drew his sword and gave the queen her death blow. Etzel shrieked out and threw himself on his knees beside his wife. She was deadly pale, and had only strength to gasp rather than speak. "Let none touch the old master for this," she said, and they were her last words. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Felicia Wang. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 24. Part 2. The Nibelung and Kindred Legends. Section 2. The Nibelung's Woe. Chapter 3 The Nibelungs Lament. At Etzelberg. Great as was the misfortune that had come upon the people and the royal house, the burial of the dead had yet to be seen to as speedily as possible. King Etzel was too full of his own grief to attend to business of any kind, so Dietrich and Hildebrand gave all necessary orders, and themselves helped in the sad work. All the dead were buried with every honor, save and except the hero of Tronje, who was forgotten. The grave mounds were filled and closed before the old master remembered the brave warrior, whose headless trunk still lay in the audience hall. Hildebrand ordered that he should receive instant burial. So a separate grave was prepared for him, and there he was laid with all his armor, except the good sword Balmung, which was to be taken to Siegfried's grave, according to Kriemhild's wish. Many of the Huns went with the funeral procession. They neither wept nor made moan for the dead man whose strong right hand had brought so much evil on their native land. Next spring, lovely flowers decked the other grave mounds, while on Hagen's thistles and thorns alone were to be seen, in the midst of which a venomous adder had found its home. All who had gone near enough to the snake to examine it carefully maintained that it had only one eye, like the hero of Tronje, and were firmly convinced that it was the form his spirit had taken. At Bechelaren. Dietrich and Hildebrand sent news to Bechelaren and to Worms of all that had occurred. They chose the noble minstrel Swemeling as their ambassador, for they knew that he was tender-hearted and would break the news as gently as possible. The Margravine and her daughter sat by an open window, watching the clouds that rose in the east. Gudrun felt strangely anxious. A presentiment of evil overpowered her, and she could not resist telling her daughter. She said that she feared evil news was coming, for she had dreamed the night before that Queen Helge had appeared to her, surrounded by the Burgundians and many other warriors in full armor. The queen, added Gerlind, said that she wished all these heroes to go with her. She took your father and Gizuhir by the hand and led them away, the others following. I wished to join the procession, but she signed to me to go back. Then they all vanished in a grey mist out of which a hill seemed to rise like... She was interrupted by sounds of arrival. It was the procession of mourners who had come under Swemeling's guidance. The Margravine recognized Rudiger's horse and armor, and the meaning of her dream was clear to her. But in the midst of all her grief, she tried to keep up that she might comfort her daughter, who sat at her side, pale with terror. The minstrel joined the ladies. The Margravine rose to meet him and said it was needless for him to tell his tale, for she knew what had happened. A few moments later, they were able to listen to what Swemeling had to say, so they asked him how the noble Rudiger had met with his death. He took up his harp and sang a song of the heroes who had kept their faith, and had conquered in the battle of life. He told how they came to the realms of Woden and of Freya, how they float over earth and sea, and how they speak to their friends in the breath of the wind and in the rustling of the leaves, and thus bring them comfort in their sorrow. After that, he gave them all the details of what had occurred at Etzelberg. On the following day, Swemeling had to continue his journey. A few weeks after his departure, the Margravine died of grief, and Dietlind was left alone. She remained alone for a long time, but when Dietrich reconquered the land of the Amelungs, he took the orphan from Bechelaren and brought her to his wife, the noble Herit, at whose court she won the love of a bold warrior, whom she afterwards married. Swemeling made his way to Worms as rapidly as he could. At Worms. Meanwhile, things were going on very quietly at Worms. Queen Ute would sit spinning by the hour together, humming many a weird ditty, but seldom speaking. Queen Brunhild would sit by her side, embroidering the death of Baldur, which she copied from old patterns. Curiously enough, the white god was not like the pattern, but rather resembled Siegfried. "Look, Mother Ute," she said, "is it not strange that, in spite of all my efforts, the picture will resemble Siegfried as he looked that day when he rode out hunting for the last time? It is a sad story, and reminds me of an old legend that I used to hear in my childhood in Isenland, in which a murder was committed for the sake of possessing a magic sword. It seems to me that when Hagen comes back, I must get him to give me Siegfried's sword, Balmung, that I may restore it to the dead hero. Otherwise, I fear that Burgundy will suffer as Isenland suffered through the theft of that other sword. Neither Hagen nor any of the others will ever return to this house on which the sin of bloodshed rests as yet unexpiated," said Mother Ute, and, breaking off, she began to hum one of her strange, weird ditties, which was so gruesome that none could listen to it without a shiver. About this time, Swemeling arrived and told the queens of the journey to the land of the Huns, of the friendly reception the Burgundians had met with from King Etzel, and then of the quarrel, the battle, and its fatal results. No plaints, no weeping, no questions interrupted the minstrel's tale. When he came to an end, the Lady Ute said, "It is a sad tale, very, very sad, but it could not have been otherwise, for much heroic blood was needed to wash away the curse of murder from this house." Neither did Brunhild weep. She made all necessary arrangements for the comfort of her guests. She asked that the good sword Balmung should be given to her, and, looking at the blood-stains on the shining blade, she said, "Grim Hagen stole this weapon out of Siegfried's grave. I will take it back to the hero, now that it has been dipped in the blood of his murderer, that he may rest in peace." She went to the grave mound with the sword and did not return that day, nor during the night. When they sought her, they found her lying dead beside Siegfried's coffin, on which she had laid Balmung. The Lady Ute went on spinning for many a day, and, as she span, she hummed a song of the Snake Queen who murdered her own brood. The Burgundian nobles and all the people mourned for their royal house and the fallen heroes. But when feuds arose in the kingdom, they united and raised the young son of Gunther and Brunhild to the throne, appointing brave men to act as guardians for the king, so long as he remained a child. End of section 24. Recording by Felicia Wang.
Section 25 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 25. The Hegeling Legend 1. Hagen. Zealously strove the knights in tilt and tournament to uphold their country's honor before Siegband, their king, when he held the midsummer feast at his high castle of Ballion in Ireland. Sweetly the minstrels sang the praise of warlike deeds, and eagerly did boys of noble birth contend in games of hurling the spear and shooting with the bow. But evermore did little Hagen, the king's son, bear him best in the gentle strife, and the heart of his mother, the Lady Ute, was pleased. One day the boys were amusing themselves by throwing their spears at a target. Having thrown them all, they ran forward to get their weapons again, the prince among the rest. As he could run faster than his companions, he reached the target first, and was busy pulling out his spear, when an old man called to the children to run back and hide themselves, for danger was approaching. He pointed up at the sky, crying, "A griffin!" The Lady Ute looked and saw a dark spot in the sky. It seemed too small to be dangerous, but it approached with swiftness of an arrow, and the nearer it came, the bigger it grew. All could now hear the noise made by its wings, and the sound resembled the rushing of the storm. The other boys fled in terror, but Hagen stood his ground boldly, and flung his spear with all his childish strength at the great bird. The weapon grazed its feather harmlessly, and at the same moment it swooped down upon the child and bore him off in its talons. So the feasting and the mirth that had reigned at Castle Ballion were turned into mourning, for the heir to the kingdom was gone. There was no hope of rescue, for though many a hero would willingly have fought with the griffin, its flight was so swift that no one could see where it was gone. Years passed on, and the king and queen had no news of their boy. The griffin carried Hagen over land and sea to its nest, which it had built on a rock rising out of the water. It gave the boy to its young ones to eat, and then flew away in search of new booty. The little griffins fell upon the child, and prepared to devour him. But he made ready for his defense, thrust back their bills with all his strength, and caught the bird by the throat, striving to throttle them. At one length, one of the griffins, which was old enough to fly, caught him up, and carried him to the branch of a tree, that it might enjoy the sweet morsel alone. The bow was too weak to bear their united weight. It bent, broke, and the monster fell with the boy into a thicket of thorns beneath. The griffin fluttered away, and Hagen crept deeper into the thicket, unheeding the thorns. At length he reached a dark cave, where he sank down utterly exhausted. When he came to his senses, he saw a little girl of about his own age standing a little way off and looking at him in astonishment. He raised himself on his elbow to see her better, upon which she fled to a greater distance, and no wonder his appearance was so frightful. He was dirty, wounded, and bleeding, and his clothes hung about him in rags. He limped and crept as well as he could after the girl, and found that she had taken refuge in a large cave with 2 companions. They all shrieked when they saw him, for they thought he was either a wicked dwarf or a merman, who had followed them to devour them. But when he told them that he was a prince who had been carried off by the griffin, and had only escaped from the monster as by a miracle, they were comforted, and shared their scanty fare with him. After that they told him their story, which was much the same as his own. He found that the girl he had first seen was called Hilde, and that she was an Indian princess. The second was Hildburg of Portugal, and the third came from Isenland. The maidens nursed their young companion with such care that his wounds were soon healed. When he was well again, he went out to provide the needful food, and ventured deeper into the land than the maidens had ever done. He made himself a bow and arrows, the latter of which he tipped with fish bones, and brought home small game of all kinds. As the children had no fire, they were obliged to eat their food raw, but they became all the stronger and hardier for that, and when Hagen was 12 years old, he was almost a man in size. Meanwhile, the young griffins were grown up, and were able to go out in search of food for themselves, so that the boy could no longer wander about as freely and fearlessly as before. Nevertheless, one evening he ventured down to the shore, and crept under an overhanging rock which hid him from view. He looked out at the foaming waves and the wild sea, which now looked dark as night, and again was lighted up by the vivid flashes of lightning that burst from the storm clouds. He listened fearlessly to the loud peals of thunder, the howling of the wind, and the sound of the frantic waves dashing against the rocks. But suddenly he caught sight of a boat, struggling in unequal conflict with the elements, and his heart was filled with hope and fear. Of hope, because thoughts of home and his parents were awakened in his breast. Of fear, because the boat seemed too weak to live on such a sea. Then he saw it drive upon a point of rock. There was one shriek of agony, and ship and crew were swallowed in the waves. The storm raged on, until morning came, and seemed with its soft light to calm the fury of the winds. On the strand were scattered pieces of the wreck, and the corpses of the luckless mariners. Hagen was going to sally out in hopes of picking up something useful, when he was stopped by hearing the whir of griffins' wings, and knew that the great birds had come down to the shore, having scented the prey. While the monsters were busied with their meal, the boy crept out of his hiding place in search of something to eat. But he only found driftwood and a drowned man in full armor, with sword and bow, and a quiver full of sharp-pointed arrows. He could have shouted aloud for joy, for now he had arms such as he used to see at his father's court. Quickly he donned the coat of mail, covered his head with the helmet, girded the sword to his side, picked up the steel bow and the arrows. It was high time, for at this moment one of the griffins swooped down upon him. He drew his bow with all his strength, and the arrow struck his enemy in the breasts, bringing it down with fluttering wings. It fell at his feet, dead. A second monster shared its fate, and now the three other birds attacked him all at once, but he slew them all with his sword. He took the heads of the dead monsters to his friends in the cave, who had passed a wakeful night in anxiety for him. Great was their joy when they found that the griffins were dead. They accompanied their hero to the place of his victory. They helped him to throw the great birds into the sea, and then, true to pious custom, they assisted him to heap up a mound over the dead warrior whose weapons had helped Hagen to victory. Vainly did they seek for provisions among the wreckage, but they found a well-preserved box with flint and steel, which enabled them to make a fire. So they were now able to enjoy a well-dressed meal, which, after their former privations, seemed a perfect banquet. Hagen went out hunting much more frequently than before, and slew bears, wolves, panthers, and other wild beasts. Once, however, he met with a curious creature. It was covered with shining scales, its eyes glowed like red-hot coals, and horrible grinders gleamed in its blood-red jaws. He aimed a sharp arrow at its back, but the point glanced off the glittering scales, and the monster turned upon the lad. A second arrow was likewise without effect. Hagen now drew his sword, but all his efforts were useless, and he only escaped with terrible claws by his marvelous agility. When he was almost exhausted by the long struggle, he at length saw his opportunity and plunged his weapon into the great jaws. Overcome with fatigue, he seated himself on the still heaving body of the creature. He longed for a few drops of water to quench his thirst, and as none was near, he eagerly drank of the blood that streamed from the monster's wounds. Scarcely had he done this, when his weakness vanished, and an unaccustomed sense of power took possession of him. He sprang to his feet, longing to put his new strength to the test. He would not have hesitated to fight all the griffins and giants in the world. He drew his sword and slew a bear with one stroke. In like manner, he killed 2 panthers and a rhinoceros. He was covered with blood from head to foot, and looked so ferocious carrying the bear on his shoulder that he frightened the maidens in the cave. But he regained his accustomed manner when he had seen the gentle Hilde. Many years came and went. Hagen and his 3 friends had enough to eat and drink, and were clothed in the skins of wild beasts. Although they were very happy together, they longed to get back to the haunts of men, and often cast anxious looks over the sea in hopes of seeing some ship approach. At length one morning, when the 3 maidens were standing on the shore, a white sail appeared on the horizon and came gradually nearer and nearer. They lighted a fire, and called Hagen, who joined them fully armed. Their signals were seen from the ship, and a boat was sent out, which soon approached the shore. The helmsman uttered a cry of astonishment when he saw their strange dress, and asked if they were human beings or water sprites. "We are poor unfortunate people," said Hagen. "Take us with you, for God's sake." So the sailors took them to the ship, and they were soon on board. The captain looked at them in amazement, and Hagen, in answer to his questions, told their whole story. When he spoke of his father, Sigbend, the powerful king of Ballion, the captain exclaimed, "What? You can kill griffin like flies! Still, you are a lucky catch for me, for I am that Count of Garredy to whom your father has done so much injury. You shall now be hostage till a proper sum of money is paid to me. Here, men, put this young fellow in chains and steer for Garredon." Scarcely had the Count said these words when Hagen fell into a berserker rage. He flung the sailors, who would have laid hold of him, into the sea. Then, drawing his sword, he rushed upon the master of the vessel. When a soft hand was laid upon his arm, he turned around furiously, but at the sight of Hildy's gentle, lovely face, his terrible anger vanished. Hildy spoke gentle words of conciliation, and Hagen listened. Then, turning to the Count, he promised to make all matters right between him and the king if he would at once steer for Ballion. The captain agreed to do so, and steered for Ireland. Favorable winds swelled the sails, and 10 days later the walls and towers of Ballion hove in sight. Naturally, his parents did not at first recognize Hagen, but great was their rejoicing when they found who he was. A firm peace was concluded with the Count of Garredy, and the 3 maidens were received with all honor and courtesy. Hagen did not long remain quietly at home in his father's house. He wished to see something of the world, and to gain both name and fame. Time passed on, and Hagen, who was known far and wide for his great deeds, was appointed to rule the land in his old father's place. When urged by his mother to choose a wife, now that he had settled down after his wanderings, he wooed fair Hildy, the sweet companion of his childhood, and soon afterwards married her. Queen Ute lived to hold a grandchild in her arms, who was called Hildy after her mother, but soon after that she and Sigbend died, leaving their son to rule alone. The Princess Hildy grew up beautiful, and many wooers came to Ballion to ask for her hand in marriage. But Hagen would receive no man as a son-in-law without first fighting with him, declaring that he would never give his daughter to one that was not stronger than himself. Whoever ventured to try conclusions with him had the worst of it. While Hagen, the terror of kings, became also the terror of wooers, and before long he really had his house to himself. End of section number 25. Section 26 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 26. The Hegeling Legend 2. Hettel. Now about this time King Hettel the Hegeling lived at Castle Maitlein in Denmark. He was a bold warrior, and Nordland, Friesland and Deitmarsh owed him allegiance. Many princely heroes were about his throne. Chief among them was his kinsman, Old Waite, who bore rule in Sturmland, and was famous for his doughty deeds of war. Not less celebrated were the minstrels, Horrend and Fruit, both powerful lords in Denmark. Then came Idle the Swift, from Friesland, and Morung of Nifland, bold warriors both, and they were ready to help their liege lord. One evening, at the feast, Morung of Nifland advised King Hettel to seek a wife, and said that Hildy, the Irish princess, was the best mate for him to woo, for she was famous in all lands for her beauty and virtue. And Horrend answered that the lady was justly praised, but that wild Hagen, her father, would permit no man to woo her, and that many a noble warrior had met his death in fighting with him for her hand. The king was much taken with what he heard of fair Hildy, and greatly desired to raise her to the Hegeling throne. He asked who would undertake the wooing for him. The courtiers advised him to make Old Waite his ambassador, and although the lord of Sturmland had no desire to go on any such errand, yet he promised to set out, and said that if Horrend and Fruit would accompany him, he had no doubt the wooing would be successful. The 3 warriors, joined by Irold of Nordland, prepared to set out on their journey. they took a small fleet of ships laden with costly wares and 1,000 armed men and started on their mission. After a long voyage, they reached Balian, where wild Hagen held his court. Their arrival was greeted with the utmost amazement, for no one in Ireland had ever seen such splendor before. The masts of the Danish ships were of shining cypress wool, the sails of purple silk, and the anchors of silver. Sailors in rich garments bore foreign wares from distant lands out of the ships, and spread them before the astonished multitude. The captains offered rich articles for sale, explaining that they were merchants, and had come to Balian on a trading expedition. When King Hagen heard what was going on at the wharf, he and Queen Hilde went down to the ships to see what was to be seen. Then Frode at once came forward, and drawing him aside, explained that they were not really merchants, but fugitives, who desired to be protected from their king, Hettel the Hegeling. Hagen laughed when he heard this, for he had long wished to try his strength in single combat with the Danish king. So he told the warriors to be of good courage and to come up to the palace with him. The strangers accepted the invitation. They gave the king and queen rich presents of garments and precious stones. Indeed, their riches seemed so inexhaustible that Hagen would willingly have kept them in the country and given them houses and lands. But they pleaded that they had left their wives and children in Hegeling land, where they hoped one day to return. They all met in the banqueting hall, and the strangers were presented to the princess. Wait alone spoke little, and often looked out towards the sea. "Go, Hilde," whispered the queen, "and greet the foreign lord with a kiss." The girl started with fear, for the hero of Sturmland was a full head taller than any of his comrades, and was a stern-featured man with a large hooked nose, bald head, and long grey beard. "What are you looking at, Lord Waite?" said the queen. "Do you see fairer woman on the shore than here in the hall?" "I am looking at my ship," answered the hero, "for a storm is coming on." Then the princess smiled and said, "Are you not happy with us, noble warrior? Or do you always wish to be out among storms and fighting?" "Lady," said Waite, "I never learned to talk sweet talk with women, or to dance with girls. I only care for the dancing of the stormy waves and for the din of battle, when the Norns sing of conquest or a glorious death." This was the speech of the stern old man, but the other warriors talked of the lovely land of the Hegelings, of its castles and granges, and of the minstrels and knights who served their ladies in all honor and modesty. After this they took leave of their hosts and retired. The next day passed, as was usual on such occasions, in jousting, feasting, and minstrelsy. Horan used to sing early in the morning and in the late evening before the queen and her daughter, who were both delighted with his voice and his songs. Once, when he was alone with the princess, he sang about a great king who fell sick with love for a beautiful maiden named Hilde. The princess felt that there was something hidden behind the song, so she asked at length who the king was that cared for her, upon which the minstrel showed her a portrait of King Hettel, and told her of her father's stern cruelty to all noble warriors who came to Balian to woo the princess. He told her also on what secret mission he and his friends had come, and entreated her to come with them to Hegeling land, where the king was waiting eagerly for her arrival. Once there, he continued, he would sing to her every day, and so would King Hettel, who knew far more beautiful songs than he. Hilde promised that she would ask her father's permission to go down to the ships and look at the strangely beautiful stuffs and jewels on board. What she promised, she did. One day the men of Hegeling came before King Hagen, and said that they had good news from their home. Their king had found that they had been falsely accused, and had therefore restored them to his favor. They wished now to take leave of Hagen, and return to their own land. The king was displeased to think of losing his guests, and yet they should not go without rich gifts. "Sire," said Frode the Wise, "we are so rich that we cannot well accept either silver or gold. But if you would show us a kindness, come on board our galleys with the queen and her ladies, and look at our treasures." Wild Hagen shook his head, but his daughter and the queen wished so much to go that he at length gave away. At the appointed hour, when the sails were spread and the ships were ready for departure, the king, queen, princes and their ladies appeared upon the strand. Boats were ready to take them to the ships. Fair Hilde and her maid sprang quickly into a boat steered by Hunland, but when Hagen and his armed followers were about to get into another boat, Wade, Fruit, and Eirel thrust them back and pushed off from land. The wild chieftain immediately caught up his spear and rushed into the sea till the waves dashed over his head. Spears were hurled on either side, but Horan brought the princess safely to the ship. Hagen ran along the shore and called despairingly for ships and men to pursue the traitors. But the Irish boats were not ready for sea, and even at that moment the sails of the Hegelings were disappearing in the distance. The voyage lasted many days and many nights. Fair Hilde wept much for her father and mother, but Horan sang to her, now of great deeds and now of love, till she was comforted. At length they reached the coast, where King Hettel awaited them. He came down to meet them, and soon gained Fair Hilde's heart. On the following morning they prepared to go to Matea, but when they were about to start, they saw white clouds appear on the western horizon, which, as they came nearer, were discovered to be ships forming a great fleet, and from the topmast of each ship floated the banner of the cross. The Hegelings took it to be a fleet of crusaders going out against the unbelieving Vulcan men or Risen, but very soon a flag was hoisted bearing the arms of Hagen, a tiger, and then they knew that the enemy was approaching. King Hettel and old Wade drew out their men in battle array on the strand. The old man laughed loud for joy that he was really to have a passage of arms with the warlike Irish king. The other princes advanced with their men to prevent the enemy's landing. The warriors were all of good cheer, but Fair Hilde, who looked down from the battlements of the castle on the turmoil below, wrung her hand with grief that she should be the cause of bloodshed. The galleys cast anchor, and boats were put off filled with armed men. The battle began, and so firm was the resistance made to their landing that the boatmen could not approach the shore. Then wild Hagen flung himself into the water and fought his way to land, followed by his bravest men. His blows were so terrible that he carried all before him, and even Hettel fell wounded to the ground and was with difficulty borne away from the field. Old Wade now came forward, and he and Hagen had a hand-to-hand encounter. Each fought like a lion, and neither gave way in the least before the other, although both were severely wounded. At length King Hettel, his head bandaged and looking pale from the loss of blood, forced his way through the throng of combatants with Hilde leaning on his arm. He threw his arm round Wade, while she did the same thing to her father, and entreated them both to make peace for her sake. Wild Hagen was touched by his daughter's words. He clasped her in his arms and then held out his hand, first to Hettel and then to the grim old hero of Sturmland. Now that the battle was over, Wade went about binding the wounds of all whom he found, whether of Irish or Hegeling birth, with some healing herb, of whose virtues he was well aware. In the evening there was a great feast, and next morning the warriors all went to Matea, where the marriage was to take place. A ship was sent to bring good Queen Hilde to her daughter's wedding, which was celebrated in the cathedral, with all pomp and circumstance. End of section 26. Section 27 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 27. The Hegeling Legend 3. Gudrun. King Hettel and Fair Hilde lived happily at Matea, and the men of Hegeling, Friesland, and Deitmarsh were faithful subjects, out of love and gratitude for the justice and protection afforded them by their liege lord. 2 children were born to the royal pair, Ortwin and Gudrun, both of whom were strong and blooming as Nordland roses. As the boy grew older, he was given into the charge of the hero of Sturmland, that he might learn all that it became him to know from the greatest warrior in the land. Gudrun remained at home with her parents, and was instructed by her mother, both by precept and example, in all woman's work and knowledge. So she grew up, and became celebrated in every land for her beauty, her gentleness, and her wisdom. Many noble princes came to woo her while she was yet very young. Among them was the proud, moorish king, Siegfried, gigantic in height and brown of hue. With many kings for tributaries, he felt himself so great that he feared no refusal. Queen Hilde, however, thought the hero too arbitrary in his manners and ignorant of the proper way to treat women. Hettel was of the same opinion, so he told the wooer that the maiden was too young to be able to conduct a royal household. The Moorish king returned to his distant realm in great anger and disgust. But before leaving Matea, he had bribed some faithless men with gold to keep him informed of all that went on in the land of the Hegelings. Now, at this time, King Ludwig ruled over Normandy and the neighboring lands. He was a great and warlike king. His son, Hartmut, was like his father in character, and helped him in his wars. When the latter heard of Gudrun, he determined to woo her for his wife. King Ludwig thought it a mistake, because the maiden's grandfather, Hagen, had once been his feudal superior, and had never forgiven him for having freed Normandy from the Irish yoke. Also, he believed that Queen Hilde had inherited her father's temper. The Lady Gerlind, Ludwig's queen, was of a different opinion. She thought that Hartmut was worthy of the noblest wife in Christendom, and that, if they only set about the matter in the right way, his offer would be accepted. The young warrior was pleased with his mother's counsel, so ambassadors were sent to the Hegeling court, bearing rich presents. Queen Hilde accepted the gifts with gracious courtesy, thanked the ambassadors for bringing them, and added that she supposed the Lord of Normandy wished to pay off an old debt which he owed her father as his liege lord. The warriors were kindly treated, although the king and the queen heard their message with displeasure, and said that the husband of their daughter must be of higher birth than the Lord of Normandy. The ambassadors, seeing that no good would come of their further stay, returned to Ludwig with their evil tidings. The Norman king was not much surprised at the result of the embassy, but the Lady Gerlind, whose ancestors had been powerful kings, chafed under the affront, and advised her son to avenge the insult with his sword. But the young prince had thought of another plan. He possessed strongholds and granges in Scotland, so he determined to go a-wooing himself in Scottish garb, accompanied by a large train of attendants. He was a hero, learned in all knightly duties, tall, manly, and strikingly handsome. He was accustomed to ladies' smiles, and to meet with kindness from women wherever he went, so he never for a moment doubted his power of winning the love of the Princess Gudrun. The ships were manned, a favourable wind filled the sails, but soon fell again, and the voyage was a very slow one. Meanwhile, another suitor had arrived at Matea. This was bold Herwig, Lord of Zealand. He was a brave warrior, celebrated in many a victory, a faithful friend and loyal foe. Fair curls surrounded his face, and his blue eyes shone with intelligence. The maiden and he soon learned to understand each other, and before a word of love was spoken, each knew the other's feelings. When Hartmut arrived, in the guise of a Scottish prince, he soon discovered what was going on. A favourable chance led Hartmut to the garden one day, and there he found Gudrun alone. He told her of his love, and at the same time explained who he was. She was startled, but soon recovering herself, answered that she cared for someone else. She further told him to beware how he betrayed his identity, for her father and mother regarded King Ludwig as a vassal, and his life would be in danger if they knew his name and quality. The word vassal brought an angry flush to the young hero's cheeks. He did not, however, betray his feelings, but took leave of the maid in seemly fashion, and, after saying farewell to the king and queen, set sail for his own land. Herwig lingered on at the palace in the hope that he might find some opportunity of seeing and speaking to the princess alone. But, whether by accident or because the queen prevented it, he never found his opportunity. So he went boldly to the king and made a formal offer for Gudrun's hand. Hettel listened to him calmly and told him that the maiden was too young to marry. This, however, was merely an excuse, for he really thought the king of Zealand was too poor a match for his peerless daughter. Herwig found no rest at home. He assembled his forces, and prepared to invade the land of the Hegelings. His army only consisted of 3,000 warriors, but they were one and all tried men of valor, on whom he could rely. Hettel was totally unprepared for the invasion. His heroes were at their own homes or scattered abroad, but he collected what men he could and went out against the foe. Soon the clang of arms sounded on the strand, and the battle began. It raged fiercely for a long time. At length Queen Hilde, taking Gudrun with her, and followed by her ladies, descended to the place of combat, and spoke so wisely that she soon induced the men to put up their weapons and make peace. Hettel was so much pleased with the boldness and valor displayed by Hervik that he consented to receive him as his son-in-law, but stipulated that the marriage should not take place for a year. Hervik spent some time at Matea in company with certain other warriors, and at midsummer, young Ortwin and several of his friends received their swords at the hand of old Wade of Sturmland, who bade them act in all things so as to be soon worthy of the honor of knighthood. At the jousts that followed, the young men's prowess gladdened their teacher's heart, but the rejoicings came to a sudden end through the arrival of some wounded men from Zealand, who brought news that the Moorish king Siegfried had fallen upon the island and was laying the country waste. Hettel determined to send troops to help Hervik against the Moors, but the king of Zealand would not wait until they could be summoned. He set out at once, saying that they could follow, and he would meantime go and show his people that he had not deserted them. Hervik landed in a small bay. His heart was wrung when he saw the devastation caused by the cruel Moor, and he knew that he was not strong enough to offer him battle. But he was not idle for all that. He and his 3,000 followers separated into companies, cut off isolated bands of freebooters, and harassed the enemy as much as they could. So matters went on for days and weeks. At length, the Hegeling fleet arrived with Hettel and his heroes. A great battle was fought by sea and land, but although the Moors suffered terrible loss, both in men and ships, it was by no means a decisive battle. Siegfried knew that he had now no hope of winning the victory in open war, but still he trusted to the chapter of accidents to get him out of his difficulties, and he did not hope in vain. Whilst King Hettel and his heroes were fighting in Zealand, Hartmut, with a large Norman army, had fallen upon the land of the Hegelings. Ludwig had accompanied his son. Together they had stormed the palace at the head of the men, had taken it, and had carried away the Princess Gudrun and her maidens, amongst whom was Hildburg, granddaughter of that Hildburg whom Hagen found on the Griffin Strand. The first messenger, who brought the news of the Norman invasion, was soon followed by a second, with tidings of the storming of the castle and the carrying off of Gudrun. The first thought in every mind was to set off in pursuit of the robbers. King Hettel sent to offer terms to Siegfried, telling him at the same time of what had chanced, and the Moorish king immediately offered to help to rescue the princess, so an alliance was concluded between Hettel, Hervik, and Siegfried without more ado. This being settled, they turned their attention to the ships. But great was their despair when they found that most of them had been burnt in the fight, and of those that remained, very few were seaworthy. Hervik and his men would have started alone in the few vessels that remained, but Irold the Frisian stopped them by drawing their attention to a fleet that was already approaching the shore. The masts and flags of the coming ships all bore the signs of the cross, and on deck were figures in long grey garments, with the staff of peace in their hands. "They are pilgrims going to the Holy Sepulchre," said Horan the minstrel. The pilgrims disembarked and pitched their tents on the strand to enjoy a little rest after their long and toilsome voyage. "Necessity knows no law," said Wade. "These pious men must put off their journey for a little. They have plenty of time to do their penance in. Let us borrow their vessels and provisions. If we return, we can reward them richly for the enforced loan." Horrend and Fruit warned their friends that such a deed would surely bring its punishment. The pilgrims raised their hands in piteous entreaty, all in vain. King Hettel decided to take the ships, and Wade and Hervik voted with him. So the heroes sailed over the high seas in pursuit of the Normans in ships that bore the cross as their pennon. After many days' sail, they saw before them a low flat island called Volpensand, and on it a great army was encamped, upon whose banner was depicted a raven with widespread wings, the ensign of the Normans. They were able to get quite close to the land, thanks to the pilgrim ships, before their real character was discovered. But no sooner was it known than the Normans sprang to their feet and, shouting their battle cry, stood ready to defend themselves. The battle began. Lances and arrows filled the air, and many a deed of desperate valor was done on either side. Darkness alone put an end to the fight. The victory was undecided. It was a dark and cloudy night, and the flickering watchfires alone threw any light upon the scene. Then it was the King Hettel challenged Ludwig to single combat, telling him that he should always regard him as a coward if he did not at once arm him for the fray. Ludwig accepted the challenge, and came out to meet the king. Many a shrewd blow did the heroes exchanged before Ludwig at length gave his adversary his death wound. Seeing their leader fall, the Hegelings rushed forward shouting their battle cry, and a general engagement took place in the darkness. None could tell friend from foe, and many a brave warrior fell under his comrade's spear. The leaders on either side ordered the horns to blow the recall, and the two armies took up their position at a greater distance from each other than before. Knowing the vengeance the Hegelings would take on the following day, the Normans thought prudence the better part of valor, and set sail for home under cover of the night, taking their prisoners with them, for they were on their way home from Hegeling land. At daybreak, old Wade called his men to be up and doing. Great was the astonishment of all when they found their enemy flown. Wade and Herwig were keen to follow the Normans without loss of time, but Fruit and Murung advised them to be prudent. They reminded them of the numbers of men they had lost, and advised that they should go home and wait till the young men, who were growing up, should be old enough to bear arms. The wisdom of this advice was recognized by all. Hedwig alone felt indignant, but he was powerless to act unaided, so he returned to Zealand to work for his people until the time should come to renew the expedition. Queen Hilde was sad at heart when she saw the Hegelings return vanquished, and without either her husband or daughter. But what could she do? She was only a weak woman, unable to wield a sword, to avenge Hettel, or to save Gudrun. Horand, Murung, and Ireland mourned the dead king with her, but old Wade chid them for women, and bade them rouse themselves, and teach the youth of the land all warlike accomplishments, to the end that they might win the day when the time for vengeance came. End of section 27. Section 28 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER, Section 28. The Hegeling Legend 4. Queen Gerlind. Meanwhile, the Norman fleet had reached its destination. Queen Gerlind, her gentle daughter Otrun, their ladies, and many of the citizens of Cassian went down to the harbor to welcome the heroes home. After they had greeted the kings, Otrun hastened to sad Gudrun's side, and embracing her, told her to be of good courage. Gudrun was touched by the maiden's kindness, though it could not stop her tears. But when Queen Gerlind would have kissed her, she recoiled from her touch, for the sharp-featured woman with the bold, glittering eyes seemed to her a spiteful snake, ready to dart on his prey and crush it in his coils. "Hey, pretty puppet," said the offended queen. "What, so shy? But you'll soon grow tame under my training." She would have said more, but Hartmut interposed, saying that Gudrun was to be his wife when the days of mourning for her father were over. He then offered the princess his arm, and sorely against her will, she had to enter the palace side by side with him. Some of the townsfolk watching her said, "How beautiful she is," to which others made answer, "But how sad." Days and weeks passed on. Hartmut did his best to win fair Gudrun's love, but all his efforts were vain. One day he asked her why she would not love him, and she replied that he was a great and noble warrior, well worthy of a woman's love, but she was betrothed to Herwig, and would never break her troth. Queen Gerlind was not of so patient a disposition as her son. She was determined to break Gudrun's proud spirit and force her to consent to marry Hartmut. At first she tried soft words and flattering speeches, but, finding these of no avail, she had recourse to sterner measures, though she waited till her son had left home on a warlike expedition. Before going he confided Gudrun to his mother's care, telling her she might try to tame the wild bird in any fashion she liked that was not inconsistent with the maiden's royal dignity. No sooner was Hartmut gone than Queen Gerlind set to work. She made Gudrun dress like a servant, and then set her and her maidens to cook and sweep, and do all the hardest work in the palace. Gudrun bore her wrongs in patient silence. Her soft hands were blistered with scrubbing pots and pans and doing other kitchen work, with which she was busied from early morning till late at night. The queen would sometimes ask her viciously if she would not rather wear the Norman crown than continue to slave in that manner, but she answered gently that she would keep her troth. So she did all that was given to her to do, through the hot summer days and in the icy cold of winter, without uttering a single murmur at her hard fate. Year after year she lived this wretched life. At length Hartmut came home victorious from his wars. He greeted his father, mother, and sister with warm affection, and then looked round for Gudrun. When he saw her dressed in coarse clothing and doing hard work, he was very angry with his mother for her ill treatment of the girl. He begged Gudrun to forgive what was past and gone and grant him her love, trying to rouse her ambition by dwelling on the wealth and greatness of the kingdom he offered to share with her. But Gudrun answered that a noble-minded woman could love but once and never again. So he left her, but took care to protect her from Gerlind's malice. Gudrun was restored to her former position and slept that night in her old room. Next morning, when she awoke, she found the Princess Ortrun, whom she had not seen for a long time, bending over her. The two girls spent the summer together and learned to love each other warmly. As autumn came on, Gudrun thought that her friend looked graver and sadder than her wont, and asked her the reason of the change. Ortrun then confessed that as Gudrun had not given way to Hartmut's entreaties, but remained obdurate as ever, Gerlind intended to separate her daughter from the Hegeling princess. While the two girls were talking, Hartmut joined them and said, "Lady Gudrun, the warrior to whom you plighted your troth is not worthy of your love. Otherwise he would not have allowed so many years to pass without coming in search of you at the head of his men. He has forgotten you and is most likely married to another." "You do not know him, noble hero," answered Gudrun. "Death alone, which loses all bonds, could separate us." "What if he has fallen in battle, or has died of some illness?" asked the young king. "Then he shall find me faithful when I join him where there is no more parting," replied the princess, with a look of courageous resolve. So Hartmut took leave of her, and again went away to try and forget her amid the excitement of battle. When he was gone, Queen Gerlind once more deposed Gudrun from her high estate and sent her to wash the clothes, making her work from early morning till late at night, and threatening her with the rod if she were lazy. But the princess worked too hard to give her an excuse for inflicting this last indignity. More years passed on, and at length Hartmut returned victorious as at first. He spoke to Gudrun, but found her faithful as ever to Hervik. Gerlind, after this, was harder than ever to Gudrun. The other Hegeling maidens were given lighter tasks than she. They had to spin and card flax and wool, while their beloved mistress had to wash the clothes all the cold winter through, and often, on her return from the shore, she sank into an exhausted sleep on her straw pallet, without having the strength first to take off her wet garments. At last matters came to such a pass that her cousin Hildburg could hold her peace no longer, and asked the queen how she dared treat a princess with such cruelty and disrespect, upon which Gerlind set her to join her mistress in her work. This was just what Hildburg wanted. Her great desire was to be with her mistress, to cheer and comfort her, and lighten her toil. Still, Gudrun had often to go down to the shore alone when Hildburg was busy at the castle. On one of these occasions, she saw a swan come swimming over the sea. O swan, had I thy wings, I would soar into the sky and hie me to my home. While she spoke, the swan dived into the sea, and in its place up came a mermaid. O heart long tried and true, thy grief shall pass away, thy lover and thy kindred live, and lo, they hasten to thy rescue. So saying, the mermaid dived, and again the white swan floated on the wave. He spread his wings and rose in the air, flew 3 times round the princess and sang, True love on the earth may yet be found, true hearts that never roam. Lo, through the breakers' foam, 'tis thy warrior's bark o'er the wave doth bound, to lead this true love home. It was well for Gudrun that she had this secret hope to support her, for Gerlind's cruelty grew daily more intolerable. The princess and Hildburg were forced to wash the clothes on the seashore, dressed in simple linen shifts and without shoes. When they begged for shoes, the cold was so terrible, their taskmistress gave them insulting words, and threatened to scourge them with thorns if their day's work were not finished by evening. Trembling with cold in the cutting east wind, and their beautiful hair blowing about their faces, they worked on busily. Suddenly they saw a boat gliding swiftly along the shore, rowed by 2 warriors in full armor. The maidens, ashamed of their insufficient clothing, would have fled, but the men called them to stop, and tell them what castle that was on the height above. When they added that they would throw the linen into the sea unless they received an answer, the girls came back, and as they did so, Gudrun whispered, See, it is Hervik. I know him well, but he has forgotten me. And in good truth the hero was unaware that his long-lost bride stood there before him. But no sooner had she pushed her fluttering hair back from her face than he recognized her, hastened to her, and clasped her in his arms. When the other warrior opened his visor, Gudrun exclaimed, Ortwin, and threw herself into her brother's arms. Then Ortwin turned to her companion and said, taking her hand in his, It is you, Hildburg. Do not be ashamed to confess that you and I have long loved each other, and would have been openly betrothed years ago, had not the Normans carried you off. They then exchanged a kiss of betrothal. Hervik wished to take the 2 girls away with them at once, but Ortwin would not consent. He said they must come openly on the morrow for Gudrun and Hildburg, who should never run away secretly from their captors. The 2 girls stood on the shore watching the boat as long as it was in sight. At length, Hildburg, in startled accent, begged her friend to help her to finish the washing, but Gudrun answered proudly that the days of her slavery were over, and, so saying, she cast one garment after another into the sea, and watched them floating away on the waves with a smile, while poor Hildburg tremblingly remembered that they were still in the power of the Norman queen. When they reached the castle, Gerlind came down to meet them, asking why they were so early, and what they had done with the linen. Gudrun answered that the work was too hard for them, and that she had thrown the clothes into the sea, where Queen Gerlind's men might find them yet, if she did not delay too long in sending out boats. The queen was dumb with astonishment when she heard the gentle, patient Gudrun speak to her in such a manner. But soon recovering herself, she called her bondwomen to fetch thorny rods and beat the maidens for their insolence. The women hastened to do as they were desired, but Gudrun called to them to stop, telling them to touch her at their peril, for she would be their queen on the morrow. And will you really marry Hartmut? Asked Gerlind joyfully. I fear there is some trick in this. Bring the king here, said Gudrun. I would speak with him. The queen went thoughtfully to her son and said, Hartmut, the obstinate girl has given in at last, and has consented to be your wife, but— No but, cried the hero. She consents. Mother, I must hear her say so with her own lips. And he hastened from the room. When he saw Gudrun, he would have clasped her in his arms, but she signed him not to approach her, telling him that she could not listen to him in the abode of her misery, but that next morning, in the full light of day, and in presence of all the warriors, she would receive and give the bridal ring. Hartmut now gave orders that Gudrun should be provided with all that was necessary for the comfort and well-being of the future queen, and that her maidens should be restored to her. His orders were fulfilled. The princess and Hildburg kept their secret well. It was not till the Hegeling maidens were all safe in their sleeping chamber that they heard of the arrival of Ortwin and Herwig. End of section 28. Section 29 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakmola. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 29. The Hegeling Legend 5. Battle and Victory. Before daybreak, one of the maidens stationed herself at the window and gazed anxiously over the sea. After some time, she saw vessels full of armed men approaching the shore, and, with difficulty restraining a cry of joy, she wakened her mistress and told her the good news. Not long after, the alarm was given from the tower, where the sleepy watchman had just woke up. Queen Gerlind had her wits about her more than anyone else. She did not need to be told who the enemy were, and had given the requisite orders to the garrison before Ludwig's and Hartmut's eyes were well open. But when the kings were ready, they countermanded her orders, and instead of defending the castle, marched out to meet the foe in spite of all her warnings and entreaties. Each party moved forward to meet the other in close array, and no sooner had they met than the battle began. Ortwin and Hartmut fought hand to hand, and Ortwin had well been overthrown had not bold Horan struck up the Norman spear. But he too was unable to withstand the king, and was soon afterwards carried to the rear by his men, severely wounded. Meantime, Herwig and Ludwig had met, and after a terrible combat, the latter was slain. "The king is dead!" cried his men, and they fled incontinently, pursued by the victor, strong Isolde, and Siegfried the Moor. The old hero of Sturmland pressed the advantage. His sword arm was never still for a moment, and he was always in the front rank. When the terrified Normans fled to the castle, they found, to their horror, that he was close behind them. They only got the great gate shut just in time, but wait was not to be done. He shouted to his men to bring up ladders and storming tackle, meaning to scale the wall. Harmut, ignorant of his father's death, had continued to fight bravely till he saw that the Normans were flying. He then retreated slowly to the castle with his immediate followers. Looking up at the battlements, he saw Queen Gerlind giving a man a naked sword, and pointing the fierce earnestness to the woman's apartment in the castle. He knew his mother, and feared that she was telling the man to go and murder the Hegeling women, so he exclaimed in a loud voice of command, "Coward! If you raise your hand to murder any woman, I will have you hung before sunset." The man let the sword fall to the ground and slunk away. At this moment, Hartmut, to his intense amazement, caught sight of old Wait at the castle gate. He looked round for help, but Ludwig was nowhere to be seen. On every side waved the banners of the Hegelings and their allies, and their foremost men were fast closing round him and his little band. Hartmut was too brave to fly. He prepared to defend himself to the last. The Lord of Sturmland now came forward to attack him, and although he fought desperately, it had gone ill with him if Herwig had not thrown himself in the old warrior's way and pleaded for his rival's life. In the heat of the conflict, Wade did not notice who it was that addressed him. He brought down one of his sledgehammer blows on Herwig's head, and the king of Zealand was stretched unconscious on the ground beside many a dead and dying Norman. This restored the wild lord of Sturmland to his senses. Leaving Hartmut alone, he bent over his friend, and, to his joy, discovered him to be whole and sound. As soon as Herwig was on his feet again, Wade asked, "What devil possessed you to make me spare the life of that Norman robber?" "No devil at all," replied Herwig. "The noble Gudrun loves the Princess Otrun, and, for her sake, begged that Hartmut's life should be spared." "Women, women!" cried the old warrior. "They are all alike. They have soft hearts, as easily moved as a fleecy cloud is blown by the breeze. But now let us haste, and trap the she-wolf in her lair." At length the castle gate was burst open, and the hero of Sturmland cut his way through the small crowd of defenders to the women's apartments. There he found Gudrun surrounded by all the frightened women in the palace, while Ortrun and Gerlind knelt at her feet and entreated her protection. "Where is the she-wolf?" shouted Wait. "Speak, Gudrun, and you others!" He was awful to look upon, with his grim, stern face, his armor and sword dripping with the blood of his enemies. But Gudrun did not quail, nor did she utter a single word to betray the cruel woman who had used her so badly. She sat still and quiet, full of a gentle dignity, and looked at the angry old man without blenching. He cast a quick glance round the room in search of Gerlind, and as he did so, one of the maidens pointed to the queen. The moment he saw the glittering, snaky eyes, he caught Gerlind by the hair, and dragging her to the battlements, cut off her head and flung both it and the body over the wall. "Now the other," he cried, rushing up to the terrified Ortrun. "She belongs to the serpent's brood, and must share her mother's fate." But Gudrun held the maiden tightly, clasped in her arms, and told the grim warrior of all the love and tenderness that Ortrun had shown her, so Wait was fain to be satisfied with the vengeance he had already wreaked. Meanwhile the fighting outside the castle had also ceased. The Norman hero, weary to death, had surrendered with the 80 warriors that were left him. 3 days later, the victorious army went on board with their ships and set sail for the land of the Hegelings, leaving Morung and his men to garrison Cassian. Hartmut and Ortrun, with 30 of her maidens, had to accompany their conquerors. On their way, they touched Wolpensand, where Queen Hilde had had a minster built, and the bones of those who fell in the old fight buried, and there the heroes gave solemn thanks for the great victory. Ortrun sat alone in the churchyard, looking at the graves. She thought of her slain father, and wished that she too were at rest. But Gudrun, coming up to her, took her by the hand and led her to the Moorish king, Siegfried, who desired to gain her love. During the remainder of the voyage, Gudrun managed to throw them much together and delighted in telling Ortrun of Siegfried's noble and warlike deeds. In the meantime, Queen Hilde and Hergerd, Herwig's sister, often sat together at a window overlooking the sea. The Hegeling army must soon return. But how would it return? And would Gudrun have kept her troth? Hilde was not so hopeful as her young companion, for she was more used to sorrow. One day, when they were at the window as usual, Hergerd saw the fleet appear in the distance, and, uttering a cry of joy, told Queen Hilde that their friends were coming back. Before the queen and her ladies could get down to the shore, Wait had already landed. On seeing the queen, he at once told her the good news. The rest of the ships were not long in arriving, and soon Hilde had the pleasure of embracing her daughter, the long-lost Gudrun. Time passed on, and joy reigned in every breast but one. Hartmut ate out his soul in sadness. Gentle Hergerd pitied him, and begged Queen Hilde to use her influence to have him set at liberty and allowed to return to his kingdom. But Hilde explained how impossible it was to let a man go free who was sure to bear them deadly enmity and attack them when he could. Hartmut one day by accident overheard Hergerd pleading for him so tenderly and so wisely that he was deeply touched. He began to think that she was, if possible, even more beautiful than Gudrun, and took the first opportunity he could find of speaking to her. It was not long before they learned to love each other. Hartmut told the queen about it, and asked for her consent to his marriage with Hergerd, which she at once granted, and, at the same time, gave him back his sword and freedom, for the husband of sweet Hergerd could never be aught else than the friend of the Hegelings. A few weeks later, a great marriage feast was held, in which 4 couples appeared before the altar to receive a priestly blessing on their vows, after which they adjourned to the banqueting hall, where all old scores were forgiven and forgotten for the sake of the happiness that now prevailed. Then the old minstrel, Horand, took up his harp and sang his last song. In it he told of the great deeds he had known, he sang of noble lives and noble deaths, of truth and constancy, and when he ceased there was not a dry eye in the hall, for even the grim lord of Sturmland was seen to dash away a tear. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 30, Part 2, Section 4, Beowulf fights with Grendel's mother. Beowulf, i.e. Beowulf, or Woodpecker. Chapter 1, Grendel. One evening, while the warriors were feasting in King Hrodgar's hall, a minstrel was called upon to sing. He tuned his harp and sang of the coming of Skuld, the son whom Odin sent to live a human life among mortal men. He told how the babe had been seen lying on a shield floating on the waves of the sea, how he had been drawn ashore and carefully tended, and how he had become a mighty king and warrior in Jutland. He sang of Skuld's glorious life, of the kingdom he had left to his children and grandchildren, and last of all he sung of Hrodgar, Skuld's most famous grandson, who, like him, was the patron of all peaceful arts, the protector of all peaceful folk, and the punisher of evildoers. Many heroes were collected round the king that night in Hirschhalle, so called from the gigantic antlers of a royal stag which, carved in stone, adorned the battlements. At length the time came for the warriors to separate for the night, and as there were too many of them to be accommodated elsewhere, beds were made up for them in the great hall. 32 brave men lay down to sleep on the couches spread for them, but next morning, when the servants came to waken them, they were gone. The room was in confusion. Here and there might be seen stains of blood and other signs of struggle. King Hrodgar came himself as soon as he heard what had chanced, and examined the place carefully to try and find out the cause of the disaster. He followed the blood-stains through the hall and out of doors, and there in the soft earth he saw the deep footprints of a giant. The whole affair was clear to him now. He knew that the monster Grendel, who had been banished the land by the aid of a great magician, had at length returned. When it became known that Grendel had come back, 10 warriors offered to keep watch in the hall and fight the giant if he tried to come in. Next morning they were gone. They had either been surprised in their sleep or had not been strong enough to withstand the monster. The Scyldings people were brave and fearless, so 12 other heroes immediately offered their services. 11 of them laid themselves down to sleep in their armour, while the 12th, a minstrel, kept watch. At midnight the giant came, smacking his great lips and slowly dragging his heavy body along. The minstrel saw and heard all that took place, but he could neither speak nor move. He was, as it were, paralyzed with fear, and at last sank back senseless. Next morning, when with infinite trouble they restored him to consciousness, he either could not or would not tell what he had seen. He picked up his arms and his harp, pointed to the stains on the floor, and strode down to the strand without a word or sign of farewell to anyone. A vessel was on the point of sailing for Gotland, so he went on board, and had soon left the ill-fated shores of Jutland behind. End of Section 30. Recording by Stephen Harvey. Section 31 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 31, Part 2, Section 4, Chapter 2. Beowulf, the Bold Diver. Hygelac, a brave and heroic man, ruled over Gothland at this time. He was surrounded by a band of famous warriors, chief among whom was his nephew Beowulf, bee-hunter, in other words, woodpecker, son of Ecgtheof. When the harper arrived in Gothland, he found that the Swedes had invaded the country, and a great battle was about to take place. A few days later the battle was fought, and would have gone badly with the Goths had it not been for the almost superhuman prowess displayed by Beowulf, who, in spite of repeated disaster, always returned to the charge. His coolness and courage kept up the spirits of his men, and at last the Swedes had to return to their own land, mourning the loss of their king and of many a valiant hero. During the feast that was given in honour of this great victory, the stranger minstrel sang to the assembled warriors of the great deeds of past and present times. He sang of Siegmund, Siegfried, the brave Volsung, and of all his adventures with giants and dragons. Then, striking yet louder chords upon his harp, he sang of Beowulf's victory, and called upon him to do yet greater things, to seek out and slay the horrible fiend of the fen, Grendel, who nightly crept into the Scyldings' hall and fed on the blood of heroes. Beowulf promised to go and try to slay the monster that had done such incredible mischief. Now one of the great lords, Bracic by name, was envious of Beowulf's fame, and proposed that they too should on the morrow go down to the sea and fight the monsters of the deep. They would then see which of them was the better man, and the one that reached the shore first after the battle was over should receive the prize of victory. It was agreed that this trial of strength should take place on the morrow, and King Hygelac promised to give the gold chain he wore round his neck to whichever one was the victor. Next morning the sun rose red in the east. The stormy sea moaned, groaned, and dashed upon the shore, as though demanding a human sacrifice. The two bold swimmers stood on the strand, arrayed in their shirts of mail, their swords in their hands. When the signal was given, they flung themselves into the raging sea, and were soon lost to sight. They kept close together, that they might come to each other's help, if hard pressed by the monsters of the deep, but were at length parted by waves which bore them in different directions. Bracic soon after found himself in calm water, where he swam about until it was time to return. Beowulf, on the contrary, was carried to a place where the waves beat fiercely against great cliffs that towered above the water, a place that swarmed with polypi, sea dragons, and horrible nixies, all lying in wait for their prey. Gigantic arms were stretched out to grasp him, but he cut them down with his sword. Monsters of every sort tried to clutch and stifle him, but he stabbed them through their scales. A nixie clasped him in his arms and would have dragged him down to his cave, but he stabbed the monster to the heart and drew him to the surface of the water. After a long struggle he again reached the open sea, and then strove with all his might to get home before the sun should quite have set. The storm was over, so that there was the less danger. Bracic was the first of the bold swimmers to reach the shore. He turned with a triumphant smile to greet Beowulf, but what was his astonishment, and that of all present, when the hero dragged the monstrous form of the nixie on the sands and stretched it out before them. The princes crowded round the hideous creature and gazed at his enormous limbs in speechless amazement. "Here is the gold chain," said the king to Bracic. "You have won it by hard labour. But my bold nephew has done even more than you, in that he has conquered and slain one of the monsters of the deep. I shall therefore give him my good sword Nailing, with the golden hilt, and the runic letters engraved in gold, that are sure to bring fortune to the possessor." Beowulf was held in high honour by the Goths, but he could not sit still, satisfied with what he had already done. He longed to free the royal palace of the Scyldings from the monster Grendel, so he presently took ship for King Hrodgar's castle, accompanied by the minstrel and 15 noble and courageous Goths. On their ship touching the strand below the fortress, the watchman asked them who they were, and what brought them to King Hrodgar's land. When he learnt their names and business, he was pleased, and sent them on to the king. Hrodgar also received them with joy and gratitude. The minstrel tuned his harp, and sang of Beowulf's heroic deeds, and prophesied that he would conquer and slay the monster of the morass. This praise made Hunford, one of the courtiers, angry and jealous. He said it was Bracic, not Beowulf, that had won the golden chain, that the Gothic hero was undertaking an enterprise that would very likely lead him to his death, and he advised him to think twice before attacking Grendel. Upon this, Beowulf exclaimed indignantly that he had won a good sword instead of the golden chain, and that it was sharp enough both to pierce the hide of the monster and to cut out a slanderous tongue. Hrodgar bade the courtier be silent, and promised the Goth that, if he were victorious, he would give him rich presents, and would enter into a firm alliance with his people. At nightfall, Hrodgar and his warriors withdrew, and serving men came into the hall to make up beds for the strangers. Beowulf felt so confident of victory that he laid aside his helmet and shirt of mail, and then gave his sword to the groom in attendance. "I intend to master Grendel with my fists," he said. "He is unarmed, and I will meet him in like fashion." Midnight came, and the fiend of the fen rose out of his hiding-place. He expected a feast that night, and, wrapping himself in a veil of mist, made his way to the palace. He entered the banqueting hall, and, at sight of the Goths, a grin of satisfaction spread over his countenance, displaying his great teeth, which resembled boar's tusks in size and shape. At the same time he stretched out his hairy hands, which were furnished with claws like those of an eagle. The warriors were all sunk in a sleep so profound as to seem like enchantment. Beowulf alone remained awake, and that only by a mighty effort. He watched the monster through his half-closed eyes, and saw him stand gloating over his intended victims, uncertain with whom to commence. At last he seemed to have made up his mind, for he hurled himself upon one of the sleepers, whom he rapidly slew, drinking his blood with evident eagerness and enjoyment. He turned next to Beowulf, but the hero seized his outstretched arm in such a firm grip that he bellowed with pain, and now began a terrible struggle between the man and the demon. The hall trembled to its foundation, and threatened every instant to fall in ruins. The sleepers awoke. They drew their swords and fell upon the monster, but their weapons glanced harmlessly off his scaly hide, and they were fain to take refuge in out-of-the-way corners, that they might not be trampled underfoot by the wrestlers. At length Grendel had to acknowledge Beowulf's mastery, and now only strove to escape. With a mighty effort he succeeded in freeing himself from the hero's grasp, but at the price of one of his arms, which, torn out at the socket, remained in his antagonist's hands. Then, with a howl of rage and pain, the demon fled back to his morass, leaving a trail of blood to mark the path by which he had gone. The Gothic hero stood in the middle of the vast hall, holding his trophy in his right hand. The rays of the rising sun streamed in at the window and lighted up his head as with a glory. His companions crowded round him and greeted him with awe and reverence. Then he fastened the trophy of his victory over the door of the hall, and having done this he returned thanks to the All-Father for having given him strength to withstand the monster. The warriors knelt round him and joined him in his praise and thanksgiving. When the Goths rose from their knees, they saw the king and his courtiers assembled in the hall, gazing in astonishment, now at them, and now at the monster's arm over the doorway. They told Hrothgar all that had happened during the night. The king was at first too much amazed to speak, but recovering himself, he desired his nephew, Hrodulf, to bring the gifts he had prepared to reward the victor. The warriors soon returned with some servants bearing the presents, which Hrothgar gave to Beowulf, with many words of gratitude for the service he had done him and the country. He then prayed the Goth to stand his friend and his son's friend as long as they all should live. After these things the king ordered a great feast to be prepared in honour of the last night's work. While this was being done, Hunford came forward and said, "Noble Beowulf, I wronged you yesterday evening by my scornful speech, which I never would have made had I known what you were. Will you accept my sword, Hrunting? It was made by dwarfs, and the blade was hardened in dragon's blood, and in taking it, will you grant me your forgiveness and friendship?" The two heroes shook hands in token of their reconciliation and went together to the feast. When the feast was over, and the warriors sat over their wine-cups, the minstrel sang of Beowulf's victory over Grendel, and of the alliance which had that day been concluded between the Goths and the Scyldings. When the song was finished, Queen Walchthelf filled the goblets of all present. To Beowulf she presented a golden cup, telling him to keep it in remembrance of her, together with a ring and a necklace that she put in his hand, saying they were the same that Haymon, in the olden time, stole from the Brocing, or Harlung, treasure. "Wear them," she added, "for our sakes, but also for your own, that you may come whole and victorious out of all the battles you will have to fight during a long life." Beowulf thanked the queen in seemly fashion, and then the lady Walchthelf retired. While the king and his men, and Beowulf and his friends, retired to the royal apartments, beds were spread in the hall for many warriors who, no longer fearing a one-armed Grendel, had now flocked to the palace and filled it to overflowing. The night, however, was not to pass as quietly as was hoped. End of section 31. Recording by Stephen Harvey.
Section 32 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Marie. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 32, Part 2, Section 4, Chapter 3. The She-Wolf of the Sea. At midnight a great column of water rose in the midst of the sea, and out of it came a gigantic woman, whose face was as grey as her garments. Her eyes shone like coals of fire, her bristly hair stood up on end, and her long bony arms were stretched out as though in search for prey. It was Grendel's mother, who had come to avenge her son. She came up out of the sea, crossed the morass, and entered the great hall. There she slew one warrior after another, in spite of their resistance, and slaked her thirst with their warm blood. Deep was the sorrow of both king and people next day when they heard of the new misery that had come upon the land. Then Beowulf said that the cause of all this wretchedness was Grendel's mother, and that she would never cease to persecute the Skjoldungs as long as she lived. The only thing to be done was to seek her out in her own place, and there to slay her. This he was prepared to do. He begged Hroðgar to send the treasures that he and the queen had given him to his uncle Hygelac, king of Gothland, should he fall in his struggle with the giantess. The whole party then went down to the shore, and Beowulf, wading into the sea, sought to find the road leading to the monster's dwelling. Finding that it was a longer way than he had imagined, he came back to the shore and took leave of his friends, who one and all entreated him to give up the enterprise, but in vain. "Wait for me 2 days and nights," he said, "and if I do not then return, you may know that I have been conquered by the merwoman, but that is a matter that is in the hands of the gods alone, in whom I trust." Having thus spoken, the hero tore himself away from his weeping friends, and plunged into the raging sea with all his armour on, and with Hunford's good sword at his side. He swam a long way. At last he saw a light deep down in the water. Her dwelling must be here, he thought. May the gods have me in their keeping. He dived down, down, down to the bottom of the sea. Many a monster and strange shape snapped at him as he shot past, but his coat of mail was proof against their teeth. Suddenly he felt himself caught, as though with hooks, and dragged along so swiftly that he could scarcely breathe. In another moment he found himself in the crystal hall of a submarine palace, and face to face with the antagonist he had sought. Then began a terrible struggle. Beowulf and the giantess wrestled together for life and death. The walls of the palace shook so that they threatened to fall. The two wrestlers fell to the ground, Beowulf the undermost. The merwoman pulled out a sharp knife to cut his throat, but Wieland's armour was too well made to give way, and Beowulf struggled to his feet again. The giantess then drew a monstrous sword, so heavy that few mortal men could have wielded it. But, before she could use it, Beowulf made an unexpected spring upon her, and wrenched the sword out of her hand. He clutched it firmly in both hands, and, swinging it with all his strength, he cut off the woman's head. He felt so exhausted with his labours that he rested a while, leaning on his sword. After a few minutes he looked about him, and saw Grendel lying dead on a couch of seaweed. He cut off his head, meaning to take it with him as a sign of victory. But no sooner had he done so than the blood began to flow from the monster's body in a great gurgling stream. Then it mixed with that of his mother, and flowed out of the entrance door into the sea. The blade of the giantess's sword melted in it, and vanished as completely as ice in the rays of the sun. The golden hilt of the sword and Grendel's head were the only booty that Beowulf brought with him out of the depths of the sea. His friends were collected on the shore, their hearts filled with a deadly anxiety, for they had seen the sea reddened with blood, and knew not whose it was. So when the hero appeared, they received him with acclamation. Hroðgar and his people could find no words that would fitly express their gratitude to the hero who had saved the land from two such foes as Grendel and his mother. And when Beowulf and his warriors set out on their journey home, they were laden with blessings and gifts of all kinds. Hygelac received his nephew with great delight, and listened to the tale of his adventures in speechless amazement and ecstasy. End of section 32. Section 33 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Marie. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 33, Part 2, Section 4, Chapter 4. Beowulf is made king. Many years passed away in peace and quiet. At last the Frisians made a Viking raid on Gothland, burning defenceless granges and cottages. Before King Hygelac could reach the place of their depredation and offer them battle, they had taken to their ships again and were far away. The king determined to make a descent upon Friesland and punish the marauders. He would not listen to Beowulf when he advised him to delay till better preparations could be made for the onslaught. The Goths landed in Friesland without opposition, and marching into the country, revenged themselves by burning many a farmstead and taking many a castle and township. Now the Frisians were a free and warlike people, whose heroes had played an honourable part in the great Bravalla fight. The time had come for them to preserve their homes and liberty, which they did not shun to make ready for battle. A murderous engagement took place between them and their Gothic invaders, in which the latter were defeated and obligated to fly to their ships, terror-stricken by the loss of their king. Beowulf and the noblest of the warriors alone stood their ground, and, although severely wounded, did not join in the retreat until they had rescued and carried off Hygelac's body. Then the conquered army set sail for Gothland. Queen Haed was at first so overwhelmed with sorrow for the loss of her husband that she could give no thought to matters of the state, but after a time she roused herself from her grief and began to consider what was best for the nation. It was well that she did so, for while she was still wrapped up in her sorrow, the barons had been quarrelling among themselves and creating much disturbance. The royal widow therefore called a meeting of the notables, and standing up before the assembly, spoke of the anarchy into which the country was falling, and said that as her son Herdred was too young to govern the kingdom and preserve it from civil or foreign war, she strongly advised that Beowulf should be made king. The notables all cheered and shouted that Beowulf should be their king, but the hero came forward and said, "And do you really think, ye men of Gothland, that I would rob the child of my uncle and friend of his rights and honours? May the gods, the avengers of all evil, preserve me from such a crime. Here," he cried, lifting the young Hardred on his shield and holding him aloft, "here is our king. I will be his faithful guardian and will act in his name till he is old enough and wise enough to take the reins of government into his own hands." Nobody ventured to remonstrate with Beowulf. Indeed, they all knew that remonstrance would be in vain, and so the matter was settled. Years passed on, and Beowulf kept his word. He ruled the kingdom with a strong hand and with absolute justice, and with the help of Queen Haed educated the young king with so much wisdom that when the sovereign power was placed in his hands, there was every hope that he would use it for his people's good. But Herdred was not long to rule over the Goths. Like his former guardian and teacher Beowulf, the king was of a frank and honest nature, and trustful of all who had not shown themselves as enemies. So when Eanmund and Eadielis, the sons of Ultere, king of Swithiod, came to him as fugitives, he received them with all kindness. He often tried to make them see that they had been wrong in rebelling against their father, and offered to arrange matters with him on their behalf. One day, when he was speaking to them very earnestly on this subject, Eanmund, a passionate, hot-tempered man, told him that he was too young to advise a tried warrior like him. Hardred sharply told him to remember to whom he was speaking, and Eanmund, completely losing the little self-control he ever had, drew his sword and stabbed his royal host to the heart. Young Wihstan, Weohstan, at once avenged the king's murder by slaying Eanmund. But Eadielis fled back to Swithiod, and soon after succeeded his father on the throne. The Gothic Althing, the assembly of all the free men of the nation, was called together as soon as Hardred's murder was made known, and by a unanimous vote Beowulf was elected king in his cousin's stead. He accepted the offer, and swore to rule his people justly. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 34, Part the Second, Section 4, Chapter 5. The Fight with the Dragon. When Hardred's death was noised abroad, several of the neighboring peoples made raids upon Gothland, but Beowulf kept so strict a watch on the borders that the enemy was beaten back at all points. Scarcely was the country freed from the attacks of these sea-wolves when Eadgils, king of Swithiod, came at the head of a large army to avenge his brother's death. The Goths and Swedes met, and fought a murderous battle in which many men were slain, and among them King Eadgils. After the death of their king, the Swedes retired to their ships and sailed back to their own land. The consequence of this victory was a lasting peace. No Vikings dared attack the well-defended shores of Gothland, and but few quarrels arose among the nobles to disturb the internal peace of the realm. Beowulf ruled the land with great justice and wisdom. No one entreating his help was ever sent empty away, and no act of tyranny remained unpunished. 40 years or more passed after this fashion. The hero had grown an old man, and hoped that the national peace and happiness would last as long as he lived. But he was to be rudely awakened from this dream. An enemy attacked Gothland, against whom all weapons and armies were useless. This was how it happened. A dishonest slave, who feared discovery and punishment at his master's hands, fled from home, and took refuge in a wild, rocky place. When he got there, he looked about for some cave in which he might take up his abode. Coming to one, he entered, but found it already tenanted by an immense dragon, which lay stretched on the ground asleep. Behind it, at the back of the cave, were treasures of all sorts. The man looked greedily at the shining mass of jewels and gold, and thought in his heart, "If I had but a few of these treasures, I could buy my freedom, and need no longer fear my master." This idea made him bold. He slipped softly past the monster, and stole a golden pot, the knob on whose lid was formed of a shining carbuncle. He escaped safely, and going back to his master, bought his freedom. Neither of the men had the slightest notion of the harm this deed would bring down upon the land. The dragon, which had watched over its hoard for hundreds of years, and knew each costly thing by heart, saw at once that it had been robbed. At nightfall it crept out of its hole to look for traces of the thief. Finding none, it lifted up its voice and howled so loud that the earth shook. At the same time, flames issued from its mouth and burnt up granges and homesteads far and wide. The men who sought to put out the fire fell victims to its fury, or else were dragged into the monster's cave, where they perished miserably. This happened night after night. The devastation had no end. Many brave warriors went out against the dragon and tried to kill it, but none of them could withstand the fiery blasts with which the creature defended itself. The old king heard the story of these events with infinite sorrow. He determined himself to attack the monster, and when his friends remonstrated with him on his rashness, he replied that it was his duty to defend his people from all their enemies, and that the gods would help him. He further announced that he would have fought the dragon unarmed, as he had done the monster Grendel, the son of the sea witch, but that he feared he could not make his way through the flames without such protection. He therefore had a shield made 3 times as thick as usual, and so large that it covered him completely. This done, he chose 11 of his bravest warriors to be his comrades in this adventure, among them Vikstein, the man who avenged King Hardred's death. Beowulf and his companions set out on their journey, and in due course arrived at the dragon's cave, out of which there flowed a brook whose waters were made boiling hot by the monster's fiery breath. The king bade his friends wait a little way off, until they saw whether he needed their help, and then, advancing to the mouth of the cave, he called the dragon to come forth. The great beast came out at his call, and a terrible struggle ensued. both combatants were hidden from view in a dense cloud of smoke and fire. The rocks trembled and shook at the bellowing of the monster, which at the same time slashed out with its tail, whose blows felt like a sledgehammer both in sound and regularity. For a moment, the smoke and flames were blown aside by a puff of wind, and Beowulf's comrades saw that the dragon had just seized their king in its great jaws. They could not bear the sight, and 10 of them slipped aside and strove to hide behind rocks and trees. But the 11th, brave Vikstand, hastened to help his master. His shield was burnt up in a twinkling, and he was obliged to seek shelter behind the king. Both heroes seemed lost. The dragon tore down Beowulf's iron shield and caught him a second time in its great jaws, crushing him between its teeth with such force that the iron rings of his coat of mail cracked like so much crockery, though they had been forged by Wieland himself. Then Vikstand seized his opportunity when the beast's head was raised, the better to champ his prey, and plunged his sword into the fleshy part of its throat under the lower jaw. Upon this the dragon dropped the king, and encircled both its adversaries with its tail. But Beowulf at the same time made a lunge at its open mouth, driving his weapon so deep that the point came out at the dragon's throat. After that they soon dispatched the monster, and then threw themselves on a ledge of rock, panting and exhausted. When they had recovered a little, the heroes loosened their armor, and Vikstand saw that blood was oozing slowly from under the king's gorget. He wanted to bind up the slight wound, but Beowulf forbade him, saying that it would be useless, as the hurt had been given by the dragon's tooth, and the poison was already in his veins. "I must die," he added, "but I go to my forefathers without sadness, though I am the last of my race, for my wife has given me no son and heir. I can look back on my past life with pleasure, for I have wronged no man, but have shown justice to all." He then asked Vikstand to fetch him a drink of water, and afterwards to bring him the treasure out of the dragon's cave, that he might see with his own eyes the last gift he should ever make to his people. His commands were obeyed, and a few minutes later he had passed away quietly and peacefully. Vikstand gazed at him in silent grief. Beowulf had been his dearest friend, and he felt that, with his death, his last tie to life was loosed. Meanwhile, the 10 warriors had come out of their hiding places, when they had found that all danger was over. On seeing what had chanced, they raised their voices in mourning, but Vikstand bade them hold their peace, or if they must weep, at least to weep for their own cowardice, and not for the hero who had died at his post. He then advised them to make the best of their way to other lands, as he could not answer for their lives when the Goths became aware of the way in which they had deserted their king in his hour of need. With bowed heads and shame-stricken faces, the men turned away. They departed out of Gothland and sought to hide their heads in countries where their names were unknown. The body of Beowulf was borne to his funeral pile on the height called Hronsnes, and there burnt amid the tears and sorrow of a nation. When the funeral rites had all been performed, the great treasure was taken back to the dragon's cave, for the Goths would have none of the gold their beloved king had won for them in his death. So it still lies hidden in the heart of the earth, as in the olden time when the dragon guarded it from mortal ken. If it is useless to men, it is at all events not hurtful. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Lane. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 35. Part 3, Section 1, Chapter 1, The Children of Haymon. Haymon. Safe and victorious, Karl the Great, Charlemagne, king of the Franks, had returned from Hungary. He had conquered the wild Avars, destroyed their strongholds, and come back to Paris with much booty. High festival was being held in the royal palace, for the king was busied dividing the newly conquered country into counties and baronies amongst those of his warriors whom he thought best fitted for such responsible charge. While thus employed, Lord Hugh of Dordogne came forward and asked the king if he had forgotten the faithful services rendered him by Count Haymon of Dordogne, that he had not mentioned his appointment to any of the new fiefs. Karl at once replied that he had not forgotten Haymon, but he considered that bold warrior had already fiefs enough and to spare. Indeed, if he gave him more, it would only make him think himself as powerful as his master, and might even tempt him to throw off his allegiance to the Frankish crown. "He is a faithful vassal, sire," answered Hugh, "as true as a sword to its sheath. But if he is given a lower position than meaner men, he may in good truth forget his oath of allegiance, and fight for his rights. Did he do so, he would not lack aid from many a trusty comrade." As he spoke, the hero touched his sword significantly. The king's wrath was so roused by the boldness of this speech that he drew his sword, and next moment the good lord's head was severed from his body at one blow. The courtiers drew back in speechless horror, and Haymon, who came in at that instant, asked one of the bystanders what had happened. When he heard the reason of the king's murderous deed, he turned sharp round upon his heel, and went out without further word or greeting. As soon as he reached his own castle, he gathered his friends about him, and declared war against his liege lord. No great battle was fought, but continual conflict raged between the contending parties. The country was laid waste, and the peasantry suffered terribly. Haymon was able to move about from place to place with such incredible swiftness that people began to say he rode a magic horse, gifted with the speed of lightning and the wit of man. The war lasted for years, till at last King Karl came with a large army and besieged the castle of the rebel count. One morning, when matters were in this position, Haymon went to the stables as usual with a feed of oats for his favourite horse, but the stall was empty. The good steed Bayard was gone. Haymon was in despair. He was just considering whether it was worth while carrying on such a hopeless war, when his cousin Malagus, a small, insignificant-looking man with a long beard, came to him, and told him that he knew for certain that the devil had carried off the horse, and had hidden it in Mount Vulcanus, which is near the mouth of hell. He further promised to go and fetch it in spite of all difficulties. Then, without waiting for a word of thanks or warning, the little man turned and left the count. When he got outside the castle gate, Malagus pulled a small bag of powdered hellebore from his pocket. He sprinkled a good deal of it in the air, and the wind carried it over the besiegers' camp. A general fit of sneezing suddenly infected the whole army. While the men-at-arms were thus sneezing and calling out "God bless you" to each other, Malagus quietly walked through their lines and pursued his journey to Mount Vulcanus. He reached the foot of the great mountain in safety, and saw smoke and flames issuing from its top. He at once went in search of the ruler of the world of fire, greeted him courteously, and introduced himself as a great necromancer who had come to offer his valuable services to his satanic majesty. The devil answered sarcastically that he was accustomed to hear the followers of the black art vaunt their powers and wisdom, but, as he was curious to see what the stranger could really do, he would give him a chance of showing off. "You must know, fellow," he continued, "that I have always hitherto ridden on the storm wind, but I find that too great an exertion now. I am grown too old for that sort of thing. So I looked out for a good horse and managed to find one fleet enough to satisfy me. I therefore took possession of it and brought it here. I thought that I should now be able to ride through the world of men more at my ease than before, but—" and here he sighed deeply, and blue flames issued from his mouth as he did so. "If I were not the devil myself, I should say that that horse was an incarnation of Satan. He will not even let me mount him. I have therefore put him into the volcano, hoping to tame him in that manner. I have kept awake for months to look after this work myself, but hitherto without effect. Will you take my place while I enjoy a little nap?" "Well spoken, great king," said Malagus, "but should I not be able to watch the effect on the horse better if I were close to it? Let me therefore beg you to withdraw the fire and smoke for a few minutes, that I may go down into the heart of the mountain and enter upon my duty. perhaps also the horse may be more easily induced to obey if he gets a breath of fresh air. Satan consented to do as he was asked. He climbed to the top of the mountain accompanied by Malagis, and ordered the spirits of the netherworld to hold back the flames. As soon as the intense heat had cooled down, the necromancer descended into the abyss and took up his position near the horse. Then, as if by accident, he threw what looked like a handful of ashes up in the air. But it was really a sleeping powder. In another moment, the Prince of Hell was sound asleep, and snoring so loud that the mountain trembled at the sound, and ignorant men thought there was an earthquake. Malagis now approached the horse, which snapped and kicked at him viciously. But no sooner had he whispered the word "Bayard" than the creature pricked up its ears, and when he added, "Your master Haymon has need of you," it became gentle as a lamb, and allowed him to lead it to the upper world. "To Haymon!" cried Malagis, springing on its back, and the horse, neighing for joy, set off with the speed of the wind, over hill and dale, heath and morass. At the sound of the whinny, the Prince of Darkness awoke out of his sleep, and at once understood what had happened. Without loss of time, he flung himself astride of a storm cloud, and hurled a thunderbolt after the fugitives. But Malagis quietly said, "Abracadabra," at the same time holding up his crucifix. The thunderbolt fell harmless to the ground, but Lucifer was so much startled by the sight of the cross that he tumbled off his cloud, and, falling to the earth, broke his leg, and from that day forward he has had a limp in his gait. Meanwhile, Count Haymon was in sore distress. He was hunted like a wild beast from place to place. His men were all dead or else had deserted him. He was alone and desolate. One day, as he rode through a wood on a wretched broken-down hack, listening bitterly to the bay of the bloodhounds and the holloa of the hunters who pursued him, he saw a rider gallop into the clearing in front and exclaimed in joy, "Malagis, cousin Malagis, and Bayard, faithful Bayard, my misery is at an end now." Scarcely had he uttered these words when his pursuers were upon him. He sprang on Bayard's back, swung his sword, and faced his foes. He and his horse fought together, and but few of his antagonists lived to tell the tale of that day's work. Haymon's evil fortune now changed to good. Friends came to his aid, and many castles and strongholds fell into his hands. The paladins of the great king avoided giving him battle, and the war seemed as if it might go on forever. The proud king longed for peace, and at last sent ambassadors to his disobedient vassal, offering to restore all his fiefs, and to pay him 4 times the weight in gold of the murdered Hug of Dordogne. Count Roland was sent at the head of the embassy. Haymon received the messengers with all honour, especially his old friend Roland, but when he heard the terms offered by Karl, he said that the king's expiation for the murder must be 6 times the weight of his victim, and that he must further give his sister, Aya, to Haymon in marriage. These terms were at first rejected by the king, but afterwards he consented, partly because the country needed peace, and partly, it was said, because the fair Princess Aya used her influence with her brother to that end. So peace was at length concluded. Count Haymon was restored to his former rank and dignity, and was married to the princess. After the wedding, the newly married couple retired to their castle of Pierrepont, where they lived for some time in love and unity. But Haymon's was too active a disposition to be content with an idle life for long. He thirsted for glory, and to do great deeds, so he crossed over the Pyrenees into Spain, a country where the Christians and heathen Moors kept up a constant internecine war. For the first few years, Count Haymon used to return home from time to see his wife and children. But when the fortune of war led him further south, he stayed away altogether, and seemed to have forgotten his beautiful home and all that it contained. Reynold and his brothers. Countess Aya mourned him as dead, and expended all her love on her 4 sons, whom she educated with the greatest care, and who rewarded her for her pains by growing up into wise and stately men. Reynold, the youngest, and his father's image, was taller and stronger than his brothers, and a better swordsman than anyone about Pierrepont. He had inherited much of his father's quick temper, but to his mother he was always gentle and biddable. The 4 lads, Richard, Adelhart, Wighart, and Reynold, had already shown their prowess in the field, when a messenger came to Pelopont to say that Count Haymon was lying sick at an inn at the foot of the Pyrenean hills, and near a place where hot mineral springs were to be found. He wanted his wife to come and nurse him. Aya prepared to obey her husband without a moment's delay, and set out, accompanied by her sons. On her arrival at the inn, she hastened to embrace her husband and present her sons to him. The 3 elder lads embraced their sick father tenderly, but Reynold hung back. "Who is this broken-down old man?" he cried. "It cannot be my father, for he is a great hero, and that man does not look much of a warrior. I wonder if he will try a bout with me." "Boy," said Haymon, standing up straight, "do you not know me for your father? Look at this ring which your mother gave me years ago, and at these scars which I gained in battle. And," continued the Countess, "does not my love for him bear witness that he is your father?" "Yes, mother," cried Reynold, "I recognize him now." And so saying, he clasped his father in his arms and squeezed nearly all the breath out of his body. "Ah, this one is my son, and no mistake," said Haymon. "He was cut out of the same quarry." Aya and her sons were anxious to hear all that the Count had done and seen since they had met last, so Haymon told them all that had befallen him, and ended by saying that he brought home great wealth. This wealth he intended his 3 elder sons to divide equally amongst them, while his youngest son was to have his good sword Flamberg and his horse Bayard, if he could manage to ride it. Reynold did not in the least doubt his powers of riding anything, and begged his father, mother, and brothers to come and see him mount his new steed. They followed the lad into the stable. Reynold went straight up to Bayard, and seizing the halter in one hand, was about to mount when the horse caught his coat between its teeth and threw him on the ground. The bold warrior, ashamed of his fall, sprang to his feet, and next moment was seated in the saddle. There was a fierce struggle for mastery, which ended in the victory of Reynold. After a wild and dangerous ride, when Bayard once more stood in its stall, Haymon went up to the noble animal and said, "Bayard, this is my son, your future master." The horse seemed to understand, for it laid its head gently against Reynold's breast, as though to acknowledge his mastery. Count Haymon was soon strong enough to return to Pelopont with his family. Shortly after his arrival there, he heard that the king, who had lately been crowned emperor at Rome, intended to confer the honour of knighthood on his son and heir, Prince Ludwig, and on several squires of noble birth. Haymon and his sons at once determined to go to court on this occasion. A great tournament was held before the emperor knighted the young men, and each and all of the candidates showed himself worthy of the honour about to be bestowed on him, more especially Reynold, whose prowess brought down endless acclamations. After the ceremony of knighting the young nobles was over, Ludwig was crowned king, and named his father's successor in the empire. The young king's first act was to distribute fiefs to the new-made knights, save and except to the brothers alone. These he passed over entirely. He did not even invite them to the feast, and to all appearance the day of general rejoicing was to be a fast day for them. Reynold thought it too bad, so he walked into the royal kitchen and helped himself to all he needed for himself and his brothers. The reason of this extraordinary conduct on Ludwig's part was easy to guess. He was jealous of the superior strength and prowess Reynold had displayed in the lists. Above all, he could not forget the fall he had met with at his hands. He confided his dislike of Reynold to his favourite Ganelon, a fawning sycophant, and told him that he wanted to rid himself and the country of him whom he chose to regard as his enemy. Ganelon at once had a plan to propose. He said that Ludwig, who was famous for his skill in playing chess, should challenge Adelhart, one of the brothers, to play a game with him, each player to stake his head to the other. Reynold would be sufficiently punished in Ganelon's eyes by the pain his brother's death would cause him. Ludwig agreed to the plan with alacrity. Adelhart, on receiving the challenge, declined to play on such terms, saying that if he won, he could not raise his hand against the life of his future liege lord. But Ludwig would not listen to any excuse, saying he would have him proclaimed a coward if he did not consent. So the young hero gave way, much against his will. A few minutes later, The two men were seated opposite each other before a chessboard, while 3 of the courtiers, who had been chosen umpires, stood beside the table and watched the players. 5 games were to be played. The chessmen on the one side were made of gold, those on the other of silver. Ludwig, who played with the golden chessmen, had the first move. The 5 stipulated games were played one after the other, and in each of the 5 Ludwig was checkmated. The umpires were silent. The king swept the pieces together impatiently, and when Adelhard said he had only played for the sake of his life and honour, that the head of his king was sacred in his eyes, Ludwig caught up the chessboard and flung it in his face with such force that the blood flowed from his mouth and nose and stained his garments. The hero instantly rose and withdrew. As he crossed the courtyard, his brother Reynold hastened to meet him and asked what was the matter. On learning what had taken place, the younger brother was very angry. He gave orders that all should be got ready for their departure, and sent a servant to tell his father and brothers to come down to their horses. Then, turning to Adelhard, he said he would fetch him the prize he had won. Signing to his brother to follow him, he at once directed his steps to the throne room, where the emperor was seated with his knights and nobles about him. Ludwig and the umpires were there also. Reynold advanced to the throne and told Karl the whole story, asking the umpires if it were not so. 2 of them were afraid and held their peace, but the 3rd boldly avowed the truth. Reynold, upon this, drew his sword Flamberg, and with one stroke severed Ludwig's head from his body. Almost before the spectators could draw breath, the brothers had left the room. On reaching the courtyard, they at once mounted their horses and rode away, accompanied by Haymon and the rest of their party. They were pursued on the instant. The men-at-arms came up with them outside the town gates, and battle ensued. From the first there seemed to be very little chance for Count Haymon and his sons. They had but a few men-at-arms to support them, and the enemy's numbers increased every minute. Their men were at last all slain, and so were all their horses except Bayard, which bore bold Reynold here, there, and everywhere with equal speed and safety. At length, seeing that further contest was useless, Reynold called to his father and brothers to mount behind him on Bayard. The 3 brothers lost no time in obeying him, but Haymon was so hemmed in by the press of people that he could not move. Although bearing a 4-fold burden, Bayard galloped away as lightly and easily as if he had had nothing on his back. Haymon meantime yielded himself prisoner to Bishop Turpin, the bishop promising that his life should be spared. But the emperor refused to be bound by Turpin's promise, and ordered that Haymon should be publicly hung for the offence his son had committed. The bishop's entreaties were vain. It was not until Roland and the other paladins threatened to leave his service if he persisted in ordering Haymon's death that the emperor gave way, and set his prisoner free after making him swear to deliver his sons into his hands on the first opportunity. With the prospect of the gallows before his eyes, Haymon took the oath demanded of him. Meanwhile, the brothers journeyed rapidly through the broad lands of France. Nowhere could they find an abiding place, for they were outlaws, whose life was forfeited if they fell into the emperor's hands. At length they came to Safaret, a Moorish chieftain, with whom they made friends, and to whom they swore fealty. They remained with him 3 years, serving him well, but when at the expiration of that time they asked for the pay he had promised but never given, the Moor, who thought them unable to defend their rights, refused to listen to the request. So Reynold, growing impatient, cut off his head. It was certainly an effectual way of ending the argument, but it necessitated immediate flight on the part of the brothers. This time they turned for protection to Ivo, Prince of Tarasconia, the mightiest opponent of Safaret. The prince received them with every mark of honour, and with their help gained many victories over his enemies. But when he heard of the imperial ban under which they lived, Ivo called his council together and asked what was to be done. Some of his advisers wanted him to get rid of the brothers as quickly as possible, while others said that it would be well to court the emperor's favour by delivering the outlaws into his hand. But the greater number were of opinion that the best thing to do would be to bind the heroes by some strong tie to the princely house. This last piece of advice was the one followed by Ivo, who gave Reynold his only daughter Clarissa to wife, and appointed him and his brothers a residence by the sea. There a strong fortress called Montalban was built, which became the chief stronghold of the principality. On one occasion, the emperor's forces besieged it for a whole year, and then had to withdraw baffled. "Look!" cried Richard, looking down from the battlements. "The imperial eagle flutters away into the forest with a broken wing. Up, Reynold, and after it, that we may send it home like a plucked goose." "I have something else to do," answered his brother thoughtfully. 7 years have passed over our heads since we saw our good mother. The longing to see her again gnaws at my heart. I must go and visit her, were it to cost me my life." His brothers agreed to go with him. So they armed themselves cap a pie, drew long grey pilgrims' dresses over their armour, and set out for Castle Pierrepont. They got there safely, and were received with the greatest joy by their mother, who could not do enough to show them how happy their coming had made her. The chamberlain, who had taken them into the presence of the Countess Aya, soon discovered who they were, and determined to betray them. He went at once to his lord, Count Haymon, told him who the supposed pilgrims were, and reminded him of his oath to the emperor. Haymon was very angry, and felt inclined to slay the chamberlain there and then, but refrained. After taking counsel with himself, he made up his mind that the best thing he could do would be to take his sons prisoner and march them off to the emperor, giving them, however, an opportunity of slipping away before they reached Paris. So he called his men-at-arms to follow him and went to his wife's apartments. Aya, seeing them crossing the court, would have hidden her sons, but they refused to hide, and throwing off their pilgrims' robes, prepared to defend their lives to the last. Reynold's great strength served him in good stead. He fought so furiously that the men-at-arms fell back. Haymon alone stood firm. Reynold swung his sword, but his mother clung to him, entreating him to remember that it was his father who stood before him. Reynold at once put up his sword, but disarmed his father and took him prisoner. "The man that would have delivered his own children to the executioner's axe shall go to his friend the emperor in a guise that befits his knightly character," said Reynold. The men-at-arms stood so much in awe of the young man's prowess and strong arm that they promised implicit obedience. Reynold, therefore, sent one of them to fetch an ass. When it was brought, he placed the count upon it, and bound him to the saddle. Then, calling a boy, he placed the reins in his hands, and bade him lead the prisoner to Paris. The count, however, had not so far to go after all, for meeting some of the imperial troops on the way, he was set at liberty, mounted on a horse, and taken back to Pierrepont. The brothers were enjoying themselves in their old home, when the emperor's troops arrived before the gates of the castle. Reynold was alone with his mother when the order to surrender was given by the invaders. The young man snatched up his sword, but his mother silently pointed to the gates, which were already thrown open. She then dressed him hastily in his pilgrim's robes, and led him out of the castle by a secret door. Having done this, Aya returned to seek, and if it might be, save her other sons. But she found them prisoners and bound, and in the hands of their enemies. She wept and wrung her hands, for she knew that she was powerless to help them. End of section 35. Recording by Roy Lane. Section 36 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roy Lane. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 36. Part 3, Section 1, Chapter 1, The Children of Haymon. Meantime, Reynold was hastening back to Montalban as quickly as he could. He was determined to save his brothers, and knew that delay would be fatal. Arrived at home, he went straight to his stables, where Bayard whinnied with joy to see him. After eating a few mouthfuls of food hastily, he mounted his gallant steed, and started for Paris, as swiftly as if his horse had had wings. He halted in a thick wood near the town, dismounted, and while his horse grazed beside him, threw himself down at the foot of a great tree and began to consider what would be his best plan of operation. Overmastered by fatigue, he presently fell asleep, and dreamt that a necromancer was stealing his horse. When he awoke, he looked about him anxiously and called "Bayard," but in vain. He called louder and louder. No answer was returned. He looked carefully for marks of his horse's feet, but found none. At the edge of the wood he met a pilgrim, who spoke to him humbly. After some conversation, the pilgrim pushed back his hood and looked at Reynold with a smile, and the young man recognized his cousin Malagis. The necromancer then promised to restore the brothers and Bayard safe and sound. He took some yellow powder out of a box and sprinkled it over himself and Reynold, at the same time muttering his abracadabra, and in a moment they were changed into the likeness of crippled beggars. Together they limped into Paris. A crowd of richly dressed lords and ladies were crossing the bridge over the Seine, which at the time connected the island city with the mainland. The emperor was there also, and beside him was the famous hero Roland, to whom he had promised the horse Bayard, if he would fight and conquer the sons of Haymon. The horse was led by several grooms. All at once it stopped short, whinnied, jerked the reins out of the groom's hands, and trotted up to the two beggars who were watching the procession. "Bayard is strangely constituted," cried Count Roland. "The beast seems actually to like poor folk better than noble knights." "Bayard? Is this Bayard?" asked one of the beggars. "Oh, noble gentleman, if this be Bayard, pray permit my poor comrade to mount him. A holy man told us that if he did so, he would at once be cured, and, as you see, he is a lamester." "Well, cousin Roland," said the emperor, "help the poor fellow up, that we may see a miracle for once in our lives. I only hope it will be a miracle, that the miserable wretch's arms and legs may not be broken." Roland signed to his servants, who with much difficulty hoisted the ragged lamester into the saddle. They had to do it 3 times before he was safely settled. No sooner was he firmly seated than he drew himself up proudly, touched Bayard with the heel of one of his wooden shoes, and galloped away so fast that no one could overtake him. Malagis pretended to be much frightened lest his comrade should meet with some injury from the runaway horse. At midnight, a little man might have been seen creeping along the streets of Paris, dressed in a grey coat. He kept continually murmuring, "Ista, sista, pista, abracadabra," and dark clouds rose and covered the sky, making the moon and stars grow dim. He at last reached a tall and gloomy-looking house, before which a guard was set, but the watchmen had bent their heads and fallen asleep at his approach. The strong oak doors opened when he touched them with the point of his staff. He entered and went straight to an underground dungeon, where 3 men were chained to the wall. He muttered some mysterious words, and the chains fell from off them. "Rise, brothers," he said. "Your cousin Malagis is here. He has come to save you." So they rose and followed him. Before leaving Paris, the necromancer went to the sleeping emperor and asked him for the loan of his crown and sword. Karl immediately gave them to him. The emperor's feelings next morning may be more readily imagined than described. When he heard of the events that had taken place during the night, he longed more than ever to have his revenge on the sons of Haymon, but could not see how to accomplish his desire. Cunning Ganelon then said that he was sure that Ivo had his price, and might be induced to sell the brothers to the emperor. Karl tried the plan, and won Ivo to his side on paying him a ton's weight of gold. This done, the faithless traitor went to Montalban, and said that he brought good news from Paris. He had persuaded the emperor to let bygones be bygones, and all would now be well if the 4 brothers would only go to Folcalone, unarmed, and in the garb of penitents, and there beg forgiveness. The emperor had promised, Ivo said, to grant them a full pardon, and to restore them to their ancient dignities. When the brothers were about to start for Folcalone, Clarissa entreated them to beware lest the message were a treacherous one, adding that she knew her father would sell his own child for gold. Reynold sternly told her that she was an unnatural daughter, and bade her hold her peace. He then rode on, but Adelhart remained behind for a moment, and hid 4 swords, which his sister-in-law handed him, under the skirts of his penitent's robe. As the brothers were riding on their asses up the steep and narrow path that led to Folcalone, they were set upon by an armed band of warriors. Adelhart divided the swords with which Clarissa had provided him, and they defended themselves so well that the Count of Chalon, fearful of losing more men, determined to draw a cordon round the place where the brothers had taken their stand and starve them out. The 4 weary men sat down to rest. They looked anxiously all round to see whether help would not come. The hot day was over, and evening coming on apace, when all at once they saw a well-known banner on the opposite hill. It was waved by a horseman who was galloping towards them, accompanied by a small band of armed men. Reynold immediately recognized his Bayard and his cousin, the necromancer. The battle at once began in the plain below. Before it had lasted long, Bayard had caught sight of its master. With a loud neigh of pleasure, the noble horse broke through the enemy's ranks and galloped up to Reynold. Malagis dismounted, threw his cousin the reins, and at the same time handed him his sword Flamberg, which Clarissa had sent. Reynold flung himself into the saddle and rode down to the place of combat, followed by his brothers, who had in the meantime caught some of the riderless chargers that were flying from the field. The brothers gained a glorious victory, and the Count of Chalon only succeeded in saving the remnants of his forces by retreating under cover of the darkness. "Who told the magician? Who is the traitor?" cried the Emperor when he heard what had happened. After many conjectures had been hazarded, everyone came to the conclusion that none other than Ivo had betrayed the true state of matters to Malagis, and one of the courtiers added that the Prince of Tarasconia had taken refuge in the monastery of Beaurepart, upon which the Emperor said grimly that even the walls of the sanctuary should not protect him from his vengeance, and immediately dispatched Roland to capture Ivo and see him hanged. When Reynold first returned to Montalban, it was his firm intention to punish his father-in-law's treachery with death, but Clarissa's entreaties prevailed, and he promised to spare him. It was for fear of his vengeance that Ivo had taken refuge in the monastery. He never thought of the Emperor turning against him. Reynold did not hide his satisfaction when he learnt that Karl had sent to take Ivo out of the monastery, that he might hang him at Montfaucon. But Clarissa was much troubled in spirit when her husband told her the news. "Ah, my baby," she said, bending over her child, "perhaps you will grow up to be a hero like your father, and then people will point at you and say, 'Yes, he is very brave and a true hero, but still he is the grandson of a man who died on the gallows,' and then you will creep away from the assembly of noblemen and try to hide your shame in the wilderness." Reynold sat for some minutes in thoughtful silence. Then, springing to his feet, he kissed his wife and said, "You are as wise and good as one of God's angels. The traitor shall be saved." He hastened to the stable, mounted his horse, and galloped away to the forest of Montfaucon. There he found Ivo standing at the gallows with the cord round his neck. Reynold knocked down one of the executioners, cut the cord round Ivo's neck, exclaiming, "Be off, you rascal, lest you be hanged after all," and then beat back the other executioner, who would have recaptured the Prince of Tarasconia. Count Roland now came to the rescue, but was soon forced to measure his length upon the ground, and Reynold rode away, saying, "It was your horse's fault, good cousin, not yours." Several of the paladins, who had witnessed the short combat between the heroes, began to make jesting remarks about what had occurred. Roland had never been unhorsed before, except once or twice by Olivier, and he took the matter grievously to heart. He rode away in silence, not to Paris, but in the direction of Montalban, that he might seek vengeance for his overthrow. As he was riding through a wood, he met a man with a crossbow who was shooting a deer, and at once recognized him to be Richard, Reynold's brother. He took him prisoner, and in spite of Richard's remonstrances and his reminders of their relationship, took him to Paris and delivered him to the Emperor. Karl was delighted at the lucky chance, at once condemned Richard to be hung at Montfaucon, and asked which of his paladins would undertake the task of seeing the sentence carried out. They all refused, saying that hanging was not a seemly death for a knight to die. At length, Riep, a new-made knight, offered his services to the Emperor. A pious pilgrim, who was present at the discussion, begged that execution might be delayed until he had had time to pray for the weal of the poor sinner at St. Denis. But instead of going to St. Denis, the holy man went to Montalban, and told Reynold all that had happened, bidding him make haste if he would arrive at Montfaucon in time to save Richard's life. Having said this, Malagis, for the pilgrim was none other than he, went to the kitchen to ask for some food, for he was tired and hungry after his long and arduous journey on foot. Reynold, Adelhart, Wichart, and their men soon reached the gallows at Montfaucon. There was no one there, so they stretched themselves out on the grass and fell asleep. When Rip came with his prisoner, they were still asleep, but Bayard, hearing them, awoke his master with a kick. In another moment the brothers had fallen upon the imperial troops, whom they soon put to flight. They then set Richard free and hung Rip with the same rope he had brought for his prisoner. The emperor, finding that all his former attempts to avenge his son's death had been in vain, determined on a new plan of action. He called out a large army and marched to lay siege to Montalban. The fortress was strictly invested. The besieged ventured on making an occasional sally on the enemy without the walls, for the purpose of getting provisions, etc. Much blood was shed on either side, but nothing decisive took place. The siege went on for years, and neither party gave way. At length the garrison of Montalban began to feel the want of provisions, and Reynold made up his mind to a desperate step. He broke through the besiegers' camp, and carried off a number of provision wagons. Malagis had rendered such action possible by slipping out of the fortress unnoticed and sprinkling some of his sleeping powder over part of the camp. As he was about to scatter another pinch, he was seized by the collar, and looking round saw that it was strong Olivier, one of the 12 paladins, who was dragging him away. The rough attack had knocked the powder out of the necromancer's hand, and it had fallen on the ground. Instead of laying his hand on his sword, the little man caught hold of the bag of hellebore snuff he had hidden within his garment, and threw a pinch into Olivier's face. The hero sneezed, and still he sneezed, but the more convulsively he sneezed, the tighter he clutched his prisoner, whom he at length dragged into the emperor's presence. "Achoo, your highness," he said, and sneezed. I bring you achoo, the wicked achoo, necromancer achoo, do with him achoo, as you will." Here such an agony of sneezing came upon poor Olivier that he could say no more. The emperor thanked and pitied the worthy paladin, and ordered that the magician should be bound and guarded to Montfaucon, where he was to be hanged. "Sire," whimpered Malagis, "pray let me live this one more night, and let me have a good supper, for I have not tasted food for the last 24 hours. Meanwhile the paladins and many other knights had entered the royal tent. They one and all joined their entreaties to those of the poor little man. Seeing that the emperor seemed inclined to yield, Malagis said in a grave and solemn tone, "Your Majesty, I swear on my honour that I will not go away from here without your own consent, nor will I go unless you bear me company." Karl then promised to let him have the 24 hours' grace, and several of the knights offered their services as guards. The lords sat down to supper, and devoted their whole attention to the good food and wine that was set before them, while Malagis, curled up in a corner close at hand, appeared to do the same. When supper was over, the necromancer was taken to the place that was to serve him as prison, and the noble knights, who had undertaken to keep watch and ward, took up their places for the night. At midnight, Malagis had recourse to his knowledge of the black art. He made a deep magic sleep fall upon the camp, and all within its bounds, save and except himself. Then, stepping softly, he made his way to the emperor's bedside, and dropped a few drops of some medicament into Karl's mouth, which ensured his sleep lasting for 12 good hours, after which he lifted him up, and carried him pickaback to the castle. The great gate was flung open at the sound of his well-known voice, and great was the astonishment of Reynold when he saw what burden he carried on his shoulders. "Here is the pledge of peace," said Malagis. "It has cost me much hard work to bring it here. See that my labour bears fruit." The emperor was carried to the best guest-room the castle contained, and the Lady Clarissa did all that lay in her power for the comfort of the great man. Karl did not wake till noon. At first he thought he must be dreaming when he saw Reynold, Malagis, and strange servants about him. The truth dawned upon him gradually, and a bitter truth it was. Hunger forced him to accept the food Clarissa brought, though he would much rather not have eaten it. Reynold tried by every means in his power to induce the emperor to give up his plans of vengeance and make peace with him, but his efforts were vain. Then it occurred to him that a proud, haughty nature that could not be bent by harshness was often softened by kindness. He set Kaiser Karl at liberty, and the Emperor went away from Montalban without a word or sign that betokened reconciliation. When Reynold re-entered the castle, he found his cousin Malagis burning boxes, bags, and all kinds of written papers. Much surprised, he asked what he was doing, and Malagis replied, "I am burning all that the noble art of necromancy has taught me. I shall need these things no more, for my services are useless to such a madman as you. I am now going away into the wilderness to join the holy penitents. There I shall repent with them in sackcloth and ashes." He was as good as his word, for he took his departure soon afterwards, never to return. When the Emperor went back to his camp, he related all his adventures. The paladins, one and all, entreated him to make peace with the heroic brothers, but he refused, saying that his murdered son's blood still cried aloud for vengeance. So the castle still remained beleaguered, and fortune seemed to have deserted the garrison with the departure of the little necromancer. The store of provisions grew less every day. Hunger stared the brave men in the face. Reynold, after much consideration, thought of a way of escape, and made all needful preparations. One evening, when darkness had begun to set in, he took leave of his weeping wife, and, accompanied by his brothers and a small band of determined men, made his way cautiously and silently through the enemy's lines, and set out for a strong castle in the forest of Ardennes. Next morning the Emperor was told what had happened, and he did what Reynold had expected. He at once ordered the siege of Montalban to be raised, and started in pursuit of the fugitives. He soon came up with them, but they defended themselves so well, and took such wise measures to ensure their safety, that they succeeded in reaching the stronghold for which they were bound. Death of Bayard and Reynold. The heroes fought as bravely as ever in defence of their new place of refuge, emboldened by the knowledge that their dear ones at Montalban were now free. But however courageous a man may be, hunger and disease are foes under whose attacks it is impossible to hold out forever. In the time of their sorest distress, Aya went to the imperial camp and entreated her brother to have mercy on her children. The Emperor refused to listen to her, and harshly bade her go out of his presence. But she returned again and again to the charge, and at last Karl said, "Very well, listen to my offer, and let Reynold accept it if he will. The horse Bayard that Malagis brought up out of hell has done me more harm than any other creature, excepting Reynold himself. Now I will pardon your 4 sons, and restore their fiefs, if Reynold will give the brute to me to be killed as I think best. I give you my word as an emperor that I will accept Bayard's life in expiation of my son's death." When Aya returned to the castle and showed the parchment on which she had had the terms of the proposed treaty written out in full, Reynold refused to give up his dearest and most faithful friend. "Think of your wife, your children, and your brothers. The gallows at Montfaucon are prepared. An inscription will be placed there that will be read by future generations. He gave them all up to die a shameful death for the sake of a dumb animal." "Mother," cried the hero, and rushing up to Bayard, he fed his faithful friend with a last piece of bread, and bursting into tears, threw his arms around its slender neck. The horse whinnied softly, and laid its head trustingly on his shoulder. "I cannot do it, mother, I cannot do it," cried Reynold. "Bayard and I must live and die together." "Very well, my son," she said, "but remember that when all my children and grandchildren are hanging on the gallows, your mother's heart will break." "Mother," he answered in a strange, hollow voice, "have your will. You have conquered, but I shall not survive it." He then signed the treaty, and Aya returned with it to the imperial camp. A crowd was assembled on the bridge in Paris, for the news had gone abroad that the famous Bayard was to be drowned. Kaiser Karl was there also with his paladins. The noble horse was led to the middle of the bridge, with iron weights fastened to its feet, and at a signal was suddenly pushed over the edge, and fell with a splash into the Seine. In spite of the weights upon his legs, it rose to the surface once, twice, thrice. "That horse is the devil incarnate," cried the Emperor furiously. "Ha! Count Reynold, beware! Its eyes are fixed on you. If you are keeping it alive by any enchantment, it will be the worse for you. I will tear up the treaty." With a low cry of terror, Aya flung her arms around her son, drawing down his head so that he did not see how Bayard rose a fourth time, and then, not seeing his master's face, sank to rise no more. The hero felt that all happiness had gone with Bayard. He thrust his mother aside, flung at the Emperor's feet the letters patent entitling him to his fiefs, and breaking his sword Flamberg, threw it into the Seine, muttering, "Lie there with my Bayard, and may God forget to be gracious to me if I ever mount a horse or draw a sword again." Then he turned and fled into the depths of the wild forest, until at last he sank exhausted on the ground. There he remained for 2 days and night, overwhelmed and mad with misery. After that he went home to Montalban. Meeting a pilgrim on the way, he gave him his golden spurs and all his ready money for his grey robes and felt hat. Lady Clarissa wept when she heard the end of the noble horse, for she had loved Bayard, but she wept still more bitterly when Rennell took leave of her for ever. "Who will teach our sons," she cried, "to be true knights and noble men, if you go and leave them thus?" "Our cousin, Count Roland, will do so," he answered, "and you will do your part, dear wife." He kissed the tears from her eyes and continued, "Accept no fief from Kaiser Karl. Go with our children to our own lands on the other side of the mountains. The tyrant has no power there, for the lands are your own. As for me, I am about to start on a pilgrimage to the grave of our Lord to see whether I may find forgiveness. You will never see me again." Saying this, he tore himself away and set out at once upon his long and toilsome journey. Reynold went to the Holy Land, where he found a fierce war raging between the Christians and infidels. He was true to his vow. He neither mounted a horse nor wielded a sword, but still he fought like a hero with an enormous club and helped in the taking of Jerusalem. After he had prayed at the Holy Sepulchre, he returned to his native land, but not to his wife and children, nor yet to his brothers, for he had died to all earthly ties and joys. He went to Cologne, where the cathedral was being built. There he lived a hard, ascetic life, and worked as a labourer at the building. He did not even stop working during the hour of rest in the middle of the day, although his wages were only a penny a day. This conduct aroused the anger of the stonemasons, so they rose in a body, killed him, and threw his body into the Rhine. But the river would not keep it. The corpse floated on the surface of the water and was drawn to land by some pious souls. And now several miracles were wrought upon those who touched his body, which showed that he had been a holy man. The emperor, hearing of the wonders that had taken place, had the murderers tried and executed, and sent orders that the body of the saint should be brought to Aix-la-Chapelle, Aachen, or to Paris. No sooner was the body laid upon the cart which was to convey it, than the vehicle moved of its own accord, and rolled on and on, no matter how bad the roads, till it arrived at Dortmund in Westphalia, where it stopped, that being the spot the saint had evidently chosen as his last resting place. The Rinaldi church at Dortmund was built in his honour. The legend gives the exact date of the miracle, 7th of January, 811. End of section 36. Recording by Roy Lane.
Section 37 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Howley, andrewjhowley.com. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 37. Part 3rd. Section 1. The Carolingian Legends. Chapter 2. Roland. Siege of Vienne. Kaiser Karl had not been married very long. He held a great assembly of the notables. Count Gerhard appeared amongst the rest, for he expected that this would be the time chosen by the emperor to invest him with the promised fief of Vienne in France, and perhaps also with that of Burgundy. When he received the letters patent relating to the first of these, he stooped, and in fulfillment of ancient custom would have kissed the emperor's foot. But he staggered, for the empress had stuck out her foot, which he involuntarily touched with his lips in falling. He must have drunk too much Burgundy before he would have kissed the foot of the lady, whose rosy mouth he formerly disdained. Wine teaches humility, murmured the courtiers. Gerhard sprang to his feet, his cheeks flushing with anger. He waited in expectation of the second letter, but the emperor told him that he could not have the fief of Burgundy, for the empress, who was also the widow of the last duke, was strongly against it. The count took his leave with a low bow and set out for Vienne, his heart boiling with rage. Arrived there, he called out his troops and sent to ask his brother, the mighty lord of Apulia, for help against his sovereign. He knew that the emperor's heart would henceforth be turned against him, for was not the empress that same widowed Duchess of Burgundy whose proffered love he had rejected? The brothers took the field at the head of a great army. With them came their younger brother Rainier, his son Olivier, a bold warrior, and his daughter Aude, who was marvelously beautiful and brave as one of the northern Valkyrs. Karl besieged the stronghold on the river Rhone where they had taken up their abode. The place seemed impregnable, for it was defended by brave men, rocks, and river. Sometimes the besiegers tried to take the citadel by storm, and sometimes part of the garrison would make an attack on the enemy beneath the walls. On such occasions, Aude would now and then accompany her friends dressed in full armor and would fight with the best. Once, when she had done so, she found that her opponent was none other than strong Roland. He disarmed her without even drawing his sword and took her prisoner. Her brother Olivier, seeing what had happened, at once came to the rescue. While the heroes were engaged in single combat, Aude made good her escape and took refuge in the castle, where she was soon afterwards joined by the rest of the party. The siege continued. The Lady Aude often stood on the battlements and helped to fling stones on the heads of those warriors who came within reach of their missiles. One day Roland came with the rest, and, seeing the maiden, asked her name and parentage. When she had told him, and he had answered by informing her that he was Count Roland, a nephew of the emperor, he went on to say that he loved her, and would never cease to woo her, even though it were at the cost of his life. At this moment Olivier appeared, and flung a spear at him, upon which Roland challenged him to single combat on an island in the Rhone. The heroes and their horses were ferried over to the river of the island, and there they fought. Each of the combatants displayed the most heroic valor. At length, when evening was drawing on, a fleecy cloud hovered over them, and, coming between them, forced them apart. An angel, wrapped in rosy light, came out of the cloud and said, "Wherefore do you fight, Christian against Christian? Why would you shed a brother's blood? I call upon you to be reconciled in the name of the Saviour who died upon the cross. Be of one heart and of one mind, and turn your arms against the adversaries of the true faith." The angel then waved a palm branch as a sign of farewell and vanished. The two men exchanged a hearty shake of the hand and sat down to talk over matters of much moment to both of them. Before they separated, Olivier had promised to use his influence with his sister in Roland's favor, and the latter had given his word to fight no more against Vienne and its defenders. Now the emperor was very fond of hunting, and used to go on many an expedition into the neighboring country in search of game. On one such occasion he and his companions were attacked and hard-pressed by a party of Viennese under the leadership of Olivier. At one moment it seemed as if Karl must lose his life in the struggle. Olivier, seeing this, protected him with his shield. When the combat was over, the emperor and Olivier had some talk together, and the former was so touched and pleased with the noble and generous disposition of the young man that he not only promised to make peace, but to appoint Olivier one of his paladins, to forgive Gerhard, and to restore the fiefs he held under him. There was great joy in Vienne and all the neighboring country when the news of the peace was spread abroad. Smiling faces were everywhere to be seen, and happiest of all was perhaps Kaiser Karl himself. A few days later, a time was fixed for the public betrothal of Roland and Aude. Great preparations were made, and all was done to make the day a joyful one. While the heroes were sitting at the feast in the royal tent, messengers appeared from the banks of the Garonne, who brought the sad news that the Moorish king Hegeling had come from Africa with a large army of blacks, had fallen upon Gascony, and laid waste the country with fire and sword. "That is good news," said brave Roland, "for an angel appeared to my comrade Olivier and me, and told us to fight against the infidel." "It is bad news," answered the emperor, "for the Moor is a great warrior, and has an immense number of black devils at his back. Listen, noble knights, and I will tell you what happened years ago. After the death of my father Pippin, my step-brothers, the sons of cunning Bertha, drove me out of my inheritance. I found refuge with the heathen King Marsilio at Saragossa. With the help of brave Diebold, I regained my rights, was crowned King of the Franks at Aachen, and Emperor in Rome. One night St. James the Apostle appeared to me and commanded me to free his grave, to which there was a yearly pilgrimage, from the yoke of the infidel. I obeyed him and reduced the whole country as far as Galicia, where the Apostle lies buried. There I learnt that Gerlind had come over from Africa and had already reached Pampeluna. I marched back at once and met the Moorish forces near the river Ceres. There was a terrible battle. The Africans fought like very devils. They broke through our ranks, and defeat seemed certain. Then the brave Milo, my brother-in-law and your father, nephew Roland, threw himself upon the demons at the head of his men. They fought like heroes and defeated the enemy. But before the victory was quite decided, the noble Milo fell, wounded to death. The loss on both sides was so great that either party retreated on the morrow. Gerlind returned to his African deserts, but he seemed to have come back at the head of a larger army than before, and to have invaded our own land. We must now fight for home and faith, for on this crisis will depend whether Christ or Mahomet shall rule the Franks. I think this much is certain, said Roland. We shall conquer whether we live or die. Was not my father victorious, though he fell at Pamplona? The Lord would not deny him the martyr's crown when he passed away on that field of blood. Here or there, ye Frankish men, what does it matter which? The crown is ours. As he spoke, his eyes shone with enthusiasm. And what is to become of me, whispered Auda, if you do not return? You are the angel that shall give me the palm, either here or there, he answered, and before the assembled knights and ladies he gave her the kiss of affiance. Ganelon. Next day they marched to meet the enemy, whom they saw when they had at length reached the beautiful land that is watered by the Dordogne. The morning after their arrival, a terrible battle took place between them and the Moors. Roland, Olivier, Ogier, Archbishop Turpin, and the other paladins fought like heroes, and led their men again and again against the foe. At nightfall, and not till then, did the Moors acknowledge themselves beaten. They fled to Pamplona, where they found more troops that had just arrived from Africa. Gerlind and his men were impatient to avenge the defeat they had sustained, and they were sure that they could do so, for they trusted in their numbers, their skill, and their profit. Karl did not at once follow the fugitives. He waited for reinforcements from France and from Marsilio, who, although a heathen, had formerly aided him. He sent messengers to him, but soon afterwards learnt that the faithless king had murdered them, and had joined the Moors. Then the emperor called his heroes around him, and, telling them of the evil tidings he had had, asked them whether they advised him to risk a battle when the enemy's numbers were so overwhelming. "Let us go forward," cried brave Roland. "Before us lie two objects, victory or paradise. Who is it that will draw back?" The rest agreed with him, and the horns sounded to battle. And a great battle took place, in which many men were slain on either side, and each party fought with a desperate valor. At last, Gerlind fell under the sword of Roland, and then the Moors took flight. The emperor reduced the country to obedience to his rule. Saragossa alone held out, for there Marsilio had taken up his station and determined to defend the town alone until the arrival of the troops his liege Lord Balagant, Caliph of Babylon, had promised to send to his aid. Karl, remembering his former kindness, had determined to treat Marsilio with the greatest forbearance. He therefore sent Ganelon, one of his paladins, to offer the king terms, and they were these. Marsilio's life should be spared if he would be baptized and become a vassal of the empire. Ganelon would have liked to decline the honor of carrying this message, but he knew the emperor too well to dare remonstrance. The king received the ambassador with all kindness, listened to his message quietly, and begged for a short time to think the matter over and consult his friends. Meanwhile, he led Ganelon over the palace and showed him all his treasures. When he saw that the sight of these things had had the desired effect on the ambassador, he offered him 3 baggage horse loads of gold, 3 of silver, and 3 of costly stuffs, if he would turn the emperor's vengeance away from him and save him from becoming a Frankish vassal. Ganelon promised to do all that the heathen wished. Nay, for double the reward, he even promised to detain a division of the Frankish army when the rest had gone away, on the pretext of guarding the country, and then to deliver them into Marsilio's hands. The The compact was soon concluded, and each of the contracting parties swore to keep his share of the bargain. Marsilio, who thought little of bloodshed, did not hesitate to hand over some of the nobles of his host as hostages for his good faith, which therefore was not doubted. Ganelon spoke strongly of Marsilio's repentance for the past and promises for the future. And then, when he had succeeded in turning matters as he wished, and the emperor was about to return to France with his whole army in the belief that he now possessed a faithful vassal in Marsilio, went on to persuade him to leave Roland and the other paladins behind at the head of a small force to watch the borders. His eloquence carried all before it, and what he advised was done. He alone of all the paladins returned to France with the emperor, while Roland and the other 10 remained with 6,000 chosen warriors to guard the land from a foreign invasion. At Roncesvalles, Vale of Thorns. The heroes spent one quiet day after the army had gone. On the second morning, their outposts came in to announce the approach of a large army, so they got ready for the fight. Roland led his forces to Roncesvalles, a narrow pass between 2 high mountains, which he was determined to defend. The Moors, more than 20,000 strong, came up with the Franks before they had reached the end of the pass. "Blow your horn," said Olivier. "The emperor will hear you and return. He cannot have got far yet." Roland gazed at his great horn, Oliphant, which was hanging at his side. It was made of ivory with gold inlaid, and, when blown by one who understood how to sound it, would send its voice for miles around. "Look, faithful friend," said the hero, "I was given this horn and my good sword Durandart by an angel from heaven. I then swore only to blow the horn in case of utmost need. We are not now in such a case. I think we are strong enough to make these heathen bite the dust. Ha! What do I see? Look, there is the traitor Marsilio. No doubt the faithless Ganelon has betrayed us for much red gold, but we will fight for the good cause. Montjoie, Saint-Denis, up, soldiers of Christ, let us do battle for our holy faith." The heroes and their men rushed on to meet the Moorish hosts, who withstood their furious onslaught with the greatest courage, but after a while fell back and fled, pursued by the Christians, who slew all they came up with. When the heroes had recalled their little army from the pursuit, they made their men sit down and rest. Before they had sat very long, they were startled by a shout behind them of "Mahmed! Mahmed!" and a great blowing of trumpets and beating of drums. A larger army than that which they had already put to flight was approaching in their rear. Marsilio was at its head. Roland prepared for battle. He sent Count Walter to guard a wooded height, and then, accompanied by his brother Baldwin, brave Olivier, the bold Archbishop Turpin, and the other paladins, advanced with his men against the foe. The battle raged with intensest fury round the leaders. Wild cries and the clash of arms filled the air. At last, Roland flew at Marsilio, but next moment his horse was killed beneath him. He sprang to his feet and fought so desperately that the Moors turned and fled. He looked round and could see none but the dead or dying. He raised his horn to his lips and blew a mighty blast. About 100 men-at-arms appeared in answer to his call, then came a few more, and lastly Olivier, Baldwin, Archbishop Turpin, and others of the heroes. "Your horn has a goodly sound and carries far, friend Roland," said Olivier. "The emperor must have heard it, and will return and help us. It will be high time, in sooth, for see how the wild Moors assemble in close order, and prepare to renew the attack." "Up, ye faithful of the Lord," cried Roland. "Close your ranks. May Christ preserve us." The hero mounted an Arab horse he had caught a moment before, and took his place at the head of his men. Soon spears were hurtling through the air, and swords were clashing. Many a doughty deed was done by small and great in the Christian force, but fight as they might, the Franks were so few in number that it seemed as if the Moors must finally prevail. Olivier fell, defending his friend and brother-in-arms. Roland's sword did such terrible execution that the Moors once more retreated in fear, and the hero was too weary to pursue them. His wounded horse fell dead beneath him, and he, bleeding from many wounds, and feeling that his end was near, staggered into a neighboring gorge, and sank upon the ground at the foot of a rock. Then raising his eyes to heaven, he whispered, "Lord, give me grace in thy sight. Receive, if so be that thou hearest me, this pledge of my submission to thy will." So saying, he held up his gauntlet. A soft breeze passed over his face, and an invisible hand took the gauntlet and bore it away. The hero then lifted his sword Durandart and tried to break it against the rock, that it might not fall into the hands of the Moors. But the marble rock was split by the blow, while the sword remained unharmed. He now blew his horn for the third time. The worthy Archbishop Turpin leapt up to him. Then came Baldwin, Roland's half-brother, his faithful squire Theodric, and bold Walter, who had defended the height committed to his charge until all his men were slain. Time passed slowly with the wounded men. At last they heard the glad sound of horns blowing and the clanking of armor. Kaiser Karl had come back to their assistance, but before he arrived, Roland had gone to the realms of eternal peace. His faithful squire told the emperor, with tears in his eyes, that he had seen one of God's angels come to receive his master's soul. Then he went on to tell of Marsilio's faithlessness, of the battles which had that day been fought, and of the suspicion they all felt that Ganelon had betrayed them into the hands of the Moor. "You were right there," said the emperor. "The traitor deceived me also. I wanted to return the moment I heard Count Roland's horn, but Ganelon dissuaded me, saying that my nephew must only be hunting." The bodies of the Frankish soldiers were buried, while those of the paladins who had lost their lives at Roncesvalles, amongst whom were Turpin, Roland, Olivier, and Walter, were to be taken away and embalmed for burial in France. Ganelon was at the same time arrested and bound. These things done, the emperor marched against the Moors, who, meanwhile, had been reinforced by the arrival of Caliph Balagant of Babylon with hosts of followers. The battle between the Christian and Moorish forces lasted 2 days, and was then decided in favor of the Franks. Balagant died on the field, and Marsilio at Saragossa. This victory gave Spain to the conqueror. The emperor returned to France. Halt was made by the vine-clad banks of the Dordogne, and the bodies of the fallen heroes were interred at Blève, after which the march to Paris was resumed. There the Feast of Victory was held, and when it was over, Kaiser Karl sent out for Aich, where Ganelon was tried before a jury of 12 of his peers. He was sentenced to prove his innocence by single combat against Theodric, Roland's faithful squire. As Ganelon was much weakened by his imprisonment, he was allowed to choose any one he liked to act as proxy for him. He chose Pinabel, one of the most famous swordsmen of his day, but that availed him nothing. God fought for Theodric, and Pinabel was overthrown. Ganelon was then sentenced to be torn to pieces by wild horses. Soon after this, fair Auda came to Aich in search of her betrothed. None of the warriors had courage to tell her the truth, so they referred her to the emperor, and he told her with tears in his eyes. "Dead," she said. "Roland dead." With these words, she sank lifeless to the ground. So they took her away and buried her beside her hero in the vault at Blève. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Bielka. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 38, Part 3, Section 1, Chapter 3. William of Orange. The Inheritance. Count Henry of Narbonne, who was both a good man and a hero, lived at the time when Kaiser Karl ruled over the Franks. He was held in much esteem by the emperor because of his valorous deeds, and had received many fiefs in addition to his paternal estates. After a time he withdrew to his own castle, and together with his wife occupied himself with the education of his 7 sons and several daughters. Years passed on, and the sons all grew up to man's estate. One day their father called them to him, and said that he had a story to tell them, to which they must listen attentively. "You must know," he said, "that once, long ago, I sank exhausted on the field of battle, worn with fighting and covered with wounds. The enemy rushed up to slay me, but a faithful squire defended me at the risk of his own life. Just as further help arrived, he sank, severely wounded, on the blooming heather beside me. We were removed from the field, and every care and attention was lavished on us. I got better, but he grew weaker every day. He was not afraid to die, but he was troubled about the fate of his little son, whom he would leave an orphan, for his wife had died some time before. I comforted the man who had given his life for me by telling him that I would be a father to the boy, and that if he grew up fit for the trust, he should be my heir, whether I had children of my own or not. He is now a gallant knight and a brave warrior, and I am proud to call him my pupil. Now, my sons, tell me, do you wish me to keep my word to my dying preserver, or do you desire to share my estate amongst you?" Then one of the sons, named William, answered for the rest, and said that they would all rather be beggars than their father should break his word to his faithful squire. "Not beggars," cried the Countess Irmschaert. "All that I brought my husband belongs to you, and your father has already endowed you with a priceless inheritance, namely his piety, his good faith both to God and man, his courage, and all the lessons in knightliness he has given you. This is an inheritance that cannot be taken from you." "Well, my sons," continued the Count, "you may go to the Emperor's court in the full certainty that you will get on there, if you are true to the lessons you have learnt in your youth." The young warriors followed their father's advice. They were well received by the Emperor, at first for Count Henry's sake, and then for their own. They fought against the Moors when England invaded Gascony, and helped to avenge the death of the heroes of Rochechouart. After their return from Spain, the Emperor knighted the brothers, and gave them considerable fiefs. William, who enjoyed the special favour of his liege lord, was made governor of the whole southern coast of France. He showed himself a vigilant warden of the coast. Whenever any Saracens ventured to land, there he was with his troopers to beat them back, and sometimes even seized their ships. After the death of Kaiser Karl, surnamed the Great, his son Ludwig succeeded him on the throne. The first action of the new ruler was to go about the country and see in what condition it was. Amongst other places, he visited the castle where Count William lived with his youngest sister. Ludwig was so taken with the maiden's beauty and sweetness that he fell in love with her, and soon afterwards married her. This circumstance increased Count William's influence at court, and enabled him to keep up a larger army, and do what he otherwise considered necessary for the proper defense of the coast. Captivity and deliverance. Peace lasted for a long time under the wise rule of Count William, but suddenly and unexpectedly the Moors invaded the land, under the lead of the powerful emirs Teramon and Balakan. King Ludwig and Count William attacked the children of the desert, and strove to chase them from the country. After performing many feats of valor, William was at last surrounded by the Moors, and carried off a prisoner to Valencia by the Emir Tybalt, whose captive he was by the fortune of war. Arrived at Valencia, the Count was chained up in a dark and dismal dungeon, and placed under the charge of the Emir's wife, Arabella, during her husband's absence on a plundering expedition. Before going away, Tybalt told his wife to feed the prisoner on bread and water, and forbade her on any account to take off his chains. He added that he hoped on his return to find him willing to embrace the Mohammedan religion. For some time Arabella did as her husband had desired, with the strictest punctuality, but after a time she became curious to see what the Frankish prisoner was like. So she made her servants accompany her with torches to the cell. She saw that William was a goodly man, and felt sorry for him. As for him, he never could have imagined that an infidel could look so gentle and like an angel. The weeks passed quickly. Arabella tried to teach the Count her religion by repeating passages of the Koran, and by entreating him to remember that he had only to become a Mohammedan and he would at once be free. And he, on his side, told her about God and Christ, and explained to her the religion of mercy and love. What he had said came home to her heart. She visited him again and again, thought over his teachings when she sat quietly in her own room, and at last confessed that she wished to become a Christian. She and William had by this time learnt to love each other, so they determined to fly to King Ludwig. By the help of an old and faithful servant, Arabella hired a vessel, set the Count free, and went on board with him. The captain, on learning that he was to steer for the coast of France, refused point blank to do so, and William, without an instant's hesitation, flung him overboard. He then threatened to slay the mate if he did not obey him in all things, and he looked so terrible with his drawn sword and stern face that the crew durst not disobey him. Meanwhile Tybalt returned from his raid, and learnt all that had occurred from the captain, who had swum ashore. He embarked without loss of time, and set sail in pursuit of the runaways, but only came within bowshot just as William and Arabella landed and took refuge in the citadel. Tybalt vainly tried to take the place by storm, and had at last to return to Valencia without accomplishing the object of his voyage. Ludwig invited Count William and Arabella to his court, where they were received with the utmost kindness by both him and his queen. Every one admired the Moorish lady's beauty, and thought her lovelier than anyone about the court, even than the queen herself. This roused the queen's jealousy, and she began to treat both her brother and Arabella with marked coldness. Count William and his bride went on to Avignon, where they were married by Pope Leo, after Arabella had been received into the Christian church. She was given the name of Guyberg at her baptism, as that was an old family name in the house of Narbonne. Ludwig was present at the marriage, but the queen said she was too busy to go. A few days after this, William sent his wife home to Orange, while he accompanied King Ludwig to Italy with the object of recovering Rome and the states of the Church for the banished Pope. This they succeeded in doing after much fighting, and when Leo was once more master of the imperial city, he showed his gratitude to the Frankish king by crowning him emperor in the room of his great father. When the coronation feast was over, the warriors all returned home, and William with the rest. He and his wife lived happily at Orange, and, as they had no children, William adopted the son of one of his sisters who had died early, and brought him up as his heir. The boy, Vivian, or Vivianez, grew up to be a bold youth, and showed promise of future excellence. More fighting. As it happened, Vivian was to have a chance of winning glory at an early age. The Moors invaded France in hordes. They swept over Aquitaine in no time, and seemed as though they would soon have the rule in France. Count William took leave of his wife, and, accompanied by young Vivian and his men-at-arms, set out to meet and, if it might be, drive back the bold invaders. The armies met on the plain of Alicon. "Mahomet! Mahomet!" was the cry on one side, and "Bonjour, Saint-Denis!" on the other. The battle began and raged for hours. Young Vivian fought like a hero and then fell, mortally wounded. His men avenged his fall. He was insensible for some time, and when he came to himself again, he found that he was lying on the battlefield, surrounded by the bodies of the slain. He was very thirsty, and prayed for a drink of water. His prayer was heard. A shining angel came down from heaven and supported his tottering steps to the side of a little rushing brook, where he quenched his raging thirst. Before finally disappearing from sight, the angel said, "The good town of Orange and kind Guyberg are in danger." The young man fainted again when he heard these words. On recovering his senses, he saw his uncle bending over him, and had just strength enough to repeat the warning given him by the angel before he fell back dead. The count considered what was to be done. He had lost sight of his men in the wild hand-to-hand conflict in which he had cut his way through the enemy's ranks, and then, coming upon his nephew's broken shield, he had followed his bloody track until he found him. The battle was now at an end, but without men, how could he save Guyberg and Orange? His horse was so severely wounded that he had to lead it by the rein. Without further loss of time, he set out on his long and toilsome walk. At daybreak he met a Moorish commander with several followers. He was at once attacked by them, but with the first blow he clove the emir to the saddle and put his men to flight. Finding himself alone and unobserved, he slipped the emir's dress over his armor, and, mounting the emir's horse, pursued his journey to Orange. He made his way in safety to the castle gate, which opened in time to receive him, just as the enemy had recognized the Frankish accoutrements of his wounded war-horse, for the faithful beast had followed him all the way. The besiegers tried again and again to storm the castle, but in vain. At last they determined to starve the garrison out. After a time, the inmates of the castle suffered so much from want of food that the count made up his mind to slip through the Moorish hosts to bring back reinforcements and provisions. He made his wife and captain swear to hold the fortress at all hazards, and then, donning the garments he had taken from the emir, set out on his perilous undertaking. He made his way through the enemy's lines and reached Orleans in safety. There he was taken prisoner by the captain of the guard and ordered to instant death as a Moorish infidel. In vain he assured the man that he was a Christian and a Frank. In vain he told him his name and rank. Neither the captain nor anyone else would believe him, and he was in great danger of being torn in pieces by the excited populace. Fortunately, at that moment, the governor of the town appeared at the head of an armed force, and, on seeing William, at once recognized him as his brother, and took him away to his house. The count would have nothing to eat but bread and water. He could not feast while his wife and his men were fasting. Having rested for an hour or two, he set out again on his way to court. Ludwig received him coldly, and his sister was still more unkind. Indeed, the empress went so far as to say that aught for anyone knew, the Moorish woman might have sent for those Saracens. She might be tired of France and Christianity, and want to return to her own people. Ludwig showed himself unwilling to call out his troops, saying that William was strong enough to help himself. Day after day passed, and nothing was done. Meanwhile, the rumor spread that the Count of Orange had come to court to ask for help against the Moors, and the aged Count of Narbonne, his 6 sons, and many noble knights came to offer their help in the good work. When they heard how ill William had fared at court, the Lord of Narbonne went to the emperor and warned him that if he did not support his vassals in their need, he must not be surprised if they threw off his suzerainty. Then, turning to his daughter, he told her plainly what he thought of her conduct, and threatened her with his curse if she did not forget her foolish rancor and do her duty. This bold speaking had such good effect that orders were at once given to call out a great army, which assembled in an incredibly short time. On hearing of the approach of a Frankish host, the Moors hastened to their ships, leaving their tents and provisions behind. These William gladly seized for the use of the imperial troops. Life and bustle now reigned in the castle, from garret to cellar, and the cooks had hard work to provide for so many men. Among the scullions was a tall, strong young fellow, a Moor by birth, who had been stolen from his home and presented by his captors to Kaiser Ludwig. William thought from his appearance that he must be of noble birth, but everyone else regarded him as half-witted, and called him nothing but Jack Dunderhead. While he was at the palace, he had once had the good fortune to save Princess Alice from a wolf. The only reward he asked of her was that she would keep the adventure a secret. This she did. But when he was going to the wars with the other officers of the royal kitchen, she sought him out and gave him a ring as a farewell gift. After his arrival at Orange, William's attention was drawn to him, and seeing the heroic qualities of the youth, and the masterly fashion in which he handled his quarterstaff, the only weapon he possessed, he redeemed him from servitude, took him to Lady Guyberg, and desired her to provide him with a coat of mail and all the requisites of a warrior. Renwart, for that was his real name, was so grateful for this kindness that he swore to be faithful to William to the death. And, as he turned to leave the room, the Countess heard him say, in a low voice, "Now, at length, I can show that I am of royal lineage, and may strive to win my pearl. Ah, Father Terramer, while you have forgotten your long-lost son, he has become a Frank, and is both able and willing to fight for his new and better country." These words revealed to Guyberg that Renwart was her own brother, so she called him back hastily and told him all. After this joyful recognition, he went out in full armor, but still bearing the long staff he had always carried for his defense. He joined the rest of the forces and marched with them to fight the Moors, who were awaiting them on the shore. The battle began, and Renwart showed himself so good a warrior as to justify Count William's trust to the full. He even attacked and boarded some of the Moorish ships, freed the Christian slaves who were attached to the oars, and, getting them to join him, drove the Moors overboard, and, taking several of high-degree prisoners, returned to the castle. Among the prisoners taken was the Moorish commander, Terramer. Badly wounded and broken-hearted at his utter defeat, he was astonished at the kindness with which he was tended by William and Guyberg, to whom he had tried to do so much harm. But he soon made friends with them, and was then rejoiced to see the son he had long mourned as dead. A few days later, William and Guyberg went with the victorious army to where Ludwig was staying with the court. They met with a hearty reception, and the Count of Orange was created Duke of Aquitaine, while Renwart was given the town and districts of Nice. The emperor then rewarded all the other leaders for their services, and gave a great feast to the men-at-arms, and a banquet to the nobles. While the heroes were enjoying the good things provided for their entertainment, the empress noticed that the young hero Renwart sat silent and absorbed, till her daughter Elise approached to fill his glass. Then his eyes rested joyfully on her countenance. The royal maiden blushed, and her hand trembled so that the wine ran over. She wondered where they could have met before, and took the first opportunity of questioning her sister-in-law. The Countess Guyberg told her brother's story, and informed the Empress that Renwart and Elise had loved each other ever since the day when the prince, in the guise of a scullion, saved the princess's life. A few days afterwards, the young people were betrothed, and on the very day of their betrothal, messengers arrived bringing rich presents from the Emir Terramar to his son. William, who was now Duke of Aquitaine and Count of Orange, governed his people wisely and justly. He preserved them from dangers without and within, and listened to all petitioners of whatever rank with equal kindness. The Lady Guyberg helped him in all ways that a woman might. Together they founded churches and almhouses, and the blessing of God was with them. When they were both stricken in years, an angel one night appeared to the Count in a dream, and showing him a desert place high up in the mountains, desired him to build there a religious house, where pious monks might live, and give shelter to any travelers who had lost their way, and might even seek out belated wanderers lost in the snow, and save them from a dreadful death. Next day the pious hero set out in search of the place the angel had pointed out, and, having found it, built the monastery. He and his wife lived on together for several years after this, doing good to all. Then they withdrew into solitary cells to prepare for eternity. After their death, so many signs and wonders were wrought at their graves that the people believed they must have died saints. End of section 38.
Section number 39 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by caveat. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section number 39, Part number 3, Section 2, Chapter 1. Legends of King Arthur and the Holy Grail. 1. Titurel. His Call to the Grail. At the time when the bold hero Vespasian was called away from the siege of Jerusalem to be made emperor of Rome, a rich man of Cappadocia named Parelli, or as the Romans called him Barilus, followed in his train. He was brave in war and wise in council in times of peace, so the emperor gave him large estates in Gaul. His virtues were inherited by his sons, grandsons, and later descendants. One of these, Titrason, married a noble maiden named Elizabeth, but they had no children. The knight was much distressed at the thought that a noble and chivalrous race should end in him. Once, when he was quite elderly, a soothsayer came to the castle and asked for a night's lodging, which was, as usual, granted. That evening, when he was sitting alone with his guest, the knight began to discourse on the sorrow of his life, and the stranger told him that he ought to make a pilgrimage to the church of the Holy Sepulchre, and lay a crucifix of pure gold on the altar. Titrason followed the wise man's advice, and he and his wife had the pleasure of having a son born to them. As the boy grew up, he showed rare gifts of mind, great piety, and unusual strength. He had received the name of Titurel at his baptism, a name that soon became known throughout the length and breadth of the land. When the boy grew to man's estate, he went with his father to fight against the heathen. He showed such marvellous prowess that his father began to praise him and prophesy great things for his future, but the lad modestly said he had only done his duty like the others. When the victorious army returned home, Titurel was not to be tempted to remain at court, but hastened away to his native place. Arrived there, he did not go first in search of his mother, but made his way to the chapel, dressed in the robes of a penitent. He approached the altar barefoot, and presented the booty he had brought from the war. Having prayed for God's blessing on all his undertakings, he rose from his knees, and going into the castle, hastened to embrace his mother. Titurel sometimes took part in the crusades against the Saracens. His gallant deeds were so numerous that they became noised abroad, and his name was held in honour by Christians and infidels alike. Many years passed on. Titurson and his wife both died, leaving a large inheritance to their only son. The change in his outward fortunes made no difference to Titurel. He remained as humble in the sight of God and man as before. He had more to give away to the poor and needy. That was the only use of wealth in his eyes. One beautiful spring morning he went out to walk in the wood. Coming to a soft, mossy bank, he seated himself and looked about him. Flowers filled the air with their perfume, birds were singing in the trees, and a gentle breeze whispered among the fresh green leaves. He felt full of peace and joy. It seemed to him as though God was speaking to him in the song of the birds, the rustle of the foliage, and the murmur of the brook. The sky was blue. One soft, fleecy cloud alone was visible. He was surprised to see it coming as if towards him with extraordinary speed, and yet it was not driven by the wind. At last it sank to the earth before him, and out of it came an angel, who spoke to the hero in a deep, melodious voice like the sound of an organ in church. "Hail, chosen hero of the Most High! The Lord hath called thee to guard the Holy Grail on his mountain, Mount Salvach. Set thy house in order, and obey the voice of God." The angel stepped back. The cloud closed around him like a silver veil, and he floated away to heaven. Titurel went home in a state of ecstasy. He divided his wealth among his servants and those who had most need of it, after which he returned fully armed to the place where the angel had appeared to him. Once more he saw the cloud in the sky, and this time it was fringed with the gold of sunshine. It went before him, showing the way to the goal of his pilgrimage. He went on and on through vast solitudes. At length he came to a deep, dark wood, and after that to a mountain, the sides of which seemed too steep to climb. But the cloud preceded him, and he followed, dragging himself up precipitous rocks, past great abysses that made him dizzy to look into, and through thickets of thorn. Often he felt so weary he could hardly drag one foot after the other, and was tempted to despair of ever reaching the top. But a voice seemed to speak to him encouragingly at such moments of weakness, and he found the strength to struggle on. At length he reached the top of the mountain. He saw a bright light before him. It was the Sangreal, borne in the air by invisible hands. Beneath it knelt a number of knights in shining armour. Seeing him, they rose to their feet and cried, "Hail to thee, chosen hero, called to be guardian of the Holy Grail." He did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the sacred vessel, which was like a cup of emerald-coloured jasper, encircled by a strand of chased gold. Lost in the wondrous sight, he prayed for strength to guard which had been put under his charge. And in good truth, Titurel was worthy of his high calling. He, with the help of other knights under his command, prevented any infidels from approaching the holy mountain. Many years passed away, and the vessel never came down to earth. So Titurel determined to build a castle and temple on the mountain top worthy to hold and protect Sangreal. Building of the temple. When the grass, ferns, and stones were cleared away, it was discovered that the rock, or core of the mountain, was one entire onyx of enormous size. This was flattened into a flooring and polished with great care, and upon it the castle was built. Now came the more important task of rearing the temple, but they were in doubt as to the plan and shape that would be most fitting. One morning when Titurel awoke, he prayed that he might be enlightened to know how to build the church, and when he went out he saw that the entire ground plan was clearly marked out on the rock foundation, and all the miraculous materials that were wanted ready piled up in huge stacks. So the knights worked hard all day long, and the invisible powers worked all night. It was wonderful how quickly the walls rose, and the church was finished. It was circular in form and had 72 octagon choirs, every 2 of which supported a belfry. In the midst rose a tower of many windows and openings with pointed arches. The topmost point of the tower was a ruby, out of which rose a cross of clear crystal surmounted by a golden eagle with outstretched wings. Within the building, sculptured vines, roses, and lilies twined about the pillars, forming bowers, on whose branches birds seemed to flutter as if alive. At every intersection of the arches was a glowing carbuncle that turned night into day, and the vaulted roof was of blue sapphire, in which a miracle of art was to be seen. The sun, moon, and stars placed there by the builders moved in the same order as the real luminaries in the heavens. In the wide inner space of the great temple a second and smaller sanctuary was built, resembling the first, but far more beautiful. This was the place intended for Sangreal, should it come down to earth. And now the work was finished. The hour of consecration had come. The bells rang. The priest began to chant the hymn, and a choir of angels joined in. Glory to God on high, peace on earth, goodwill to men. At the same moment a sweet perfume filled the air. The sacred vessel descended and floated above the altar in the inner sanctuary. A deep and solemn silence reigned in the mighty building. Then the invisible choir began to sing, "The glory of the God has risen in Zion. Praise him, ye faithful, and make known his holy name." The priest spoke the blessing, and the consecration was complete. Titurel did not move for some time after the others had withdrawn. He was lost in wonder and joy. He did not touch the vessel, for he had not been told to do so. The building had taken 30 years to complete. After the consecration, a dove appeared every Good Friday carrying a wafer from the Holy Sacrament in its bill. It dropped the wafer into the sacred vessel, thereby keeping up the miraculous powers of the Grail, which provided food for the knights who guarded it, and healed any wounds they might sustain at the hands of the unbelievers who sometimes attacked them. His marriage and descendants. Time passed on, and Titurel was 400 years old, but no one looking at him would have thought he was more than 40. One evening, when he entered the sanctuary and turned his eyes upon the Grail, he saw that it had a message for him. Drawing near that he might read the letters of fire in which all such commands were issued, he read that he was to take a wife, so that the chosen race might not die out of the land. He called the knights of the temple. They saw what was written, and said that he must obey. With one accord all fixed upon the Lady Riachard, daughter of a Spanish chief, as the most worthy maiden to be his wife. The wooing was done by solemn embassage, and neither father nor daughter was deaf to the call. The marriage took place, and on the same day Titurel received the honour of knighthood, which he had always refused to do before out of humility. 2 children were born to Sir Titurel and his wife, a son named Frimutal, and a daughter named Riachard after her mother. 20 years later, Titurel lost his wife, and was once more alone in the world, except for his children, to whom he was devoted. Riachard, who was very lovely, married a king whose realm lay far away from her old home, and Frimutal married Clarissa, daughter of the king of Granada. By her he had 5 children. 2 of them were sons, Amfortas and Trebizond by name, and 3 daughters, Herzalida, Hoseni, and Repants. Titurel was no longer able to bear the weight of his armour. He passed his time either in church or with his grandchildren. One day, when he went, as he often did, to gaze at the Holy Grail, he saw written in letters of fire on the rim of the vessel, "Frimutal shall be king." The old man's heart was full of joy. He called his son, his grandchildren, and all the young heroes who served the Sangreal around him, and told him what had been ordained. He then desired his granddaughter, Hoseni, to place the floating Grail upon the altar, for she, as a pure virgin, could touch it. She obeyed, and then the old man put the crown on his son's head and blessed him and the assembled brotherhood. Titurel lived on and saw many joyful and many sorrowful things happen. Hoseni married King Kiot of Catalonia and died at the birth of her babe, Sigoon, who fairer then was flowers and lusty May, that ope their dewy cups to dawning day. Her sister Herzalida took the child and brought it up with Sean Natolander, the orphan son of a friend, but after a time she lost her husband and had to fly with her son Percival, leaving Sigoon and Sean Natolander under the care of friends. But worse things than this were yet to happen. Frimutal thought his life at Montsalvat confined and dull. He wearied of it and went out to seek excitement in the world. He died of a lance wound far away in the land of the unbelievers. His son, Amfortas, was crowned as his successor, in obedience to the fiery letters that appeared on the holy vessel, but he had inherited the wild blood and roving spirit of his father, and instead of fulfilling the office to which he was appointed, he went out into the world in search of love and fame. At length he was brought back to his grandfather, sick unto death of a wound caused by a poisoned spear. One day, while Sir Titurel knelt in the sanctuary praying for his grandson, whose life of pain was prolonged by the Holy Grail, appearing to him once every 7 days, he suddenly saw these words in letters of fire: "Murmur not, good old man. Endure the load of others' sins. A chosen hero shall one day climb the holy mount. If he ask, before nightfall, of the beginning and end of this tale of woe, Then shall the spell be broken, and Amfortas cured, but the newcomer shall be king in his stead. Again and again Titurel read the mysterious words, and asked when the hero would come. He received no answer, but the words, "Murmur not, endure," shone brighter than before, and he bowed his head, leaving the future confidently to God. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 2. Percival. Journey to Arthur's Court. When Queen Herzelide had to fly from home with her little son on the death of her husband, she retired to a small house she possessed in an out-of-the-way district, and devoted herself to the education of her boy. She never spoke to him of knightly deeds, for she feared lest, when he was grown up, he should leave her to seek adventures, and should die in some tournament or feud. Notwithstanding this, young Percival grew up a bold, strong youth, fearless of all danger. One day, as he was coming home from hunting, he met some knights riding through the wood arrayed in full armor. One of them asked him a question, which Percival answered at random. Then, going up to the knight, he asked what strange garments those were that he and his companions wore, and why they had golden spurs. The knight was amused, and answered the lad's questions very kindly, adding, "If you want to know more of knights and knighthood, you must go to King Arthur's court, and there, if you are worthy, you may perchance be made a knight yourself." Percival could not forget what he had heard and seen. He cared no more for hunting, and spent his days and nights in dreaming of swords, knighthood, and battle. Herzelide asked her son what ailed him, and when she learned the cause of his sorrow, her heart was filled with terror, lest, inheriting his father's heroic spirit, Percival might meet his father's fate. At length she gave way to the lad's entreaties, and let him go, but with a breaking heart. Percival felt the parting with his mother very much, but youth and hope were strong in his heart, and thoughts of the joy of meeting again soon thrust the sorrow of parting into the background. Lost in such reflections, he came to a meadow in which some tents were pitched. In one of these he saw a couch on which a beautiful woman lay asleep. She was richly dressed. Her girdle blazed with precious stones, as did also the ornaments on her arms, neck, and fingers. He thought, as he plucked a flower, so he might also steal a kiss from the rosy lips of the sleeping beauty. But as he did so, she awoke and was very angry. "Don't be angry," he said, throwing himself at her feet. "I have often kissed my mother when I have caught her asleep, and you are more beautiful than my mother." The lady gazed at him in astonishment, and listened to his boyish confidences about going to Arthur's court, being made a knight, and doing great deeds thereafter. Suddenly a horn sounded at no great distance. "This is my husband," cried the lady. "Quick, boy, get away as fast as you can, or we are both undone." "Oh, I am not afraid," he said. "Look at my quiver, it is quite full. I could defend you as well as myself. Let me have one of your bracelets as a sign that you are not angry with me." As he spoke, he slipped the bracelet off her arm, left the tent, mounted his horse, and rode away. Shortly after this, Lord Aurelius, the lady's husband, appeared, and with him many knights. When he heard from her what had happened, he fell into a passion, and swore that he would hang the impudent varlet if he could catch him. But though he set out at once in pursuit, he could see nothing of the youth. Meanwhile Percival continued his journey. That night he slept in the forest, and went on his way next morning at an easy pace. As he was passing under a rock, he saw a maiden sitting by a spring that gushed out of it. She wept bitterly as she bent over a dead man, whose head lay in her lap. Percival spoke to her, and tried to comfort her by saying that he would avenge the death of the murdered man, for murdered he was sure he was. He then told her his name, and she said that she was his cousin Sigyn, and that the dead man was her old playfellow Tionatulander, who had met his end in trying to gratify a silly wish of hers, a wish she had no sooner given utterance to than she repented. She had lost a dog and had wanted to have it again. That was the cause of all her sorrow. He was a real hero, she continued, and one of the knights of King Arthur's Round Table. Your mother made him governor of her wasted lands. He conquered the robber hosts, slew their leader, wild Llewellyn, and flung his ally Aurelius, lord of Cumberland, from his horse so that he only escaped by the help of his troopers, who bore him off the field. When he promised to get me back the dog, he challenged Aurelius to single combat before King Arthur and his knights, the prize of victory to be the setter that Lord Aurelius had caught and kept when it ran away from me. The challenge was accepted, but the time of meeting was put off for a while, because Aurelius was suffering from an unhealed wound. Meanwhile, the Lady Jeshut, fearing for the life of her husband, sent me back the dog. Tionatulander and I regarded the matter as settled, so we set out together to go to the sanctuary of the Holy Grail, where we were to be married. As ill luck would have it, he met Aurelius and his wife, and in spite of all the entreaties of Jeshut and myself, the two knights quarrelled and fought. Aurelius recovered from the stunning fall, but my dear love, oh, that I had died instead! It was my fault, all my fault. Be comforted, cousin, said Percival. I will go to King Arthur, I will tell him your story, and ask him to make me a knight, and to take care of you. Then I will go and seek out Aurelius, and avenge your wrongs. He then took leave of Sigyn, and went on his way. Coming to a broad river, he questioned the ferryman as to where he should find King Arthur's court. The man answered that he must go to Nantes, a good bit on the other side of the river. So Percival gave him the gold bracelet he had taken from the lady's arm, and asked him to set him across. This the man did, and afterwards put him on the right road. Arrived at Nantes, the first person he met was a red-haired knight clad in red armor, and riding on a sorrel steed. Percival spoke to him courteously, and asked for the loan of his horse and armor, that he might go in seemly fashion to the king and ask for knighthood at his hands. But the stranger laughed and said, A rustic youth in a fool's cap were the very thing to carry my message of defiance. Here, he continued, take this cup to the king as a token, tell him that I challenge him and all his round table to deadly combat. You see that I cannot lend you my horse and armor, as I need them myself, but after the battle you will be able to pick and choose among the armor and horses of the slain. Indignant at the knight's refusal, Percival rode on in silence. As he went down the principal street of the royal borough, the people all laughed at his appearance. The very boys pointed and hooted at him, and in good truth he looked ridiculous enough. The ribbons of his stripped cap fluttered in the breeze, his many-colored jacket and leather hose were very shabby, and his sorry nag limped with fatigue. At length a squire named Iwanet took his part, chased away the boys, and chid them for their discourtesy to a stranger. The young hero thanked the man, and begged him to take him to King Arthur, to whom he was the bearer of a message. Iwanet at once complied with Percival's request, and took him to the palace. On entering the open hall where the king was seated with his knights at the celebrated round table, the young man turned to his companion in amazement, saying, "Are there so many Arthurs? My mother only told me of one." The squire smiled as he replied that there was indeed only one Arthur, and that he was the knight whose beard was beginning to turn grey, and who wore the crown on his head. Percival now walked up the hall, and bowing to the king, repeated the message of the Red Knight, adding that he wished the king would use his power and give him the Red Knight's horse and armor, for he liked them well. "The boy would like the bear skin before the hunter has slain the bear," said Arthur, laughing. "But," he added, "I will give you the things you asked for, if you can get possession of them." "Thank you, sire," answered Percival. "I shall need your gift if I am to become a knight." So saying, he bowed and took his leave. When he returned to the Red Knight, he told him all that had occurred, and asked him for the horse and armor the king had given him. The knight upon this rapped him so shrewdly on the head with the butt end of his lance that he fell from his nag. He soon recovered, however, and attacked the knight so suddenly with his spear that he killed him on the spot. He then tried to take off his armor, but in vain. Fortunately, Iwanet happened to pass that way, and seeing the lad's difficulty, offered to help him. Percival was soon arrayed in the full suit of armor, which he insisted on wearing about his other clothes, as they had been made by his mother. This done, he thanked the squire for his timely assistance, mounted the Red Knight's charger, and rode away he knew not whither. After he had ridden a long way, he came to the castle of Gurneman, an elderly man and a brave warrior. The old chief asked the youth to come in and spend the night under his roof, and Percival accepted the invitation with pleasure. He was so taken with the host's kindly manner that before the evening was over he felt drawn to tell him of his mother and all his adventures since he had left her. Gurneman persuaded the lad to remain with him for some time, and began to teach him how to become a true knight and hero. "Do not always have your mother's name upon your lips," he would say, "for it sounds childish. Preserve her teaching faithfully in your heart, and you will please her more than by talking of her continually. A knight should be modest, love one maiden only, not play at love with many women. He should help the oppressed, and show kindness to all. When he has conquered an enemy, he should show mercy, and when he is conquered, he should not beg for life. To face death boldly is a hero's glory, and such death is better than a dishonored life." With these and other words of wisdom, the old man strove to fit the youth for knighthood. At the same time he gave him fitting clothes, telling him that it was no disrespect to his mother to cease to wear the curious garments with which he had provided him. Time passed on, and Percival proved such an apt pupil that Gurneman grew as proud of him as if he had been his own son. At last he told the youth that the time had come for him to go out into the world and draw his sword in defense of innocence and right. For Queen Candueramur was hard-pressed in her capital, Belripar, by the wild chief Clamide and his seneschal Kingram. Percival was nothing loth, and at once prepared to go and help the queen. Arrived at Belripar, which stood on the sea at the mouth of a great river, he rowed himself across the stream, his good horse swimming at his side. Though artillery frowned from the castle walls, he gained admittance on pronouncing the password given him by Gurneman, and was conducted into the queen's presence. She received him kindly, and he at once offered her his services. She entreated him to have nothing to do with so unlucky a cause as hers, but he was not to be persuaded to abandon her. It almost seemed as though he had brought good fortune in his train, For a few days later, some ships laden with provisions managed to run the blockade, and when Perceval made a sally on the enemy soon after, he unhorsed and took prisoner the seneschal Kingram, whom he set free on condition that he at once set out to tell King Arthur of his defeat at the hands of the Red Knight. The same fate befell Clemide himself not long afterwards. Peace was now restored. The people were all devoted to the young hero who had freed them from Clemide, and were rejoiced to hear that he was about to marry the queen. The wedding took place with great pomp and ceremony. In the midst of all his happiness, Perceval had only one sorrow, and that was that his mother was not there to share his joy. He told Count Veramur what he felt, and she agreed with him that he ought to go and fetch his mother to Belripar. So Perceval mounted his good horse and rode away. Quest of the Grail. He knew in which direction to go to his mother, but not the roads that led to her house. So it was not surprising that he lost his way several times. One day he came to a great lake which he had never seen before. He saw a man seated in a boat fishing. The man was richly dressed, but pale and sad. Perceval asked if he could get food and shelter anywhere about for himself and his tired horse, and was told that if he went straight on and did not lose his way, he would come to a castle where he would be kindly received. He started in the direction indicated by the fisherman, and reached the castle at nightfall after a long and toilsome search. There he met with so much kindness and consideration, garments even being provided for him by Queen Ripance's orders, that he was filled with amazement. When freshly attired, he was taken into the hall, which was brilliantly lighted. 400 knights were seated on softly cushioned seats at small tables, each of which was laid for 4. They all sat grave and silent, as though in expectation. When Perceval entered, they rose and bowed, and a ray of joy passed over each woeful countenance. The master of the house, who much resembled the fisherman Perceval had seen on the lake, sat in an armchair near the fire, wrapped in sables, and was apparently suffering from some wasting disease. The deep silence that reigned in the hall was at length broken by the host, who invited Perceval in a low, weak voice to sit down beside him, telling him that he had been long expected, and at the same time giving him a sword of exquisite workmanship. The young knight was filled with astonishment. A servant now entered, carrying the head of a lance stained with blood, with which he walked round the room in silence. Perceval would much have liked to ask the meaning of the strange ceremony, and also how his arrival had come to be expected, but he feared lest he should be deemed unwarrantably curious. While thus thinking, the door opened again, and a number of beautiful blue-eyed maidens came in, 2 and 2, with a velvet cushion embroidered with pearls, an ebony stand, and various other articles. Last of all came Queen Ripance, bearing a costly vessel, whose radiance was more than the human eye could steadfastly gaze upon. "The Holy Grail!" Perceval heard whispered by one voice after another. He longed to question someone, but felt too much awed by the strangeness and solemnity of all he saw. The maidens withdrew, and the squires and pages of the knights came forward. Then from the shining vessel streamed an endless supply of the costliest dishes and wines, which they set before their masters. The lord of the castle, however, only ate of one dish, and but a small quantity of that. Perceval glanced round the great hall. What could this strange stillness and sadness mean? When the meal was at an end, the lord of the castle dragged himself to his feet, leaning on 2 servants. He looked eagerly at his guest, and then retired with a deep sigh. Servants now came to conduct Percival to his sleeping apartment. Before leaving the hall, they opened the door of a room in which a venerable old man slept on a low couch. His still handsome face was framed in a coronal of white curls. His sleep was uneasy, and his lips quivered as though he were trying to speak. The servants closed the door again and led Percival to his chamber. When he entered the room, he looked about him, and at once became aware of a picture embroidered on the silken tapestry that arrested his attention. It was the picture of a battle, in which the most prominent figure, a knight strangely like the lord of the castle in appearance, was sinking to the ground, wounded by a spear of the same kind as the broken weapon that had been carried round the hall. Much as he desired to know the meaning of this, he determined to ask no questions till the following morning, though the servants told him that his coming had been long expected and deliverance was looked for at his hands, and they went away sighing deeply. His sleep was disturbed by bad dreams, and he awoke next morning unrefreshed. He found his own clothes and armor beside his bed, but no one came to help him. He got up and dressed. All the doors in the castle were locked, except those that led out to the ramparts, where his horse stood saddled and bridled at the drawbridge. No sooner had he crossed the bridge than it was drawn up behind him, and a voice called out from the battlements, "Accursed of God, thou that wast chosen to do a great work and hast not done it, go and return no more, walk thy evil way till it leads thee down to hell." The hero turned and looked back at the castle. A face with a fiendish grin glared at him for a moment over the battlements, and then disappeared. Percival put spurs to his horse and rode away. He journeyed all day long through bleak, inhospitable country, and at nightfall reached a solitary cell. He dismounted, hobbled his horse, and entered the quiet room. A woman crouched on the floor praying. She wore a penitent's grey robe, and her long hair lay neglected about her face and neck. Startled by his entrance, she rose slowly to her feet and looked at him. "What, you?" she said. "Herzelides, wretched son, what do you want from me? Tionatulander's body is embalmed, and I have laid it in this chest. Here I must kneel and pray and do penance till the All-Merciful sets me free." "Good heavens," said the hero to himself, "it is Sigyn, but how changed!" The unhappy woman stared at him for some time in silence. Then she went on, "Wretched man, do you not know that you are lost forever? You were permitted to look upon the Holy Grail, yet of your own will you put aside the opportunity of freeing the poor sufferer from his pain. Do not longer pollute this cell with your unhallowed presence. Go, flee, till the curse overtake you." She stood before him like an angry prophetess. A feeling of dread, such as he had never known before, took possession of him, and he staggered out of her presence and into the night. He walked on and on, leading his horse, till at length he sank on the ground and found relief from his troubles in a sound and refreshing sleep. The sun was high in the heavens when he awoke. His faithful horse was grazing near him, so he mounted and rode on without knowing or caring where he went. As evening came on, a farmer met him and offered him a night's lodging, which he thankfully accepted. Next day, when he resumed his journey, he was able to think more calmly of all that had occurred, and came to the conclusion that he ought to return to the castle and try to expiate the sin he had committed unconsciously. But he could not find the way to it. He asked everyone he met to show him the way to the castle where the Holy Grail was to be seen, but everyone took him for a fool or a madman. As he rode on sadly, he met a knight leading a woman in chains. He at once recognized the beautiful lady from whom he had stolen the kiss when she was asleep. She looked at him in silent entreaty, so he felt himself bound to help her. He desired the knight to let the poor woman go, but was answered with a scornful laugh. Upon this the fight began, and raged hotly for some time. At last Percival was victorious. As he was about to slay his fallen and unconscious foe, he remembered Sir Gurneman's teaching and refrains. Leaving the man lying on the ground, he turned to the lady and freed her from her chains. By this time the fallen knight had regained his senses, and Percival let him go after making him swear to treat the lady for the future with all courtesy, and to go to King Arthur's court and say that he had been defeated by the Red Knight. Before they parted, Percival learned that his opponent was Sir Arilus, and that the lady was his wife, whom, ever since that scene in the tent, he had persecuted out of groundless jealousy. Percival solemnly swore that the meeting had been innocent and accidental, and thus he brought about a sincere reconciliation. The hero continued his search for the Holy Grail, but all in vain. He followed out the quest in summer's heat and winter's storm, yet never seemed to get nearer the goal. One day he met Sir Gawain, King Arthur's nephew, who asked him to come back to court with him and see the king, and be made a knight of the Round Table. Percival at once consented, hoping as he did so to learn something from Arthur about the Holy Grail. Sir Gawain sent a squire on to announce the Red Knight's arrival to his uncle, so the king came out to meet them, accompanied by his heroes and many of the townfolks, who were all anxious to see the warrior of whose powers so much had been heard and of whom so little was known. On the following day, in the open field, Percival received from Arthur's hand the sign of knighthood, and was enrolled a member of the Round Table. Whilst the heralds were yet proclaiming the new knight's name and deeds, a woman rode into the royal presence on a miserable nag. She threw back her veil on approaching the king, and displayed a hideous countenance, brown, yellow, and grey, like a withered leaf, and her eyes glowed like burning coals out of their deep sockets. "It is the witch Kundry, the messenger of the Sangreal," cried many voices. "It is even she," said the woman, "and she comes to cry woe upon King Arthur and his Round Table, if they suffer the man I shall name to remain in their midst. Percival is unworthy of the honor you have shown him. He was chosen to the highest dignity, and has wickedly neglected to end the pains of the greatest sufferer upon earth. Woe unto him! Woe unto Arthur and his heroes, if the unhallowed presence of the dishonored knight be not at once removed." Every eye was fixed, now on the prophetess, and now upon Sir Percival, who, horror-stricken at what had occurred, slipped quietly out of the assemblage, and mounting his horse rode away. Amongst all the heroes of the Round Table there was only one who took his part, and that was Gawain. He said it was a shame to let the flower of chivalry thus depart on the word of a hawk-nosed witch. Upon this Kundry got into a great rage, and said, "Thou wretch, the curse has fallen upon thee too. Go, if thou dare, and find Clincher's magic castle, where thy grandmother, thy mother and sister, and other noble ladies lie under the spell of enchantment. Free them if thou canst." Gawain turned, and went away without a word. He mounted his horse, and set out in pursuit of Percival. Clincher's enchanted castle. Wherever the hero went, he found people who told him they had met the Red Knight, And again he came up with armed men who had fought with him and whom he had conquered. So the days and weeks passed on, and he still continued to follow Percival until he lost all trace of him in the far east. At last he heard of him again, and seeking him, heard more of his great deeds, but himself he could not find. Sir Gawain thought the matter over carefully, and made up his mind that the best way to find Percival would be to seek out the Holy Grail, for which he also sought. As he rode along, he met a knight whom Percival had wounded. Gawain offered him help, but King Grimmersel, as the man was called, felt too sore about his defeat to be able to accept any kindness, and at once challenged Gawain to fight him when his wounds were healed. Before the hero had gone much farther, he met a woman whose beauty made him forget both the challenge and the Holy Grail and even the Red Knight. And indeed she was a lady of most marvelous beauty. Her dark hair fell down her neck in curls, and her eyes gleamed like stars. Gawain approached her and entered into conversation with her. Finding her as wise and witty as she was fair, he told her that he loved her, but she only laughed at him. He persisted, so she said that if he would find favor in her sight, he must go to the garden hard by and fetch out her white palfrey. He went to the garden gate, and seeing an elderly man standing within, he asked him where he should find the lady's palfrey. The man shook his head sadly as he answered, "Ah, my friend, take care. That lady is the Duchess Orgueilleuse, a witch who has caused the death of many a noble knight, and for whose sake the great King Amfortas faced the danger in which he was wounded by the poisoned spear. Throw off her bonds while yet you can. Look, there is your horse. Mount and ride away." The warning was vain, a mere waste of words. It was as though the haughty Duchess had cast a spell over Sir Gawain. He was powerless in her hands. He brought her the palfrey, and not noticing the supercilious way in which she refused all help from him in mounting, followed her with passive obedience through many lands. Many a battle had he to fight for her sweet sake, and every now and then he could not help seeing that it was she who brought on the fight, when otherwise there would have been none. Yet he was always victorious, and never swerved from the fealty to the lady of his love, who was now pleased to allow him to ride beside her. At length they reached a hilltop from which they had an extensive view over a wide valley. Opposite there was a castle perched on the top of a high rock, and overshadowed by a gigantic pine tree. Orgueilleuse pointed to it, and said that it belonged to Gramoflans, her mortal enemy, and the man who had slain her lover. "Now," she continued, "if you bring me a spray of the magic tree yonder, and conquer Gramoflans, who will at once challenge you to single combat, I will be your faithful wife." The knight would have fought the Prince of Darkness himself for such a prize. So he set spurs to his horse without a moment's hesitation, and rode away in the direction of the castle. He crossed the valley, swam over a deep moat, and reached the tree. He pulled a small branch, and tried to weave it into a wreath, but as he did so, he heard a voice call in angry tones, "What are you doing there, rash youth? How dare you touch my magic tree? I know you well. You are Sir Gawain, a knight of the Round Table. Your father slew my father long ago, and I intend to have vengeance. Meet me, therefore, in 8 days' time before Clincher's magic castle. There shall 1,200 of my warriors see me avenge my father's death. You may bring as many men or more if you like." So saying, the speaker turned his back upon the hero and re-entered his castle. Gawain brought the wreath to his lady, who received it calmly. She did not waste her words in thanks, but pursued her way in silence, he accompanying her wherever she chose to go. After a time they came in sight of 2 strong castles, one of which, the Duchess said, was Logreis, her father's ancestral residence, and the other was Clinshor's magic castle, in which the great magician Clinshor kept the noble dames and damsels he had stolen in close confinement and laden with heavy chains. She herself, she added, had only bought her freedom by giving the monster all the gold she had inherited from her father. Scarcely had she uttered these words when a grim warrior appeared and called to Gawain to defend himself. Orgueilleuse withdrew, reminding Gawain of her promise. A few minutes later, having overthrown his adversary, the knight got into the ferry boat that had just returned from setting the Duchess on the other side of the water and went across. That night he lodged with the ferryman, who told him all the gossip of the place, and particularly of the great doings of a valiant knight clad in red armor. As darkness came on, Gawain went to the window and looked out. He saw the lighted windows of the magician's castle, at each of which a sad female face appeared. The women were a curious medley. Their ages seemed to range from early childhood to grey old age. Sir Gawain turned wrathfully from the sight, saying that he would slay the caitiff knight and set the wretched ladies free. But the ferryman bade him beware what he did, for Clinshor was not only very strong, but was learned in the black art. Sir Gawain, however, was not to be dissuaded from the emprise. He mounted his horse early next morning and set out for the magic castle, the towers of which rose dark and mysterious-looking before him. He was admitted into the court by a gigantic porter, who opened the door for him without making any difficulty. The building seemed totally deserted. Not a household utensil was to be seen anywhere, nor any woman. He wandered from room to room, lost in astonishment. At last he came to a room in which a comfortable couch was spread, and as he felt tired, he thought he would lie down and rest for a little. But to his intense surprise, the bed retreated as he advanced, and he could not get in. Rendered impatient by this, he boldly leapt upon the bed, and next instant was assailed by a perfect storm of arrows, lances, javelins, and heavy stones. From these he guarded himself as well as he could. Had he not been dressed in full armor, he would speedily have been slain, and even as it was he received many a wound. The terrible hail of weapons ceased as suddenly as it had begun. A stillness as of death set in. The silence was at length broken by the heavy tramp of a peasant, who entered the room bearing a great club in his hand and followed by a lion. The man was of enormous size, and his voice was deep and gruff.
"Quiet, Leo," he said. "I am going to break that fellow's skull before I throw you his carcass."
"What?" he continued in amazement.
"Still alive and in full armor? Nay, then, go at him yourself, good Leo."
So saying, he hastened away as fast as his legs would carry him. The lion sprang upon the hero and tried to tear him with its claws, but almost instantly fell backwards with a howl of mingled rage and pain, for Gawain had cut off one of its forepaws. The hero now jumped out of bed and attacked the lion with such hearty goodwill that he finally killed it. But the exhaustion caused by the protracted struggle was so great that he sank fainting on its carcass. When he came to himself again, he found a number of women bending over him and calling him their deliverer. Among them were his grandmother, his mother, and his sister Atone. The spell was broken, and Clinshor had fled. As soon as Gawain had a little recovered from his fatigue, he sent messengers to tell Arthur what had happened, and to ask him to come and witness the combat that was to take place between him and Gramaflans. Arthur came, and Sir Gawain felt that his cup of happiness was full when he presented the beautiful Lady Orgueilleuse to his uncle. At length the wished-for day of combat dawned. A knight arrived dressed in black, and riding on a coal-black steed. Gawain rode forward to meet him. Their swords flashed, and they fought as beseemed noble knights in such fair company. The king and the ladies drew nearer that they might the better watch the skill of the combatants. Gradually the Black Knight had the best of the fight. Gawain's strength to parry the thrust of his adversary grew less and less. Suddenly a maiden darted from among the spectators and cried, "Noble knight, spare my brother Gawain. He is yet weak from the many wounds he received in the magic castle." "Gawain!" echoed the stranger, raising his visor and displaying the well-known features of Sir Percival. The meeting of the friends was right joyful, and while they talked, another knight came forward and asked for reconciliation and friendship with the other two. This was Gramaflans, who had long been secretly betrothed to the gentle Itone. But Gawain knew too well what depended on their combat. He knew that the Lady Orgueilleuse was only to be won by defeating this man whom she hated. He laid his hand upon his sword and would have spoken, but the great king drew near and stopped him. He promised on his word of honor to soften the heart of the proud duchess and bring her to his nephew. Then, sending for the lady, he took her apart and talked with her, and his wisdom and nobleness so wrought upon her that her anger left her, and she forgave her foe. A few days afterwards, 2 marriages were solemnized at the castle, and Queen Guinevere did all that she could to ensure the general happiness. Sir Percival was at the same time openly received as Knight of the Round Table, but still he was not happy. He could not forget. He heard as distinctly as of yore the curse that the witch had pronounced against him. He always saw the face of the sufferer Amfortas, the Sangreal, and further in the background his lovely wife and weeping mother. He could not bear it, so he slipped quietly away without taking leave of the king or any one. The innocent joy of his friends but increased his grief. He rode away, a feeling of almost despair possessing him. Should he never find the Holy Grail? Should he never be able to right the wrong he had done so unconsciously? Percival, Treason and the Grail. Summer and autumn were gone, and the ground was covered with snow, when one evening Percival saw the dwelling of a recluse at a little distance. He was half frozen with cold, and so very weary that when he dismounted he could only drag himself with difficulty to the door. A tall and stately, but somewhat haggard man answered his knock, and told him to come in while he attended to his horse. The hermit gave him food and spread a bed of moss for him, and while resting there, Percival began to look around him. He saw a sword with a richly carved hilt inlaid with gold hanging on the wall, and asked to whom it had belonged. The hermit sighed as he answered that it had belonged to him at a time when he cared for nothing but glory and love, and forgot the Holy Grail, the care of which had been committed to him. "For, stranger," he continued, "you must know that I am Treason, brother of the unhappy King Amfortas, and that, like him, I devoted my life to the pursuit of fleeting pleasures. When the poisoned lance struck Amfortas and caused him the unspeakable pain that he still endures, I laid aside my sword and armor and retired to this solitary place that I might do penance for my own sins, and perhaps even redeem my brother. Idle hope! the sufferer still endures his agony, and he that was chosen by God to save him neglected to do it, and has earned thereby the curse of perdition, instead of the glorious place that was prepared for him. I am he who sinned so deeply, yet unconsciously, cried Percival. But where is the justice or love of a being that punishes the sin of ignorance with such a curse? So you are Percival, the son of my sister Herzelide, said Trevisan. You found the way to the Grail, but not to redemption, for you did not know the All-Merciful, who only speaks in those who have received him into their hearts. Hearken to me, and I will unfold the wondrous goodness and love he has shown to the children of men, that you may learn to endure and to trust. Trevisan then proceeded to tell his nephew of God's dealings with men from the beginning of time until the coming and death of Christ, and to show him what lessons might be learned therefrom. He afterwards told him that his mother had died of sorrow not long after his departure, and that in dying she had blessed him. He went on to say that Percival must now seek the Sangreal with a pure heart and humble mind, trusting in God, who knew that he had repented, and whose mercy was without end. The hero remained for some days with his uncle, who strengthened and encouraged him to perform the task that lay before him. At last, taking leave of Trevisan, he departed and journeyed for a great distance without seeing any trace of the holy mountain. One day he met a knight who insisted on fighting with him. But suddenly, in the middle of the fray, Percival's sword broke, and he exclaimed that if he had had his father Gamoret's weapon, it would not have played him such a sorry trick. The stranger then questioned him about Gamoret, and after he had heard what Percival had to say, he added, Then you and I are brothers, for when Gamoret was in the East, he married the Moorish queen. After her death he returned home and wedded your mother. I was brought up by my mother's relations, and am now king of the Moors. My name is Ferifis. So saying, he opened his visor and showed Percival a dark, handsome face. The brothers embraced with great affection, and Percival said, The sword that Amfortas the sufferer gave me would not drink a brother's blood. This is the first sign that God has heard my prayers. But was I blind? Surely I know this place. There is the lake, the rocks are here. Yes, this is the road to the holy mountain. Come, brother, follow me up the steep path to the heights above, where divine mercy awaits us. Both heroes set out on their toilsome road with a stout heart and a willing mind. But the way was so full of difficulties that the sun was about to set before they reached the castle. On their arrival they were received like expected guests, and their horses, which they had been obliged to lead most of the way, were taken to the stable. Percival and Ferifis were conducted straight to the hall, which was brilliantly lighted with wax candles. King Amfortas and his knights were in their usual places. The squire then came in with the bleeding lance, and was followed as before by the maidens bearing the cushion, stand, etc., and lastly by the fair virgin Queen Riponce carrying the Holy Grail. Merciful Father, and our sweet Lord and Saviour, whispered Sir Percival, teach me what I must do to bring redemption. And it seemed to him that an angel spoke in his ear the one word, Ask. His understanding was now enlightened. He knew what to do. Going up to Amfortas, he said, What ails you, great king? And why are the halls that contain the Holy Grail filled with mourning and woe? The candles went out, but the Sangreal spread a brighter radiance than before throughout the room, and on the side of the sacred vessel appeared in letters of flame, Amfortas is cured, Percival shall be king. At the same moment, soft and heavenly music filled the air, and invisible angels sang, "Glory to God on high, and on earth peace, goodwill to men." The hero stood silent, his heart overflowing with joy and thankfulness. An old man now approached him with a firm step and dignified mien. He bore a crown in his hands, and this he set on the head of the chosen king, saying, "Hail, Percival, all hail! Long have we waited for your coming. I am your great-grandfather Titurel, and have been called to make over to you the insignia of the highest honor. Now I may depart in peace. The days of my earthly pilgrimage will soon be over, and I shall rest in the Lord." Amfortas, who was now well and free from pain, rose from his seat and, greeting Percival with solemn joy, placed the royal mantle on his shoulders, calling on him to uphold the right and to punish all injustice and wrong. The assembled knights joined in proclaiming the new king and in swearing to be true to him, and the angelic choir sang in jubilant tones, "Hail to thee, Percival, King of the Grail, seemingly lost forever, now thou art blessed forever. Hail to thee, Percival, King of the Grail." While Percival stood there, touched and softened by all that had happened, the door opened, and a veiled lady came in, followed by her train. As he looked at her inquiringly, she threw back her veil, and showed the face of Cangueramour, the wife he loved so well, and from whom he had so long been absent. It was strange that the light shed by the Holy Grail left one man and one alone in darkness. This was Feriphis, the Moorish king, who seemed to be overshadowed by a dark cloud. He asked whence came the bright rays that lighted the hall, but did not fall upon him. "The sacred vessel," replied old Titurel, "that received the Saviour's blood only enlightens those who believe. You still live in the darkness of unbelief, in the bonds of the evil one. Bow your head before Christ the crucified, the Prince of light and truth, and your heart also shall be enlightened." The old man's words had a strong effect upon Feriphis, who desired and immediately received baptism at the hands of Titurel, and no sooner was the rite concluded that he too could see the Sangreal and was embraced in the radiance that emanated from it. After that, Titurel knelt down before the sacred vessel and prayed. Having done this, he rose from his knees, and taking solemn leave of all, told them that Sigyn was now at rest. Having thus spoken, he passed out of the hall, and was no more seen of them or of any mortal man. Feriphis remained for some time at the castle on the Holy Mount. While there he received instruction in the Christian faith, and when he went away, he took as his wife the fair Queen Riponce to rule with him over his own land. They had a son named John, who became a great warrior, and who formed a brotherhood like that of the Templars of the Holy Grail. A brotherhood strong, mighty, enduring, and of great renown. End of section 40. Section 41 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 41. Part 3rd, Section 2, Chapter 3. Lohengrin, or Lower Angrin. The Silver Bell. under the lead of Gawain and others, and lastly of Arthur himself, the knights of the Round Table sought in vain for that which lay so near, yet seemed so far, because their dim vision could not pierce the earthly mists that cloud heaven from our view. Some said that the angels had conveyed the holy mountain farther east, where it was guarded by Prester John, and that only when wild Saracens threatened Christendom did the Templars appear with the silver dove on shield and helmet, and help to win the victory. Then they vanished, and none knew whence they came or whither they went. Meanwhile, Percival and Candueramur lived happily together, serving in the temple of the Sangreal and educating their children with the greatest care. Cardais, the eldest son, on reaching man's estate, was made ruler over his mother's kingdom of Belripar, and over his patrimony of Valais and Anjou. The younger son, Lohengrin, remained at home with his parents, while the daughter, Aribadale, took the place of Queen Riponce and bore the Holy Grail from the altar to the hall and back again. It was long since any of the knights of the temple had been called by the sound of the silver bell to go out and fight against the unbelievers, for the Saracens had been completely conquered by the Christians. But one evening, when the knights were all assembled round the king in the royal hall, the silver bell was heard, apparently at a great distance, but coming ever nearer and nearer. It sounded like a cry for help. At the same moment, the announcement appeared on the sacred vessel in letters of flame that Lohengrin was the hero chosen by God to defend the rights of the innocent, and that he should be borne whither he should go in a boat drawn by a white swan with a crown upon his neck. "Hail, Lohengrin, chosen of the Lord!" cried the knights of the temple. Percival rejoiced greatly, and embraced and blessed his son, while Candueramur, her heart filled with joy at Lohengrin's high calling, and also with anxiety about his safety, went to fetch the armor inlaid with gold that Amfortas had once worn, and the sword that had broken during Percival's fight with his brother Feirithous, but which had since been reforged and tempered in the sanctuary of the Sangreal. A squire now entered the hall, and announced that a boat lay in the lake below the mountain, which a swan with a golden crown was towing by a chain of gold. This was the sign that the hour of the young hero's departure was come. The king and queen and all the knights accompanied him to the shore, where the boat awaited him. As he was about to embark, Percival gave him a golden horn and said, "Blow 3 times on this horn as a sign that you have arrived amongst the worldly-minded children of men, and again 3 times to show that you are coming home. For if you are ever asked from whence you came and of what family you are sprung, you must at once be up and away on your return to the holy mountain. This is the indestructible law of the brotherhood of the Sangreal." Lohengrin sprang into the boat, and the swan swam away with it, bearing it towards the sea. The air was full of the softest strains of music, but whether it was the swan that sang or a choir of angels, Lohengrin could not tell. The music ceased when the boat reached the sea. Its place was taken by the howling of the storm and the sound of many waters. When night came on, the young hero stretched himself in the bottom of the boat and fell asleep, undisturbed by wind or waves. Fair Elsie, the Duchess. One day the youthful Duchess of Brabant had gone out to hunt. She was of such surpassing beauty that she was always called Fair Elsie. On this occasion She had somehow got separated from her companions, and to tell the truth, she was not at all sorry, for she wanted to have a little quiet time for thought. So she threw herself on the grass under a great linden tree and began to ponder over her troubles. She had many lovers, and would gladly have got rid of them all, especially of the Count of Telramund, a mighty warrior and her former guardian, who persisted in maintaining that her father had promised her to him on his deathbed. The young duchess both hated and feared the Count. She had refused point-blank to marry him in spite of his threats, but he now declared that he would make war upon her and would also bring a heavy charge against her before the newly elected German king, Heinrich of Saxony. Elsie thought over all these things with a heavy heart till she fell asleep, lulled by the humming of the bees and the soft murmur of the wind in the branches overhead. And in her sleep she dreamt. It was a strange dream. She thought that a youthful hero came to her out of the wood, and offering her a little silver bell, told her to ring it if she ever needed assistance, and he would come without delay. It seemed to her that she tried to take the bell, but could not, and in the effort she awoke. While puzzling over the meaning of her dream, she became aware of a falcon hovering over her. It wheeled round her several times, and finally perched on her shoulder. Tied round its neck was a silver bell exactly like the one she had seen in her dream. She gently detached the bell, and the falcon flew away. Soon after she returned home, a messenger arrived to summon her before King Heinrich's judgment seat at Cologne on the Rhine. She obeyed the summons with a heart at ease, for she felt herself in the keeping of a higher power, and trusted in the hope her dream held out to her. King Heinrich was a man who both loved and exercised justice, but the empire sorely needed stout defenders. Hordes of wild Hungarians ravaged the south every year, and Count Telramund was a mighty warrior whose assistance was of great value to him. So he hoped that his claims would be successfully proved. The trial began. 3 witnesses were brought to prove that the Duchess loved one of her vassals, and for a lady in her position to marry a vassal was strictly forbidden by the laws of the realm. 2 of the witnesses, however, were declared false and perjured, and the evidence of 1 witness was not enough. Then the Count stood up and offered to show the truth of his allegation against the Duchess by challenging to single combat any knight that the Lady Elsie might choose to defend her cause, and might God show the right. The challenge could not be refused, but 3 days' time were allowed her to find a champion. Elsie looked round the hall to see if any noble warrior would defend her, but all feared the terrible strength and skill of Count Telramund. No one moved. A silence as of death reigned in the court. Then the maiden remembered the silver bell. She drew it from her bosom and rang it, and the clear sound that it gave forth pealed through the silent hall and passed on in louder and louder echoes till it was lost in the distant mountains. After that she turned to the king and said that her champion should appear at the appointed time. The 3 days were over. The king was seated on his chair of state overlooking the lists, and thoughtfully gazed over the rushing waters of the Rhine that flowed close to where the combat was to take place. The princes and knights surrounded him, and before him stood Count Telramund in battle array, and the fair Duchess, who looked lovelier than ever. 3 times the Count called upon the champion who was to defend the Lady Elsie to appear. He received no answer. All eyes were fixed upon the king, anxious to hear whether he would now pronounce judgment on the accused. While he had hesitated, distant music was heard coming over the Rhine. The sounds were passing sweet, such as none had ever heard before. A few moments later, a boat was seen approaching the shore, drawn by a white swan with a golden crown upon its neck, and in the boat a knight clad in rich armor was lying asleep. As the prow touched the land, he awoke and sounded a golden horn 3 times. The notes echoed across the river and were lost in the distance. This was the sign that he accepted the position of champion of innocence. He understood what was required of him, and disembarking, entered the lists where his adversary was awaiting him. Before the fight began, the herald came forward and demanded the stranger's name and condition. "My name is Lohengrin," answered the knight, "and I am of royal birth. More than that you need not know." "It is sufficient," replied the king. "Your patent of nobility is written on your forehead." The trumpets sounded to battle, and the combat began. Telramund's blows fell thick and fast, and the stranger knight at first contented himself with standing on the defensive. But suddenly changing his tactics, he attacked in his turn, and with one blow he cleft the count's helmet and head. "God has decided," said the king, "and his judgments are just. As for you, noble knight, will you accompany us on our expedition against the wild invaders, and command the contingent that the fair Duchess will send us from Brabant?" Lohengrin joyfully accepted the proposal, and at the same moment the Lady Elsie came up and thanked him for the great service he had done her. She had recognized him from the first moment of his appearance as the hero of her dream, and her heart was full of wonder and gratitude. On the journey to Brabant, Lohengrin and Elsie saw a great deal of each other, and the more they saw, the more they liked. In the castle at Antwerp, they were publicly betrothed, and a few weeks later married. When the bridal pair left the cathedral after the wedding, Lohengrin told his wife that she must never question him as to the place from whence he came or as to his parentage, for if she did, he must leave her that very hour and leave her forever. They were startled out of their honeymoon by the king's call to arms. Numerous robber hordes from Hungary had invaded the land, so King Heinrich had determined to collect his armies at Cologne and march against the foe. The Duchess, like most of the other ladies, went with her husband to the royal city. There were many great warriors amongst the princes of the empire, and the ladies used to talk of their glorious deeds and those of their ancestors. But when Elsie's husband was mentioned, a strange silence would fall upon the company, for rumors ran that Lohengrin was the son of a heathen magician, and that he had gained the victory over Count Telramund by his knowledge of the black art. When Elsie heard the scandalous tale, she was deeply hurt, for she knew her husband's noble nature. She longed for the power of justifying him, and of making the scandal-mongers eat their words and reverence her hero. So full did she become of these thoughts, that she forgot her husband's warning, and going to him one day, told him of her trouble, and asked him whose son he was and whence he came. "Dear wife," he said in quiet sorrow, "I will now tell you, and the king, and all the princes, what was hidden and ought to have remained hidden forever. But remember, the hour of our parting approaches." The hero led his trembling wife before the king and his nobles, who were assembled on the banks of the Rhine. He told them of his great father Percival, and of his own coming to Cologne in obedience to the divine order conveyed to him by the Holy Grail. I would fain have fought the barbarians with you, noble king, he continued, but destiny calls me hence. Be of good cheer. You will conquer the robbers, rule over the heathen, and win imperishable glory. The hero spoke with the enthusiasm of an inspired seer, as he added a prophecy of the wonders time should unfold regarding the future of the empire. When he ceased, all present heard the same strange wild melody that had attended his coming, but this time sad and slow as a dirge. It came nigher, and then they spied also the crowned swan and the boat. "Farewell, beloved," said Lohengrin, clasping his weeping wife in his arms. "I had grown to love you and the life in this world of yours passing well, but now a higher will than mine tells me to go." He tore himself away with tears in his eyes, and entering the boat which the swan had brought close to the bank, was borne away from their sight. She did not long survive the parting from her husband, and when she died in the firm conviction that she was about to join her husband and see the Holy Grail. Whether she was right or wrong, none of those about her could ever agree. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Marie. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 42, Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 4. Tristram and Isolde. Trusty Rual and his foster son. A furious battle was raging before the gates of the castle, for Rivelin, the lord of the place, was fighting against Morgan, his feudal superior, whose oppression had grown too great to be borne. Within the castle, Blanchefleur, Rivelin's wife, was praying fervently for her husband's safety, as she clasped in her weak arms her little son that had been born while the din of battle filled the air. All day long it lasted. In the evening, Rual, the marshal, hurried back into the castle bleeding, and called to his wife to save what she could, and make ready for instant flight, for King Rivelin had fallen, and the enemy threatened to blockade the castle. Queen Blanchefleur heard what was said, and with a piercing cry fell back dead. Rual, seeing that nothing could be done for her, hurried the other women in their preparations, and, heedless of his own untended wounds, made ready to fly with his master's child to a place of safety. But while they hastened to obey the marshal, it was already too late. The castle was surrounded, and no way of escape remained. They carried the dead queen to another room, and the marshal's wife took the baby for her own. The servants were all faithful, and when Morgan took the castle soon afterwards, he never guessed that Rivelin had left a living child. The victorious king, who honoured Rual for his fidelity to his late master, made him governor of the kingdom he had just subdued, and then went back to his own place. Time passed on, and the foster parents were delighted with the good qualities their pupil developed. They had had him christened Tristram or Tristan, sorrowful, because of the sad circumstances that had attended his birth. Rual himself taught him all the knightly exercises, and got him tutors to instruct him in music, languages, and many other accomplishments. One day some foreign merchants landed on the coast, and offered their wares for sale. Young Tristram often went down to see them, and questioned them about their country, and about the many strange lands they visited. The boy's unusual beauty and the great knowledge he possessed aroused their cupidity. They determined to steal him, and sell him in some foreign country where he would bring a good price. So once, when he was on board their ship, they quietly raised the anchor, and set sail. Rual pursued them, but they escaped, owing to the greater swiftness of their vessel. Another danger, however, threatened to overwhelm them. A terrific storm came on, worse than any they had ever encountered before. They thought it a sign of God's wrath, and were filled with fear and awe. In the perturbation of their souls they swore to set the boy free, and they kept their word. They put him ashore on an unknown coast, feeling assured that with his uncommon gifts he would soon make a livelihood. They were not mistaken. A troop of pilgrims happening to pass that way, Tristram joined them, and accompanied them to the court of King Mark of Cornwall. The king took the boy into service as his page, and grew very fond of him. Meantime Rual had sought his foster son everywhere, and was broken-hearted at not being able to find him, or hear any news of him. He wandered from one country to another, begging his way. At last, footsore and weary, he arrived at King Mark's court. Tristram greeted him with joy, and took him to the king. When Mark heard who the supposed beggar was, he exclaimed angrily, "What! Are you the former marshal of the traitor Rivelin, who stole away my sister Blanchefleur?" "Sire," replied Rual, "love made him do so. The lady Blanchefleur had been secretly married to my master before she went away from here. She and her husband are both dead, and this youth," laying his hand on Tristram's shoulder, "whom I have brought up from his infancy, and whom I have sought for years, is their only child." The king was astonished to hear this tale, and was pleased to find that his favourite page was in reality his nephew. Rual remained in Cornwall with his foster son, for, his wife being dead, he did not care to return home, and again endure Morgan's despotic sway. Tristram grew up to be a tall and handsome man, a brave warrior and a noble knight, as much beloved in peace as in war. But although he lived a full and joyous life, he could not forget his native land, and often mourned over the thought that his fellow countrymen and rightful subjects groaned under the tyranny of a foreign oppressor. He at last explained his feelings on the subject to his uncle, who gave him men and ships, telling him to go and set his people free, but making him promise to return to Cornwall afterwards, as he had appointed him to succeed him on the throne. The expedition was successful. Morgan was defeated and slain, and Tristram was crowned king of Parmenia. He remained for a year longer in his native land, settling all differences and arranging matters for the good of his subjects. Having done this, he made Rual governor of the realm, and returned to Cornwall, as he had promised. Isolde, Isolde. On his arrival there, he found everyone in great distress. King Germon of Ireland had during his absence invaded Cornwall, and with the help of his brother-in-law Moraunt, a powerful chief and great warrior, had subdued the country and forced King Mark to pay him tribute, and a shameful tribute it was. By the treaty with Germon, the Cornish king was bound to send 30 handsome boys of noble birth to Ireland every year, to be sold as slaves for the benefit of the Irish king. On the very day of Tristram's return, Mark was about to deliver the 30 boys into the hands of the grim Moraunt, Germon's messenger, who had come to receive them. Tristram was very angry when he heard the news, and told the knights they were cowards ever to have considered such an arrangement. Then going straight to Moraunt, he tore up the treaty, saying it was too inhuman to be kept. Moraunt's only answer was to draw his sword and challenge him to single combat. He accepted, and the fight began. After some time, Moraunt, having severely wounded Tristram, cried, "Yield, Sir Tristram, I feel pity for your youth. Yield, and my sister, Queen Isolde, shall cure your wound, for she alone can heal a wound made by my poisoned blade." "Death, rather!" exclaimed the young knight, and making a mighty effort, he split his adversary's head open from crown to jaw. This settled the matter. The Irish returned home sadly, bearing with them the corpse of their hero, while the victor went back to his uncle's palace. His wound was washed and bound, but it would not heal. It continued to fester, in spite of the use of balm and other herbs of well-known excellence. An experienced doctor, who was called in to see the patient, said that only the Irish Queen Isolde and her daughter of the same name possessed the art of drawing such poison out of a wound. So Tristram determined to go to Ireland in the guise of a minstrel, and seek healing at the hands of the Queen, although he knew that Germon had sworn to kill him and every Cornishman who had the misfortune to fall into his hands. At length he reached the Irish court, and there he played and sang so beautifully that the Queen sent for him, and begged him to teach his art to her young daughter Isolde. The minstrel found the princess an attentive pupil, and while teaching her, and listening to her sweet voice as she sang some plaintive ditty, he would even forget for a time the pain of his wound. And she, in learning from him, learnt to love him with all the strength of her innocent young heart. The days went on, and the pain of his wound grew worse and worse. Then he told the queen of his suffering, and asked her to heal him. This she at once consented to do, and a few weeks later he was cured. He now sang with greater power than before, and the king was so charmed with his music that he would have liked to keep him forever at his court. But fearful of discovery, Tristram determined to be gone while yet there was time. On his return to Cornwall, he was joyfully received by all except the great lords, who foresaw that King Mark would make him his heir, and they did not wish to have a foreigner to rule over them. They wished the king to marry, and Tristram, finding what was in their minds, himself advised his uncle to choose a wife, saying that the Princess Isolde of Ireland would be the most suitable person for him to wed. After some deliberation, it was agreed that Tristram should go to King German as his uncle's ambassador, to ask for the hand of the princess. Arrived in Ireland, he set out for the royal residence. On the way, he heard heralds proclaiming that the king would give his daughter in marriage to whoever slew a dragon that was devastating the land, provided he who rescued the country were of noble birth. Tristram sought out the dragon, and after a long struggle killed it. Then cutting out the tongue of the creature, as a proof that he had really slain it, he turned to go. But the pestiferous breath of the monster so overpowered him that he sank backward into the morass out of which the dragon had come. Struggle as he might, he could not free himself, for he had sunk up to the shoulders. While in this miserable plight, he saw a horseman approach, cut off the head of the dead monster, and then ride away. The horseman was Sewer, head waiter at the palace. He showed the king the dragon's head, and boldly demanded the meed of victory. The queen, who knew the man well and held him to be a coward, did not believe his tale. So she went with her train to the dragon's hole, and discovered the real hero in the morass. His bloody sword and the dragon's tongue showed that it was he who had done the deed. He was quite insensible when he was taken out of the morass and carried to the palace. The princess at once recognized him to be the minstrel who had before visited Ireland, and hoped that his birth was sufficiently good to enable him to win the prize. The queen gave him a sleeping potion, and told him to keep quiet. Then, taking her daughter into the next room, she showed her the horrible tongue of the lindworm and the sword with which the creature was slain. "Look," she said, "the minstrel is the real hero of this adventure, and not that cowardly Sewer." She left the room, adding that the truth would soon be known. Isolde took up the sword and examined it. She saw that a bit of the blade was broken off. "Merciful heaven!" she cried. "Surely he cannot be the—" She ceased, and took from a drawer the splinter of steel she had drawn out of the wound on her uncle's head. She fitted the splinter into the blade, and saw that it was as she had feared. "Ah!" she went on, trembling with anger, "he is the murderer of my uncle Morholt. He must die by my hand, and be slain with his own weapon." Seizing the sword in a firmer grip, she went into the room where Tristram was sleeping, and swung the sword over his head. But as she did so, he smiled as in a happy dream, and she could not do the deed. Then it seemed to her that she saw her uncle looking at her reproachfully, and she nerved her heart to strike. But at that moment her hand was seized by her mother, who had entered unnoticed. "Wretched child!" she cried. "What are you doing? Are you mad?" Isolde told the queen that this was Tristram, her uncle's murderer, and the mother answered, "I loved my brother dearly, but I cannot revenge him. For this man has saved our people from the dragon, and a nation is worth more than a single man, however dear to our hearts." Isolde confessed that her mother was right, and let her resentment die. When Tristram had recovered, he did not show the dragon's tongue in proof of what he had done, but challenged the Sewer to trial by combat. Now the man had often fought before, but when he saw Tristram come forth to meet him in the lists, his heart died within him, and he confessed his guilt. King German thereupon ordered the recreant knight's shield to be broken, and sent him forth a banished man. Tristram then fetched the dragon's tongue, and was at once proclaimed victor amid the acclamation of the people. Great was the astonishment of all, when Tristram, instead of claiming the princess's hand, proceeded to woo her for his uncle, King Mark of Cornwall. German had such a dislike to King Mark that he would have refused him as a son-in-law point blank, if Queen Isolde had not taken part in the debate, and shown the wisdom of giving way. So Tristram received a gracious answer from the king, and was content. No one thought of asking the maiden if she were willing to marry the old king of Cornwall. She was a princess, and princesses were never allowed a choice when reasons of state demanded that they should marry some particular person. The love potion. The princess went on board Tristram's vessel, which was about to sail for Cornwall. Her dresses and jewels were there also, and as soon as her old nurse and faithful companion came down to the ship, they were to sail. Brangæna was closeted with the queen, who wished to say a few last words in private. "Look, Brangæna," said the mother, "take this goblet and keep it carefully. It contains a drink made of the expressed juices of certain plants, and is a love potion. See that my daughter and her husband both drink it on their marriage day, and all will yet be well." The nurse promised to be careful, and took leave of the queen. Wind and weather were favourable to the voyagers. One day, when Tristram had been singing and playing to the princess for a long time, and trying his best to distract her thoughts from dwelling on her dead uncle, her old home, and the unknown future, he became so thirsty that before beginning another song he was fain to ask for something to drink. One of the attendants opened a cupboard, and finding there a goblet with a drink already prepared, supposed that the nurse had made it in case it were wanted, and took it to Tristram, who handed the cup first to Isolde that she might pledge him, as was the custom. The princess raised the cup to her lips and drank a little, but finding it very good, she put it to her lips again, and drank half the contents. Then she returned it to Tristram, who finished it at a draught. Their eyes met, and they knew that they loved each other. When Brangæna came in a few minutes later, and saw the empty goblet upon the table, she burst into tears, and bemoaned what had occurred, saying that the queen had given her the love potion to administer to Isolde and King Mark upon their wedding day. But the princess comforted her by asserting that no harm was done, for human beings had free will and could struggle against enchantment, and struggle they did, but their love was strong. The ship reached the harbour, and King Mark came down to meet his nephew and his bride. He was much pleased with the appearance of the princess, whom he welcomed with all ceremony. The marriage took place, and King Mark thought himself a happy man. All went on quietly for some time, so carefully did the nurse conceal her lady's love for Sir Tristram. But after a time people began to whisper, and at length the whisper reached the ears of the king. At first he would not believe the truth of what he heard, but afterwards the thing was proved to him so clearly that he could no longer doubt. He determined to bring the lovers to trial. Meanwhile Brangæna had discovered that the king knew all, and therefore warned Tristram, and fled into the forest with him and Isolde. There they hid themselves in a cave for a long time, but the winter was coming on, and the nurse feared for her darling's life if she remained in such a place during the frost and snow. One day as they were talking over what were best to be done, King Mark suddenly appeared amongst them. Brangæna stepped forward and assured him that the stories that he had been told were all gossip, and the king, who loved both Tristram and Isolde, willingly believed her, and took them home with him. But the effect of the philtre had not yet passed off, nor had the young people conquered their love. Whispers again arose about the court, and Tristram could not call any of the whisperers to account, for he knew that he had dishonoured the name of the knight, and had ill repaid his uncle's kindness. Isolde too was miserable. They both made up their minds that they must part, and as they said farewell, it was with the fervent hope that the magic potion would have lost its power by the time they met again. Tristram went away. He wandered through Normandy and Alamannia. He fought many battles, and led a bold, adventurous life, but he could not forget Isolde. At last he came to the kingdom of Arundel, and there he found King Jovelin and his son Caden hiding in a thatched cottage in a great forest from the bands of robbers who had overrun the land. It was late in the evening when he arrived at the solitary house, where he met with a kind reception. The lovely daughter of his host, curiously enough, was also named Isolde, to which was added the appellation of La Blanche May. It did him good to be with the maiden and her father. He promised them his aid, and for this purpose went to visit his own kingdom. There he found his presence much wanted, for old Rual was dead, and all was confusion in the land. His first action was to re-establish order and good government, after which he called out his troops, and marched to Arundel to help King Jovelin. He fought the robbers there, chased them out of the land, replaced the king on his throne, and made friends with Caden. Weeks passed, and he became engaged to Isolde of the White Hand. He vainly hoped that being married to another woman would cure him of his love for the Queen of Cornwall, and he knew the princess loved him. His betrothal did not bring him peace. His affection for the Lady Isolde grew no stronger, so in despair he put off his marriage, and unable to feign a love he did not feel, went out to seek death at the hands of the robber hordes that had again invaded the country. He conquered them and forced them to fly. On his return from this expedition, his marriage day was fixed, but one evening he was induced to accompany his friend Caden on a dangerous adventure, and during the combat to which this led, he received a spear thrust in the breast. He fell senseless to the ground. Caden carried him out of the fight and took him home to the palace, where Isolde succeeded in bringing him to himself again. Everyone hoped that he would soon recover from his wound, but instead of that, he grew worse. One day he said that the Queen of Cornwall had a remedy that would cure him, if she could only be induced to bring it. Caden at once set off for Cornwall to appeal to her compassion. No sooner had the Queen heard his tale than she persuaded King Mark to let her go to Arundel to cure his nephew. Armed with his permission, she started on her long journey by sea and land, and never rested till she arrived at King Jovelin's palace. There she was greeted with the sad words, "You have come too late. He is dying." They led her to his couch, and she knelt down and took his hand. A slight pressure showed that he knew who she was. Next moment he opened his eyes, gazed at her with a sad and loving look, and then died. She bent over and kissed him, and in that kiss her spirit passed away. They were buried 3 days later under the same grave mound in the distant land of Arundel. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER. Section 43, Part 3rd, Section 3, Legend of Tannhäuser. Tannhäuser in trouble. One evening, when the noble knight Tannhäuser was sitting in a miserable wayside inn, grumbling over the fate that had made him a poor man instead of a prince, he was startled by a loud knocking at the door. He felt a moment's terror lest it should be the bailiffs come to arrest him for debt, but instead of that, it was his good lord Duke Friedrich of Babenberg, who ruled the rich Danubian land of Austria. The duke chid the young man for his debts and follies, and then, giving him a purse full of gold, desired him to return to court, where his music and society were much missed. So Tannhäuser once more returned to court, and took part in the gay doings there. He also aided his liege lord in many a great battle waged against the enemies of the realm. He was a great favourite of his master, both because of his gift of song and because of his bravery. So Friedrich gave him the fair estate of Leopoldsdorf, near Vienna, as well as a large sum of money. The Hohenstaufens, too, looked upon him favourably, both the Emperor Frederick II and his son Conrad, who ruled in Germany after him. The minstrel received many gifts at their hands, and was devoted to their service. But although large sums were thus continually passing into his coffers, he was always in debt. In course of time, his patron the Duke was killed in the battle of the Leitha. He mourned him deeply, and wrote a number of beautiful songs in memory of the man who had been so kind to him. But at length his poetic soul began to turn with more pleasure to cheerful themes. So he collected what little remained of his wealth, and, setting out in the bright summer days, he wandered from castle to castle, and from town to town, sometimes hungry, sometimes happy, as he was ill or well received. He travelled through Bavaria, and remained some time at Nuremberg, where song was loved and studied, and after that he crossed the Alps into Italy. At Pavia he made the acquaintance of a German knight, who was much drawn to the fascinating Minnesinger, and he, in his turn, to the knight's fair daughter Kunigunde. The old knight, on being asked for his daughter's hand, replied that he liked Tannhäuser very much, and would give him his daughter willingly if he had the wherewithal to support her. Minstrelsy was all very well, he added, but it would not keep a family in bread and butter. You have both your sword and your harp to trust to, he concluded with a smile. Go, and make enough money to set up house, and then I will give you Kunigunde. Tannhauser took leave of his lady-love, promising to return in a year with the needful ducats, and he fully intended to keep his promise. Klingsor and trusty Eckhart. He rode away sad at heart, but the weather was so beautiful, and the birds were singing so gaily, that he could not remain sad long. He sang wherever he could get an audience, but sweet and joyous as was the music he made, it brought him no gold. He therefore tried what his sword could do for him, and fought under the banner of King Conrad against his rival Heinrich Raspe, the Pope's king, thereby helping to win the Battle of Ulm. He was handsomely rewarded for his assistance. Then he went back to Italy, and fought there also for the Hohenstaufens, for which service he was richly paid. Once, soon after this, he sought and found shelter for the night in a castle where many knights were assembled. After supper he delighted everyone with his minstrelsy, but immediately after he had ceased to sing, a stranger came in, dressed in black garments embroidered with gold, and wearing black feathers in his cap. He had a harp in his hand, and seating himself, began to play and sing in a deep, powerful, and yet melodious voice. His song was strange and eerie in its effect. The guests all glanced at each other in silence when it was done. They felt ill at ease, they knew not why. Tannhauser, throwing off the unaccountable feeling that possessed him, caught up his harp and sang a merry ditty about woods and birds and flowers, and soon both he and the other guests were restored to their usual cheerfulness. After that, they all began to play at dice. Tannhauser won large sums, and lost them again immediately to the black stranger, and not only these, but some of the money he had put aside for his marriage. The next day, when he left the castle, the stranger went with him, remained with him all day, and before night fell, had won all his money from him. Seeing how sad Tannhauser looked, the stranger laughed and said, "Do not pull such a long face over so small a matter as the loss of a few gold pieces, but come with me to Wartburg. Landgrave Hermann has summoned a minstrel tournament to meet, in which the prizes are lands and wealth. But he who fails will lose his head. My name is Klingsor, and I come from Hungary. I am willing to enter into an alliance with you. Your songs are like the bliss of heaven, mine like the horrors of hell. If we are successful, you may have the wealth, I shall take the heads. If, on the other hand, we lose, we shall go together to heaven or hell. What does it matter which? You shudder like a weakling to hear me talk thus, for you believe the tales the priests tell you about fire and brimstone. But instead of that, it is the realm of Dame Venus who gives her friends the most exquisite pleasures earth can afford, and both silver and gold in abundance. If you do not care for the minstrel tournament, you can visit the fair queen on the road to Wartburg, for she lives in the Horselberg, where we shall have to pass at any rate." Tannhauser listened to his companion with a shudder, but when he went on to describe the unspeakable glories of the Horselberg, and to tell of the marvellous charms of the queen, he felt a growing desire to see Dame Venus with his own eyes. So he set out with the strange companion, forgetting, or nearly forgetting, Kunigunde and his love for her. When the travellers approached the mountains of Thuringia, they were joined by a tall and stately man in full armour, with his sword at his side and a white staff in his hand. As they walked on together, they exchanged confidences as to who they were and from whence they came. The newcomer said, "People call me the faithful Eckhart, the Harlung's comfort, for I took care of the noble youths for many years. But alas, wicked Ermenrich and his evil counsellor Sibich slew them in my absence, and all I could do was to avenge their death." "The Harlungs, Ermenrich, Sibich," repeated Tannhauser thoughtfully. "It must have been long ago." 300 or 400 years, or even more, may have passed since then," answered Eckhart. "I find it difficult to reckon time after the manner of men, but ever since those old days I have been busily employed in warning people away from the Venus Mount." Klingsor burst out laughing and cried, "Spare your words, old fool. So you are one of the idiots who blaspheme Dame Venus." "Get thee behind me, tempter," said Eckhart. "I am going to take the good knight to Wartburg, where he may win glory and wealth." "And I am going on to prepare his lodging in our queen's palace," answered the other, as he set off at a brisk pace towards the mountains. The minstrel and Eckhart continued their way quietly, talking the while. At last they came to the beautiful Horselthal, with its meadows, trees, and rushing stream, and, a little farther on, to a bleak mountain, out of which came a confused sound as of waves beating a rock-bound coast, the roar and clatter of a water-mill, human cries of rage, and the howling of wild beasts. "That is the Horselberg," said Eckhart, "the place where Dame Venus holds her court with the wicked who are under her dominion. Keep thine eyes and ears both shut, lest the temptress entangle thee in her net." Dame Venus. The nearer the travellers came to the mountain, the more the confused and discordant sounds they had at first heard resolved themselves into harmony. Through a door in the rock they could see knights, beautiful women, and dwarfs. All seemed to be enjoying themselves to the utmost. At the entrance sat a fair woman in royal robes. The moment she saw Tannhauser, she smiled, and signed to him to approach. Eckhart in the same moment entreated him by all he held sacred to beware of the temptress, who was outwardly like an angel of light, but inwardly a fiend incarnate. He would have said more, but Venus interrupted him by beginning to sing a wondrous song about all the joys that awaited those who entered her kingdom, and Tannhauser, as thoroughly enchanted as though a magic spell had been cast over him, thrust Eckhart aside and hastened to the Queen of Beauty, who stretched out her arms towards him. She half drew him over the threshold, and he half staggered across. Then the door shut, and the faithful Eckhart saw him no more. It would be impossible to describe all the wonders and delights that greeted the eyes and ears of the lost knight. Every day brought new pleasures, which he enjoyed to the utmost. But at length he began to tire of it, and confessed to himself that satiety was not happiness. He had a horror of himself, and of the self-indulgent life he was leading, and his conscience, once awake, left him no peace. After an inward struggle, he made up his mind to go and seek out a pious priest, tell him all, and entreat him to show him how he might gain absolution. Tannhauser felt much happier when he had formed this resolution. He went to Queen Venus and asked her to let him go. At first she refused, and then consented, saying that he might come back to her if he did not find what he was going away to seek. So he went out into the sweet, fresh air, which was so pure that it almost took his breath away for the first few minutes. Then he went on his way with much foreboding. Should he, or should he not, find a priest who could help him? He told his tale to priests, abbots, and bishops, but they one and all declared that they could not help him, that the Holy Father at Rome was the only person on earth who had power to absolve a sinner who had had dealings with the powers of the underworld. He went to Rome and confessed all his sin and sorrow to the Pope, whom he found walking in the garden, and awaited the answer of his holiness with a broken and a contrite heart. But the Pope replied with harsh voice and unbending brow, "You are an adherent of the cursed race of Hohenstaufen. You have dealt among the lost spirits in hell, and have been one with them. I tell you plainly that God can no more pardon you than this dry stick can put forth leaves and flowers." So saying, he thrust his gold-headed walking-stick into the ground and walked away, leaving it there. Tannhauser then exclaimed in his misery, "What shall I do? The high priest of the Lord has cast me off. Heaven is closed against me, and men will have naught to do with me." At this moment an unknown voice broke in. "There is a higher than this priest, even he whose dwelling is in heaven, and he that came to redeem men from their sins, and who said, 'Come unto me, all ye that are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest.'" Tannhauser started when he heard himself thus addressed, and, turning round, beheld the faithful Eckhart. "Alas," he answered, "it is too late. I cannot, dare not, pray any more. I will now return to Dame Venus and the pleasures she offers me." So he went back to the Horselberg in spite of Eckart's entreaties, for he was utterly hopeless. Now it came to pass 3 days after that the Pope again walked in his garden, and behold, the walking stick which he thrust into the ground had taken root, and put forth leaves and blossoms. The sight filled him with amazement, and he remembered the words of the Saviour, "Be ye also merciful, even as your Father in heaven is merciful." And he sent out messengers in search of Tannhauser, but he could not be found, for he had returned to Dame Venus. End of section 43. End of Epics and Romances of the Middle Ages by Wilhelm WÄGNER.